Yo. I'm a bit late. Had some stuff to do, but we are here for the kickoff of the VCT EMEA. Up, one sec. Just
CNED. Of course, I was not super
That's
convinced when I
it.
saw the Yoru because
okay.
on Navi, he didn't seem like he had the best time, but he definitely had some great moments here at Kakuka. I can see exactly why they decided to go with the Yoru.
Yeah, exactly. And I hope that moving into the rest of the maps and also with the pending changes that are going to be coming to the game, he also adapts and grows into this position that he's playing and just is not just, you know, some other player that was once good.
Yeah, I could definitely see the vision on their game plan for attack. They set up that Yoru so well. Every time they went into a site, they had the layered execution from the breach stuns to set up the Yoru. Then he went in with the Dizzy. He's able to TP past the main choke point, and they did a really good job of that. It's just that when they went a little bit deeper, they lost some of the retakes. They got ecoed twice, even though they won both pistol rounds, and they converted the second round. It looked like it looked really good for Foot, but then, you know, Team Heretics winning on eco rounds. I think that's when we saw the vibe check fall down, right?
We're seeing it now.
That's what happened though. It's that Foot lost their steam, and then Team Heretics started feeling more confident. They looked more confident in the fights that they took.
That's the thing, right? This is like the first day of school, but everybody's coming in with a lot of new things, you know, a lot of the new outfits, the new compositions, and the new ideas. And it's actually the ones that work the best and how the vibes are going, that the team is going to be able to win the map. Because, of course, we see a lot of set rounds, like the one that we just saw. We see it sometimes even celebrating. But it's actually the one that...
So it was a Lotus. It was a very close Lotus map. And then we have Bind and Icebox.
With Minibu is literally like seeing them on ranked. It's the same feel.
Yeah,
and we had the Neon and the Yo, so probably some Yo on Bind too.
We didn't really see him do much of that when he was on Navi and Ascend, but let's look forward, because one map, hey, still, as you know, not the end or be all. You can still come back into this. We are going to head to Bind, and this is where we don't even know what Heretics want to do. They didn't really play at all last year. They obviously are comfortable here. So what would you like to see from them? Are they going to be relying on that kind of mini-boo, heavy, aggressive entry again?
Yeah, so if I'm going to extrapolate anything from the first map here, it's that Team Heretics, it's not like they won because they had better ability usage. I think Foot actually had the better ability usage. They comboed the Breach with the Yoru really well. So if I'm looking at the second map, you know, what's Team Heretics going to do? Well, I hope I don't see a Neon pulling out her overdrive.
So Lotus was Heretics pick
in a late retake situation. Because honestly, like, if that's what Heretics is doing right now, then it's like, I feel like they won off the back of Foot really just dropping the ball in that map. So if Heretics wants to win here, they need to play with the same amount of confidence that they played in Lotus, because that is what carried them the most part, because it doesn't look like they have the greatest game plan built out for Lotus. So going into Bind, hopefully they have something a little bit better, but you know, it's not really...
tomorrow it's at 2 p.m.
So,
you know, we were talking about it when we were watching it.
My
it's like,
time.
Especially for Lotus, they didn't have much to initiate on the attack. They didn't have that ultimate.
Tomorrow there is 3
games,
games, like 3 series.
From the attacking side, so they were focusing
BBL Spawn Navi,
on getting the Thrash ready and just working around.
Koi Liquid,
that, you know, that initial plan was definitely
Gentle
there,
Mate,
and it is something
Vitality.
that they're going to need for Bind as well, because again, this is Foot's pick, and there has to be a reason for it, because you're going, I think for most of the matches here in Kickoff, you're going almost blind, you know? You might have hear what they are playing, what they're running, but you need to be very sure in your gameplay.
Yeah, and this is the other thing as well with comms. Again, Heretics, we didn't even know what they would have played last year, what Neil was feeling. But Foot, we do know what kind of tendencies they like to lean towards, of course. Cracks, we got a great KO player on that roster. The Sky, you guys are kind of talking about whether you feel like that's still going to work for them. But of course, the Gecko, they were both 2 great Geckos on the server as well. So how are we feeling about this? What are you expecting from Foot?
I would like to see something different. I think that Cracks is cracked on KO. That is news to nobody, but I was actually seeing very good utility usage from Gecko. We saw it last year in Haven, but it wasn't that bright. It was very easy to read. I would like to see some evolution towards that. One, my question is are they going to, you know, stick with the double smoker? Are they going to maybe go for a sentinel? You know, those are my questions, especially now that Get is here.
yeah, I think Gecko is probably something that we'll see a lot of here. I wonder what's going to happen with CNED if he's going to be on the Yoru, because Yoru is really good on Bind, especially with the aggressive competitive plays, but what's going to happen? Is he going to run Raze? Because Raze is also a really good player or agent for Bind, and also getting the op-up is going to be pretty important on the defense side because it can be a pretty attack-sided map sometimes, depending, you know, if they're able to seesaw well. So that's kind of what I'm looking at. Is the Yoru pick going to come into play? They had some good game plans with it last game.
Hey, hear me out. Bring back CNED Sage, anyone? Vintage? But we do have agent select here. And what is going on?
Neon?
Yeah, so we do have a CNED Neon. We have Mini Boo on Yoru. We have...
This just looks like
Cracks
it
on
looks
It's the KO, but they're doing KO and Gecko. Yeah, break this down.
To me, it looks like I'm thinking it's gonna.
And people really
be
don't
pretty
like
active. Like you can't just really sit around.
Sentinels
They have good explosiveness
on
on
Bind.
the attack side. What my concern is for their defense. They're starting defense with the KO, with the Neon, with the Gecko, and they don't really have a whole lot of stall utility. They have a lot of flashes and stuns, and they're gonna have to really leverage that with a lot of trap plays and early aggressiveness.
Yeah, I think I'm very excited to see Minibu's performance here. I think that the attack has to be extremely strong for them.
And also Mr. Farland, first time ever on the Gecko. I can't wait to see what he can do with this. And it's time to send you guys back into game with your casters, Mitchman and Tom Biz.
Thank you so much, Yinsu, and our wonderful analyst desk. Tom, we have seen a surprise opening. Team Heretics 1-0 as they step into Foot's map pick of Bind. The other surprise, like the desk highlighted, Miniboo is now the Yoru on the server. CNED's swapped roles.
He was like, I like a little bit of that Neon. He was going, I liked a little bit of that Yoru. And now they've taken each other's places. Yeah, I think it's interesting that clearly Foot have gone hard into the Gecko. I want to see how many maps they're actually running this on. Because we've seen it in the past on this map, but the fact that both teams ran it on the first one, it makes it that little bit more exciting. And I am excited to see what sort of trap plays they've got, what sort of aggression they're going to have across this map. For now, at least, a little early peek coming out from Mr. Farlin over towards B long. And actually, he's going to go walking.
Some space taken on that drone. The TP going to be used. It's a fake for Miniboo being up close, trying to tempt any sort of spams through that smoke. Nice paranoia. Great work by Ada Captain. Many blinded players, but Miniboo must just be...
Oh, Tuesday is a day off. No, there is to be determined games at 5.
Way behind. It's only
Okay.
cracks. 1 versus 3.
So tomorrow 3 games.
He's got every corner to clear and not enough time to clear him. All shots.
And
Mr. KO, but unfortunately, slight spoiler.
Tuesday 3 games, 2 games.
Either way, 1-0. Heretics again. But you have to bear in mind they didn't win either of the pistols in the last map and still won the map. Which,
No.
as we've already mentioned in the past, normally you're looking
Wednesday,
at like
tomorrow
80%
Wednesday,
chance
3
to
games.
win the map if you manage to get yourself both pistols. So the fact
And
they've
then
now lost the
Thursday,
flyer at the start, the fact that,
2
again,
games.
it just seems like a lot
And
of the
then
supportive flyers
Friday,
out of the
there
side
is
of
like
Heretics have been fantastic. Clearly pumped up and ready
2
to go this
EMEA
defensive side of
games.
Foot. Not off to a flyer, and it's not going to be much invested into this one
3
whatsoever.
EMEA games.
And we talked about Heretics last map.
And
Sort of
2 American
started
games.
out hot and they warmed
So we
up pretty
basically
quickly.
start at 2
Moving into this
PM
map, no signs of slowing. Foot
until like 5 AM my time.
On CNED, the professor himself. Now, this guy's
Holy
been able
fucking
to
shit,
hit a
man.
Set of wonderful shots so far on this map. Historically, yeah, he's the guy you'd give it to, but yeah, it's a big task for anyone to take home. Not even shields on their back. And I am curious about a lot of the utility we're seeing in play for Team Heretics as they move on through this attack side. I think Miniboo must have some crazy attempts to map control out of Captain. And Cracks, they had their own attempt. They tried to move up to get map control instead, a bullet to the back and a plant on the A side.
You can see already Mr. Farland going wandering, maybe to try and isolate the duel on the player that just managed to take out a couple of his teammates. And he may just get that chance, but Boo is more than aware. As I said, he has been fragging like crazy in the last map, top fragger, alongside his baby brother. Now, well, he might even be able to go in for an ace here, and only 1 man remaining. Unfortunately, he is absolutely nowhere near where Boo is going to be coming from. Mini Boo, though. Oh, he's not even going to be able to find the shot. CNED still ever deadly. But Benji is going to be there
But
to close
still,
out the round. 2-0 for Heretics.
4 people alive and the
21 at
plant.
that. But now we get into the nitty-gritty, the buy rounds.
Good to see Boo already off to a flying start, hitting those shots. You know, this is a guy that had a hell of a good first map. While IGL in this squad, he is leading from the front, but the reality is, when I see him swap over off of an Omen, I have question marks. I loved his Omen back in the day. It's, I think, his most comfortable agent, and someone like Astra just doesn't give him the same sort of abilities typically, at least solely looking at his utility belt. It doesn't give him that same ability to duel and to take fights as before. It removes him from a lot of action. But that's fine, because he's 5-0 right now, so he's involving himself.
It's much more like a hard lurk. Your utility needs to be held from a distance, and communication is almost key. Miniboo has already taken so much space. You can see the pressure at the moment that Heretics are coming under, but they have managed to eliminate him, and the rest of the squad still looking for that space. Boo on these late lurks around the corner has been winning every single fight that's put in front of him. Still, though, the majority of the defense is just waiting. An attempted plant here, definitely not going to be easy.
They don't have the wingman from Gecko because they don't have the Gecko.
Boo feels like the duelist on the other side, certainly the top fragger of Heretics, and they're worried about Boo, about where he's going to come from and when he's going to come on in. But his team are... Oh, hold on, he's about to be challenged. The swing
1-for-1, and Boo wins another one. That's huge for
Heretic. Unreal. He didn't even take a hit there. I waited in case the hood was slow, but no. 150 HP still to work with, but he's got more to do. Kill after kill needed from Boo. Another chance, but this time
huge blind.
Finally runs out.
Yeah, unable to
and a very
into position into the after plant, and because of that, foot eventually are able to isolate those fights. It is unusual that you managed to see that ult come through
for Heretics. Like they took a lot of damages. 3 people dead.
I think that was the main factor.
No plan for Foot.
Caused them so many issues, not having that lurk as they did in the prior round. Even still,
no plan for Heretics, sorry, and a lot of damage taken from Foot.
In fact, they've got plenty of finances to
I mixed up the team.
And on the other side of things, Mr. Fallen, well, the thing is, he's already down to a judge, and I was thinking, okay, well, maybe he'll be in hookah, but actually not. I think he's going to end up in lamps, and CNED, his defense has... It's been an offense, really, and he's been dead within the first few seconds of almost every single round.
Fly with me, let's fly, okay,
and they always have the TP play.
You know, we got to see a nice aerial angle of CNED falling. He's not had a lot of fun in those early duels, Tom. You know, his Yoru certainly got him up close. It got him involved. His Neon, it's done the same, but he's not involved in the way he wants to be. Losing a few of these, giving Heretics the
advantage. And we see the Astra slowly checking
player as well, but really it's just this
for a bathroom push.
That we're looking for. It's his prowess individually.
But they're gonna end on
someone else has to step it up.
Again, actually shooting off. Maybe trying to bait for the fact that the captain's in this.
And they're gonna
TP.
TP.
The fact is, I think they spotted enough players to realize there's nobody on the A site anymore. They've heard the TP, they've heard the players on their rotation, and now Miniboo, he's going to use that dimensional drift just to find out every single.
He's gonna clear Nams.
And almost to the back.
See the rotation.
Okay, they're only just making their way back in. He's actually gone back around behind them. He's even spotted the player in heaven. Is he actually going to go for this? He does. But Yedajay is quick enough on the trigger to give the man advantage now over to Foot.
Well, that 4 versus 3, certainly a lifeline provided for Foot with an overextension from this attacking side. They haven't got a lot of control either. 2 players trapped inside a lamp, swinging out wide. Good kill for Boo. He just keeps on hitting shots. Finally, he falls, but Patetek's for the trade. Flash still to play with, and he'll catch
and now it's a 2v1.
Need to swing, Benji Fish. He's gone running. Thought maybe the defuse was being stuck. Now the 1v1 forces Patetek in an uncomfortable situation. He needs to check it's not being defused. Flash goes out, swing is in, and a captain taps yet again. Here's the final swing, the final fight.
Patetek is gonna find it.
It's already
but that's
like
a costly arm.
Being put onto the KO. Obviously, the main reason he's come in as a substitute is that depth of agent pool. He can play an initiator, he can play a smoker, he can play a duelist if you need it be. And right now, well, I feel like he's almost a mix of the initiator and the duelist. 5-1, right up there alongside Boo. And while this was around the... Again, I feel like with the early start, they probably should have taken it, but it did come down to those clutch plays from him. 3-1 in the lead. Again, we're looking at a similar scenario to the defense of the last map where Foot are able to get themselves onto the board, but they're unable to convert anything more than an individual one. And again,
and CNED pushing long again.
Expecting at this point, you know what? Okay, within the first 15 seconds, CNED's going to.
He's going to find a kill with his ultimate.
He's still fighting with 5 HP.
No, don't go back out there. I mean, we talk about spraying through smokes with a Vandal. I mean, this is a little bit worse. It's just a laser.
Yeah, I wonder where he is. Oh, that big blue pointer's probably going to give that one away.
Over there, is he? Well, he's regrouped with his teammates now, 5 HP. Let's see
We have a
what he
stack.
can do. Just draw their
That's-
idea distraction. Fnatic had no idea there were players this close. Now a real challenge for him, and it's seen it. The 5
And he's gonna go pick up the Vandal with 5 HP.
Tell me he's going to give the gun to someone else.
The rotation's on the way. It might.
Okay, thank God. I got 2 kills, you know. The shorty up close is ratty from Mr. Fallen. But again, there must be an expectation there from Heretics. Again, they've struggled against these pistols once or twice throughout the game. Benji,
Good
though,
clear.
it looked like he was going to be dead to rights, but Mr. Fallen not quite quick enough.
Yeah, just a little bit faster on the trigger. But look at this position from Boo. He's been so good in aim duels, so he tries to
And
force
that's
them
the
into
Vandal.
fighting him. CNED stuns won't land. He's been revealed, and he's 5 HP.
He's gonna save,
rifle in
no?
hand. 1 versus 3. Most people would save. Everyone else would save. CNED will not. But he goes down. And it's all right, because they can come back into the next, but 4-1, the lead starts to slip out of Foot's hands. They were in this very same position on the previous map. It looked like the series was in the bag when we saw this bracket published. And yet here we are. They are by far looking like the weaker squad. Well, not by far, by a couple rounds, but so far on this map, there's not a lot to write home about.
I think especially when you consider expectations.
That's the thing.
The main thing.
This is incomprehensible to me coming into today.
No. Yeah, it shouldn't have... It shouldn't really be going this way based on
I mean, Boo is
what we've
10
seen
and 2.
prior. Yeah.
It
I
just-
don't, no matter how much hope you had for Heretics, maybe you're a Spanish caster with a Heretics jersey, I don't think you expected Boo to just be out fragging everyone in this server.
They're just
Either
gonna
way,
go super hard,
fantastic
super
start,
fast B.
fantastic first map, and they're already in on the plant. They don't have any abilities to play with because of cracks, but... Oh, sorry, because of Paditech now they don't have any on the other side as well. Either way, Thrash thrown through. Foot are expending a lot into this round to try and get something done. The fact is, though, still yet to find a kill.
Ooh, just ran out of ammo at the wrong moment. Paditech could have been down, but Boo and Paditech have fallen in the end. Mini Boo to follow.
that's,
Fishy's out of the game. Rian's trying his best.
That's close to
But Rian
flawless.
will be done.
And a
Nothing
big
to be done.
retake.
A good resurgence from Foot. Obviously, it did take
They
a few
won
minutes
every
to be thrown
fucking
in.
duel.
It wasn't like they just got back into that site with nothing. And again, throughout this game so far, I have been liking that pace from Heretics, switching it up quite regularly. This is the problem, though. You have to bear in mind, the last rounds weren't particularly clean. Even with the couple of kills in the one, and then you obviously have Paditech clutching things out, their finances are not great. You've got Rian's looking to buy him with a rifle here, Paditech with a stinger after what I saw Adacaptain do, maybe. Just maybe there's some sort of belief to be had in that weapon, but fact is, this, when you're 4-1 up going 4-2, this is not the buy you really expect to see from the attacking side.
No, a few more weaknesses there than you'd even want to dream of. Boo, a big weakness, 23 HP after an early spam. And you know what? I do feel like that angle, at least, there's a bit of karma owed towards Foot. CNED gave his life there a few rounds in a row. Finally, they're finding success. That wall drop. 2 players out wide, pistols in hand.
1 for 1.
Been a disaster, but instead, it's worked out for the attacking side. If they can keep it down to those one-on-one trades, that's fantastic. But the health is starting to dwindle on their side. That Viper's Pit could save them a lot of trouble, though.
Yeah, this is one of the only things that I think could potentially bridge the gap of what is the weaker weaponry. They still have a bit of utility to play with. It's actually going to be used by Rians to try and just maybe get them something through that pit, but already Adacaptain is going to remove Paditech, leaving them with a disadvantage. More util thrown in off the back of the paranoia, but Rian still standing strong. Another for him, leaving it into that 2v2, and Benji has dipped
so
out throughout the pit,
close.
just trying to buy
They
that
know.
extra little bit of time. Needs to take down the wingman who's already on it, and now it's all left on to just one man,
Tough.
Mr. Fallen, to try and find anything. It is already half, so the peak has to come through, but Benji, again, will help them take home a round that, I'll be honest, they shouldn't have.
Those
Down
heretic
to
rounds
23 health at
are
the start of that. He was
very
still alive
close.
at the end of the round in the 2v1.
Even if it's 2 heretics, both teams are like really close
It really does have an effect. His impact
terms of,
on this series could be
of
studied
level.
so far. And I couldn't be happier to see a man succeed than this guy. And Benji Fishy, well, he also takes it.
I had heretics winning, but
The squad now leading by 3.
The thing they did
We'll
really
see.
well there was you had those sort of the players that didn't have as much to lose playing very aggressively, and then you had the players with the utility and the weaponry very passive, very patient, really
We
controlling
have
their
a
position
very
in the
fast
form of Benji,
take of
who, it
shower
was well
for
played,
Heretics.
but again, it's a round where you're looking at it from their perspective and going, okay, they have one rifle.
There is a
3
lot
fighters
of
here,
people
but
pushing
it
B.
didn't really seem like they could do anything. And this is the attack side of
Food,
Vines
so-
right now. This is looking rough for Foot.
They're gonna TP deep on A. They've done it all the way through. A crazy play by Miniboo. He's not finding anyone. The rest of the squad's just dying all around him. Ooh, easy peasy. I mean, I thought
Yeah,
it
it's
was all
an
play
eco
for
for
Miniboo to just
Food.
go behind them, but in the end, he's still just stood there, holding the same angle, while the rest of Heretics have cleaned up the fights, leaving it down to just Mr. Fallen and Ada Captain.
They're gonna
Not
deal a
with the
good
shares
amount
that they
of
did this
damage
before.
though.
A 2v4 scenario, all they had was pistols to play with, and somehow they managed to take it home. If they do it back to back, we'd just have to give them the props they deserve, but not this time. Heretics are not going to allow them away back in 6 rounds already on attack. That's a very good half already for Heretics. They are starting to run away with this, and I almost wonder when a pause comes through for the side of Foot, because this is getting out of control.
It really is, you know, and a conversation we were having backstage with some of the French casters and the Spanish ones is about the pauses that Foot pulled through in the start of the previous map. About did it slow down their momentum? At that time, I thought it was pretty reasonable because they had some sloppy rounds.
If
saw
they
those signs that things
wanted
were going the way
a
they wanted them to, and so they
timeout,
just take a moment to regather themselves.
should have done
Here,
it
though,
before the eco.
surprising that they've decided not to go for it whatsoever. Instead, plowing forward. Maybe that speaks to faith in the game plan. Maybe it's Yedege having that Viper's Pit, so they don't need to discuss too much else. But we'll see. Heretics.
And we
What
see
ideas
Cned
have you
on
got
an
for yourself?
operator bathroom.
By the way, Cned off is, I mean, it's been avoided for now, but it could be
3
very,
ultimates
very
for
dangerous.
Food too.
It's something
We have an Astra wall.
was definitely feared by many. You look back to that Champions winning roster, one of the best strats in the game. Steel will tell you, avoid CNED. It's a good strat. You see him, you go the other way. I think the Foot roster might have that little bit of extra depth. Oh, caught sleeping at the wheel.
He
Mr.
was,
Fallen.
he was just looking at the mini-map.
And
Checking
that's-
stars in the right
Of course.
place.
They are
It's okay.
smoker
We need
for
eye
B.
trackers, then we'd know.
That's it.
Definitely not a waste of money or investment.
No,
Nonetheless.
cheap too. That's a good thing.
They're gonna have to rotate and go into Cned's operator.
Now, Miniboo is trapped in the corner, but does he have a TP Soar? Is there a gate crash? No. Right? There we go. It's on its way.
No,
So
they're
the
gonna push her.
Thunder's Fury pulled through. Already up close is Miniboo. Rian's able to find one, but Miniboo's surprise
And
attack
they are
is
getting
actually as
stopped.
much of a surprise as he would have thought. And with an off angle held by Ada Captain, it has fallen apart for the side of Heretics.
And a lot of guns
better round
kept
for them,
for
Foot
Foot.
finally starting to wake up a little bit. Mr. Fallen getting himself that little bit higher up the board, but also just having a very good read in that round. They had the rotations there quite quickly.
I think when you lose the Astra, you have to rotate.
Oh, that little
to
bit of
rotate
extra
A.
control garnered by that Viper's Pit allowed them to take a little bit more of a risk. Nonetheless, as I said, 6 rounds is already good for the side of Heretics. They're now looking to see what extra they can get. Dimensional Drift available to try and cause that little bit of extra havoc, but they do have CNED with the overdrive available. And more importantly, the Thrash will
And
be
they
very
found
useful if this comes down to a
Captain.
retake.
He can steal
Captain's
TP
wise
out.
to get out of there. That TP, I think, even furred by the side of Heretics. They want nothing to do with Long anyways, denying the control early, maybe seeing if there was some free space to be taken.
Smoke. And we see the two Foot players being very proactive on B.
Away from this angle, but the
And
call's
again,
made, they'll play
Cned
close.
waiting
They'll use the
bathroom.
drone to clear
with his
all
operator.
of these smokes, all these corners, and cleave out that control that they desperately need to make a play. Benji lurking on the other side of the map, and I like this. Will they suspect it? Or will they be caught by this bombardment that's soon to come in on B?
Who's
I think
next?
they're going to rotate back to A.
We have the
Flank
Yo.
Afterwards, you see where the gate
Oh,
crashes.
there's so much
Ultimate,
info.
he sees 3
I
people.
he's definitely seen 2 players. If he's seen
There you go.
cracks at the back of the site, that's
And
so
that's
much information, but
in
there's
Cned's
a reason they're
operator.
stacked up. It's
The
CNED on
stun.
the other side. I said
The
there's a
second
reason
stun, he
you're
finds
this
the
man, Boo,
kill.
At least even while stunned up, has been able to take him down. And also, they managed to clear out Miniboo. This leaves Boo as the last
And
man
it's
standing.
over.
As said, they showed them 3 players. They had that information. When you have seen it on the other side of the map, you can play with that level of confidence. And I wouldn't be surprised if at some point Foot go, okay, well, there you go, they've already done it. They were like, we need that up back. Let's make sure we have it for the next round.
10 seconds left.
10 seconds.
And he's gonna use his ultimate.
It's not optimal on the side of Heretics. That rifle could help, especially in the hands of someone like Boo. Being so clean. Remember, he found CNED while he was stunned up, jumping into the angle, just one-tapped him.
And the
bullet, but I'll give it to him.
Omen saved the operator.
And
For
the
Foot.
replay is going to edit it out.
Yes, we don't highlight those things.
No, never, never.
This is
So we should see
I think
CNED
that's the real
swap
benefit of those
position.
ones as well. See, look, edited out. I told you.
perfect.
You know, no one will ever know.
He got the headshot. It was
Exactly.
one bullet killed him. That's all you need to know back home. It's 6-4, and a timeout is called. This one, again, it's a timeout from Heretics. We're seeing Foot be very conservative with them, but they did find the 2 rounds in a row, so evidently they didn't need it.
Yeah, their defensive side has definitely looked a little bit rough. And that's the thing, it's like, a lot of the time I said, on this map, my expectations lean towards the defensive side taking it, but I do have to then look at the composition that's available. Like, the comp for Foot is super explosive. Like, you're running a Neon, which defensively, unless you've got an op, or unless you've got CNED just running at people, doesn't really have a mass benefit, but then you're talking about the triple flash potential. Like, you've got yourself the paranoia, and then obviously the stuff coming out from Gecko and KO. Like, there is so much util that you're going to have to leave people blind that maybe Foot have actually catered further towards the attack side. And you could argue the same for the other side as well, like having yourself a Yoru. A lot of the time in the defense, okay, you can have those sort of like TP plays, those... I know you have a million different things that you like doing with Yoru,
Slightly
but
different interpretation.
yeah, that's not quite what I meant by TP plays. What he does is
Different.
yeah, you know what? Use the word different.
Mini said unironically a fan. So
Yeah, but Mini also said
call it that till I die.
I'm good at the game, which you can take that how you want.
That does sort of yeah.
So
it-
we have
He
a
values
save
everything you just said.
for Heretics.
Well, 6-4. Team Heretics, they've had a decent run at the attack side so far. This is certainly
And
a big
CNED is
challenge.
still playing
Losing
Shower.
2 rounds in a row.
Well
down
down in
to
all.
pistols, and with a rifle in the hands of Boo, saved over from the previous, this is their best chance. You know, your Astra players still having that rifle might raise some eyebrows, but if you've seen how this guy's played in the series so far, those eyebrows will quickly settle back into a normal position. Rians on the way with the drone. There's 3 players here. It's a standard enough setup. The thing that worries me, as always, is CNED's operator.
In
Once
the
that gets
Gecko bad
refocused,
side.
could be in big trouble.
They're opting to play into this once again.
This swap,
You can see the
Gecko
love
and,
from Benji, who might be pressured in a moment.
Kill.
The TP's through. It hasn't been massively successful. And again, it seems like Mr. Fallen's ready for it. Yedajay does well, and while CNED, you mentioned it, eventually he's going to switch his... Yeah, he got there in the end. Edit out all the first shot, guys, don't forget.
Yep, just the last one in the
gonna
highlights.
go
Thank
for
you.
the
Appreciate you. And this
player
is
behind
Benji,
him.
Look at Peak about to come in from heaven. He's tucked in. The barrel spot. Nope, barrel not
30
spotted.
seconds
Oh,
left.
those timings with the
I know,
kill
that Frank
checking.
was going to seal his fate, but no, he has a real chance.
Toxin screen down.
A chance to maybe try and bait them here. Well, he's picked a spot that if his opponent was still in heaven, timing's going to be absolutely everything, and he makes his way back towards Lamps. Moving forward again.
This is the
The
plant.
information is going to be garnered because of how quickly they've cleared towards that defender spawn. Benji looking to play back through that smoke, and the info.
They found
it's just
him.
going to grab him. They know he's around the Lamps position. Maybe not how far forward he is, but Krax is going to be there to clear him out in the end.
Good
It's a
question,
round.
like
We
3
didn't have
people, the
massively high
plant.
expectations, but now
They're still gonna save the operator.
5 Foot
for
have
last round.
slowly been climbing their way back into this one. They were looking down and out.
Foot
moments
is
ago.
still gonna save an operator.
Absolutely.
I
You know,
I
good
think they
adaptations,
should
Mr. Fallen. I
definitely.
think even saw the gate crash as it was coming in, so he had a good idea. This was a round where Yoru was going to try that TP. He TPs in, and immediately Mr. Fallen is on his case, taking him down as he emerges from the smoke. Really nicely done, and you can see just looking at that scoreboard, it has been a struggle for Mini Boo to find any of that value. In the rounds where he has successfully TP'd, it's actually just been his teammates kind of rolling over the site and winning. And when he
And we
has
have
it, well, it's
3 people stuck. Remain.
An instant cosmic divide
1
thrown
for
in.
1.
Battle up in towards that
And
B
that's
short position.
an
There was a stack
heretic
up there,
win.
but still CNED is still in position. I wonder if they'll opt to almost just avoid him at this point. So much utility being put in onto pressure. They know exactly where he is, hiding in the backlines. Yedajay has moved in, but it's not going to be enough. enough.
Good round
Solid
for
half and
Heretics.
a fast response from Team Heretics to get themselves that 7-5 lead.
Yeah, a very confident way to close
Very
out that half as well,
gambly
just getting in their face, taking those
stack
fights,
for
and winning every single one of them. I like the idea for Foot to come pushing down through mid, but as you can see, they just didn't have the firepower to back it up when it came down to judgment time. Now look, I'm looking at round 13, pistol round. There's not a lot that we can deem from that, but the scoreboard, Boo, still dominating. 16-5, coming out of a very close half, 7-5. That is remarkable in and of itself. I've also much preferred Patatek's look when he's come in now, not on that Viper, where we saw him a couple of times play a little too aggressive in those post plants, be out of position when his team was pushing.
Put Boo on the lurk as well, and Boo's lurk had been phenomenal. So I think
synergized much better.
This map, they still won the last one. Bear that in mind. Oh, instant though. The flash through.
We're finding an open kill.
Any drone or utility that he brought into this round is immediately gone. It's definitely going to be a little bit more difficult for them to find information, other than the knife, of course.
And we still see CNED playing like for extremities.
CNED was actually sent alone, and now Benji about to be under some serious pressure. I'd be surprised if he won that one. Boo has got to hit the aim labs once again, and he's already been forced back.
It's tough. When Mini Boo spotted as well, there's no element of surprise. Now it's up to Foot how they dice up this dish and how they deal with it, but it's not looking good. Mini Boo,
Good
3
shit
kills
for
coming
Mini Boo.
in. Now he's on 5, looking a lot better. Or on 6, in fact. A sneaky kill along the way. Footer, turntail, move towards the other side of the map, but still the full HP player of Patatek is waiting and waiting and waiting, because he's allowing his teammates to wrap, and I like this decision. No over-aggression from him.
The only problem they have is they're so low on HP. A couple of tap bullets.
He saw them. He knows the Yo is behind. They find Patatek. That's a huge kill.
Mr. Fallen. And the thing is, just the information of that TB being thrown, they know that the other players have gone towards long. There's nowhere else they could have gone. The fake teleport likely been spotted as well, so they know that everything's coming from the other direction.
Mini
That
Boo's
might be the third kill
pistol
that I didn't expect Mini Boo to win, and he somehow has. They're going to hear that player jumping through!
And he finds that fucking duel, man.
Mini Boo on fire. And what you mentioned is kills
Holy.
from the last half. He's just doubled them.
He's not done too poorly there, has he? Certainly a fresh-faced Mini Boo coming into this half with the pistol in his hand. He is deadly. Look at this. And it's the selection of targets. Now, I think when he swung around, if I'm not mistaken, Yedije was actually in a snake biter. He just tapped it, so not going to make it much easier for him. But still, a remarkable performance. Hey, there it is.
I need that face, like, it's screenshotted from Neil.
Oh, yeah. Neil's relieved. Weber's still sat there going, I could do better. I could do better.
Hey, you know, he did pretty well last year. He was a super sub.
Oh, those shots.
Back away, Benji. Back away.
One dead on. He's staying, though. Oh, he doesn't give a damn. He's willing to fight for this. Orb down.
Well, where else do you go with the judge?
I mean, inside of Lamps.
He saw him.
He's seen
This
it.
is
He
risky,
knows.
but it's worked, and it's worked so well for Benji. Even allowing Rians
They have the shotgun now.
Give that space, but he's surrounded. Players on each side, smoke on the left. He's isolated and has to take both of these fights at once. That's not easy. As you can see, the result
Second
is
weapon.
unexpected.
Still the rifle of
I have the Spartans coming up.
Mini Boo looking to rain death down from above. They've also got Boo with, honestly, if anyone I want with a Guardian right now, it's him.
One suppressed.
They already know that a player has crossed their way back into Lamps. The thing is, again, we know how much can be done by the side of Foot in these sort of scenarios. Swapping places makes sense as well, having that judge to just hold on to Lamps, but the fact is they're looking to clear things from the other angle. Wrap back around. Adacaptain almost a little bit lucky that he missed that one. Could have been caught blind within the corner, but instead holding just on the edge of the spike. Needs a miracle and not going to find one. Again, it will be Heretics to convert themselves the round, and they get up to 9.
This is getting very worrying. I don't want to hear what Blaze has to say after this one. He's going to be...
He's just going to laugh. He's just going to laugh in your face. It's all right. At least there isn't like a little communal area outside all of the caster booths where you're definitely going to
see him.
Yeah. Maybe you can jump.
Oh,
It's not
wow.
that far.
Look at that. Now, we talked earlier about how even when Foot were winning some rounds, they were not happy. They were not happy with the level of play that was being brought. That's when they were winning.
Yeah.
Right now, it's a little bit of a different energy brought in the backstage, but it's exactly what you expect. This is frustrating for a team that has cemented themselves as one of the best in Europe, one of the best in the world.
And we have a
Heretics are coming in
clean
and
bonus
performing,
for
what is, I mean, an
for
understatement to call it
Heretic.
an upset so far. Oh, Miniboo, what are you cooking here? TP into their spawn, push up, info gathered, and this is just a late TP. That's so far away. Maybe Yedege can hear it. No, I think he's just slightly too far away.
No, it's too far.
Yedege is even creating more distance. This could get very worrying if Miniboo is actually able to sneak up behind them.
He's gonna go for it.
Oh, this is disgusting. This is disgusting. Why would they ever check?
He's gonna
it?
catch two
Oh,
people.
Oh, and it's out of captain as well.
It's smokes down. The timing wasn't quite right though. CNET's still alive and
He's a
Miniboo's a little
nuisance, though.
trapped, but he's got a TP to get out of here
But
eventually.
that's the thing, though. He's also just a nuisance. Yeah. That's something that's going to be back of their mind the
Yeah,
entire
it's just
round.
a
And
thorn
it's
in
nothing
their
to do with the
side.
rest, but Benji
They're
called
gonna
out.
go for the
Not
plant
expecting
and
anybody to be that
completely
far
ignore him.
forward.
Spike planted.
Yeah, Dejae's going to turn back. but
Oh,
he loses
wow.
as well. Miniboo really has started to come alive in this second half.
It's gonna
Wary of
give
their
a
own
weapon
fight,
to
but
the
this has now just
server.
become a game of hide
And
seek
that
with
bonus
both
is
teams
looking
being
really
the
good for
seekers.
Heretics.
Neither realizing where the other might be. Krax is completely
That's
caught,
utility.
stuck in the corner, but he will just about be able to escape an opponent on the other side. It's labored, but he still manages to win the fight. And both players coming in from the corner. Again, it's some weaker weaponry, but
And
landing
boo.
the headshot leaves it all onto Mr. Fun, and he just can't miss. This man is hitting every shot placed in front of him, even with a teammate detained. He will win out that round.
This is absolutely outrageous. Having that 2v2, time on your side, Thrash to play with, positions unknown as well. And coming out on top is Team Heretics. I could watch that back 5 times. I still wouldn't understand how Miniboo gets away with everything he does. Taking down the smokes in the first place, sure. But that TP, I'm 90% sure they heard it. And that shot, it's more
so
ridiculous the
clean.
second time.
It's so clean.
Boo is currently look at 19 kills and 5 deaths on Boo. Like,
He hasn't died this half.
that's true. That's true. How is that true, Tom? How?
He is playing out of his mind. He has been in the AIM Lab server the entire time we've been away, it seems.
Couple months in there. Surprised his wrists haven't ground.
Oh,
at this
that
point.
jump pick is huge too.
Right,
From
the
Boo.
pressure here. Foot. They've shown comebacks.
They know.
Think back to Convergence. They were able to turn some pretty big deficits. And Yedege has found a couple of high-impact kills. Ones that they needed. Viper's Pit as well available, and he's going to use it to lock down that defender spawn. Still gives Miniboo a little bit of space out from Heaven, but he needs something a little bit lucky, I feel, to clear out that spot.
Okay.
Shot by Benji, but he has only got
1 for
Miniboo
1.
alongside him. Fighting into that Viper's Pit, not going to be easy. They need to find
It's
the
a
Viper.
tough retake, but they can play it.
Captain, he was emerging from that pit for some reason. One I'll not be able to understand for quite a while. Benji Fishy caught. That was a risk by Yedege, but it has most certainly paid off. And with that, we might just have the round secured. Diffusing already halfway. Miniboo, someone needs to peek him. Someone needs to check, and eventually they will. Another round found for the side of Foot. The path to recovery begins here.
Yeah, good round from Yedege. They're coming up big, getting that Viper's Pit. He locks down defense, I guess. Captain's push was mainly due to the fact that the spike wasn't planted for them. So it just felt like he needed to get a little bit of extra ground to get some eyes on it. And with his teammates so desperately low, it kind of makes sense, but almost cost them. Even still, though, this is a fairly long road to recovery. Heretics have got off to a flyer of the start. Again, this time they're the ones to win both pistols, and I mentioned it, and obviously the opposite happens. Boo's now had his first death of this second half.
Kill Boo, win a round. Okay. He has died 6 times.
Concealment.
And Foot have 6 rounds.
There you go. Just kill him. Just do it. He's in the TP as well. You'd even maybe expect this to be a ruse. You're not expecting someone to TP at the beginning of the round. There you go. Like Mr. Vaughn is not ready for that trade to come through. Keeps things even, at least for now, and out of captain actually going to decide to get out of there, but Benji had already aggressed.
Oh, that's the decoy put through as well. They'll be a little bit more confident that the stack is on B, that these players are not defending quite the same way on A, with the same power, the same numbers, but instead, they're wrong. Benji Snake bite in. It's landed. It's headshot the diffuser, in fact, I think. Benji loses his life, gives it up for what could be a trade, and well,
And he's gonna
TP. His TP is so far away. Obviously, it's a rotate to B, but he can just go straight back through the TP. But it's being waited for. Ada Captain's here. Flash has caught him. He's forced into a corner. It's not cleared though, and so Ada Captain finally takes down Mini Boo. Puts an end to the Yoru storyline.
It leaves Burimrians one away from a Hunter's Fury, but can't really expect that to be used at this stage. Paranoia.
Oh, that paranoia was huge.
Easiest kill CNED's ever going to have. Two players completely blind, nearsighted, into a corner. A Foot now start that grind back. A long road to recovery, but as said, we saw it when they played Vitality in the off-season. They did it in 2 maps back-to-back. So if you're on the Heretic side, I almost wonder, even if they if they lose this next round, I might be looking at a pause just to try and stem any bleeding as quickly as possible, because you do not want them to have some momentum. I can tell if there's a Heretics match you're not casting, you're going to be up there with them.
Absolutely.
Unless it's against Enzo.
Oh, that's going to get tough. That's going to get tough, but I want to see my kids fight. Well, the B side is certainly getting a little bit noisy, but well, it's all a ruse that's ended up burning up a Hunter's Fury. They thought maybe they were all outside B long, but no. The plan was to take it to A all along. Yenajay managing the trade on Boo. That's a big player to drop, let me tell you. Wouldn't have said that coming into today, but well, things change.
They know the Viper is here, they're gonna push him.
They will not let him breathe. No moment of
Mini Boo finds a trade.
Mini Boo can stay behind the box, so he's nice and safe for now, and he's got the ultimate to get on out of there.
He's gonna found 2. He's gonna go for it. He has the flash.
Risky TP if he was to actually
He's blinded himself.
Doesn't matter, he's nice and safe away in lamps.
Oh.
He's the only one.
Teammates aren't.
Being picked apart still, the 1v2. Not out of his grasp. He's managed to cross over. That might be a bit of a surprise, but now
He knows.
the tap has given things away. Still,
He's gonna
so
save.
passive at this stage that they're not really going to give anything for him to fight back into. And Foot, again, they're going to continue that rise back into this one. Maybe even going to try and find him on the way back out, but Mini Boo, well, it shouldn't be over-peaking, over-facing. And again, I expect fairly soon that Heretics are going to take themselves a pause, because the last few rounds have been a lot more brute force. And I have to give credit, like, Ada Captain right now, top of the board.
They are finding the Viper on their way too easily.
That, in this attack side especially, have just brutalized players. They haven't been able to do anything.
Yeah, very true. I think, you know, for the side of Foot, especially having CNED on a Neon, you can only imagine as these attacking rounds go on how dangerous that's going to be. Paranoia goes in, he's sliding after. That trade is going to be found on the utility. And indeed, Heretics calling that pause 10-8, a 2-round lead, 3 away from securing their opening series at kickoff. What a phenomenal statement that would be from this squad, putting them in an incredible situation to push further, deeper into this tournament.
The thing as well, though, is I'm looking at Icebox as a map that I feel like you really don't want to face Foot on. Like, it's one where Jet definitely still has its viabilities. I feel like you could easily have, like, the KO of Cracks, which we know already is confident in. And we've seen quite a few teams leaning into that Gecko, which they've been fairly happy to play as well. I think it's a map that if you are going to bring back that Turkish Jet, that will be the one. So I don't want to go anywhere near it. Either way, especially with how good they've been, it definitely isn't over just yet. Foot haven't made that comeback. But with 3 rounds in a row, as said, it's been their attack side, same on the previous map, that has been the better of the two.
Buy for Heretics is rough. Benji Fishy not likely to use the Viper's Pit in this round at least. Probably save for the next. I'm not too surprised to see him getting aggressive when you've got these weaknesses. So many players waiting on the other side of that. Don't think he'll be quite suspecting that. Smoke goes up. Now they're looking to take the space. They're thinking about it. The paranoia is in.
So
again,
much.
the value found is so good. That utility from Foot has been something to write home about. Good shot by Mini Boo, but that's where it ends.
See, I mentioned at the beginning the triple flash potential. I didn't expect they'd use them all at once. Like that was just disgusting. I think it was actually he might have been hit by the knife, but even still, it's just, you got no abilities. You're blinded by 2 different things. You're just stuck in a corner. There was absolutely no hope.
And there's stuff on your screen, so you can't even see what's close to you. It's tough.
It's a nasty combo. But that's the thing. It's like, in these sort of rounds, Foot are being extra careful. They don't want to give anything over. And CNED, well, if he starts or continues to hit shots like that, well, the comeback may already be done. 10-9. Foot 4 rounds in a row. But this is the round that pause will have been for. Like, okay, maybe you gave a small part of it, like, okay, we could gamble this, but this is ultimately the round where you look at and say, okay, now we have those expectations of what can we change, what can we do? Do we try something a little bit more aggressive? Do we try taking some control away? Because that's something they were quite happily doing in some of the earlier rounds, was maybe fighting for some of that control.
And we have 3 ultimates for Heretics,
But it does
so
again
they can
seem
really
like
do a
Foot
lot.
being a little bit more direct. And actually, they're going straight through this pitch, challenging immediately. That was way too close.
I love that idea, though. From CNED just going straight in, spamming the angle that you pretty much know he's going to be on. And it was only the bullets missing by a couple of pixels that leave Team Heretics with all this control over A. With a position that, honestly, Foot are not likely to challenge. They've tried, it didn't work. Now it's time to take it elsewhere. And it looks like B site, through lamps for now, through hookah rather, is going to be the play. That's what they're telling them. They made some noise. They popped off some shots, and now the shift back. You know, I really didn't think they would want to play into this. I wonder how much they can realistically get done if they do push the Viper's pit. Now that Yedege is down, though, that option seems to be gone.
Evidently, their opponents did see that coming because they had 2 players still at the backside of A. They put that down almost as bait. Now, they do have themselves the null command on this side. Padatek has to be a little bit more careful with it, and CNED is going straight through onto the site. The high pace take, the pre-fire from Rian's not quite going to find anything, and that after plant does look likely. No ultimates to play with just yet, but if Krax is the one to actually do the plant, he's not. Could see him get his ult online from a kill, though.
Well, we've already seen a number of ultimates.
This makes things awkward.
It's a seriously heavy play from Team Heretics. Boo using his Cosmic Divide, blocking them out, giving them a tough angle to play with. Mr. Fallen can't get through. Mini Boo can see his head, though. Nice return by CNED, but that defuse could be on the way. They need to get through that wall and stop it. And they have not succeeded, not by a long shot. I would say right under their nose. It was more in their face. Obviously, when that divide goes down, the defuse is coming through.
You just ultimate.
Difficult to get back into the site.
Boo
Yeah,
is
it's a change from a
like...
while ago. It feels like a lifetime ago
Same.
now. Obviously, you don't hear anything through the Cosmic Divide anymore. In the past, you might have heard the spike tapped or given a little bit extra, but the fact is now it's nada, it's nothing. So obviously they know that. They needed to make some space, but it's again just this distraction, this dysfunctional Yoru play of just like, I'm going to do the craziest thing you can think of. I'm going to pop your head just with the millimeter that was thrown through. Again, this defensive side, this is what I like to see. That little bit of extra aggression, but that ultimate from the last round is being used immediately. And while, unfortunately,
doesn't have time
he's
to
caught the
TP.
one player he didn't want to.
I mean, Krax is down, but they can get him back up. Can't even be denied from this side. This is a tough one if you're Team Heretics. They've come in with a good previous round and been shut down immediately.
Yeah, the momentum is definitely for Foot.
And that save is undoubtedly coming through.
It's gonna be
And that's the
another
problem with
very
a side like
close
Foot.
game.
They have this ability to just go back, cock it, load it, and fire onto your site. And not many teams have the stopping power to deal with that.
Sometimes it genuinely looks like Cedar's just playing like a spike rush or something. He's just like, I'm just going to go bouncing around the map for a little bit. I'm looking the last guy down. See if I can find him. I thought, I won't lie, I believed that Cedar was going to pop his head while just sprinting. But I just believed that he was still going to find that. Benji trying his best to hold on to the gun. The finances really not great at this stage. Oh, just about managing to dodge it, but Anna Captain will go through that teleport, but continue this resurgence, this run back, and the fact is the one round that they managed to win was based off a fair few of those ultimates being used. Minibu at least has the dimensional drift, but for that to be a round-changing ultimate, he's going to have to do something unbelievable.
Haven't got that breach stun or anything to react with like we saw before from CNED, where he's able to spot players in the dimensional drift and do something serious. You know, I think this side of Foot looks really, really nicely set up to push this at least to connecting an OT.
And he's
On the side
playing
of
for
Heretics,
the
very
jumping
weak
pick
investments.
long.
The judge isn't too much of a
Like-
surprise, especially with the ult in play. But Rienz doesn't have a dimensional drift. He's just insane. He's playing a bookie.
How dare you?
Shot in the face.
How dare you do little bro like
I
that?
say after they've heard that, I don't know that they're going to want to come anywhere near this position.
To be honest, if it was a judge, I'd agree. With a Bucky, I'm almost like, if I'm seeing it, which
They're
I'm
gonna
seeing a lot,
go.
I'm just like, oh, I'll take him. Rienz, he's got to fall back. I think probably already spotted towards the corner, and Boo is going to get caught. The thing is that the Tame doesn't last a mass amount of time.
Oh,
And a huge hunt for
A real chance
Benji.
to actually take this now. One of the rifles in, and a captain. The flash is solid, but no one really goes off the back of it.
Jumping
And the Bucky's managed
Bucky.
to find a kill.
What a
Now
nice
CNET,
video
look at the
game.
spike.
It's out.
Look at the spike. It managed to get past them.
I thought Cena would go to the TP. He's going out on site. This guy's crazy. He's insane. It's worked out.
And he
He's
founds,
Maybe he
too.
thought he had a flank. Maybe they knew the
Well,
rotate
not
was
even
coming
that,
through.
yeah.
anything like
I
that.
think maybe he just expected, okay, at least a couple of them will know this has gone the other way at this point, so I'll try and do as much damage as possible. Now it's left. All on to Mr.
He
Farland.
missed the TP.
The IGL, we know that he can lead by example at times. He needs to try and find this, but already spotting out one of the players. I think he will have heard the footsteps of both, though. Definitely at this stage, there should be the information that both players are here, and he's tried to bait them into going the other way on that wraparound. Looking to come in from behind. A chance against the first. Not
And
quite there
Miniboo.
with the second, though. Heretics will make it to 12 once again. One
Miniboo
away
very
from an
solid.
upset in that first matchup.
Unbelievable. With 2 chances to close it out and having just one off the back of, well, nothing. You know, they had a Bucky
They've done
get a
this
kill
so
that
many
round.
times.
It's getting ridiculous at this point, even despite CNET really putting up his best fight. You see it in the end, right after the round finishes. Yes! And you know, it's looking at Krax's face. He is shocked. He is stunned by what they're witnessing, by what they're experiencing on the other side of that stage. This is ridiculous. We have Rienz at home, and he's not doing too great, but he's putting together the pieces.
The thing I love about this is it genuinely gives me vibes of like a dad
That's a
watching their
full
son play football.
timeout.
It's just go on, son, go on, and just screaming his heart out every time. Neil's having a great time at the moment.
But look as well at the fact that, you know, I'm talking about Rienz. He's doing his job, filling the role. Krax is really struggling. A lot of assists there, a lot of damage
Yeah.
done, a lot of hitting knives, you know. But this is not the face of Krax on KO,
No.
especially that we
No,
get to see.
He's
And I don't
a
think
top fragger a lot of the time. Even again,
Yeah.
look back to the off season, he would play KO and he would drop 20 kills. And
Absolutely.
it's consistent. Like that's not like me going, oh yeah, sometimes here and there. No, it was like he was either the top fragger or CNET was getting 30 kills and then he was second. Like
Yeah.
that's normally the way it goes. But he has had an uncharacteristic quiet performance, and it is noticeable. It is
I think
noticeable.
you have to put that
Only
down
have
to
one
how Heretics
ultimate
are
on the
playing
ball.
here. You know, the fact is, they were not expected to pack this much of a punch
Heretics
coming into
almost
today.
has the
And I
Sova
imagine for Foot,
ultimate.
the adaptations they're having to make. I mean, they are constantly on the back foot
Also,
this series.
How many kills did Miniboo have in the first half? Was it
Well,
4?
Food could get the
Miniboo, 4, yeah, it was, because
Yeah.
he doubled in
the
pistol.
Viper bit
He's done
soon
alright in
too.
the second half.
I didn't catch
He's
the
2
total.
points
He's on
away.
20.
That's not bad. Yeah, decent.
And
Well,
Boo
Boo's
finds
up for another.
CNET.
He's already opened it up. CNET again. His one-on-one opening duels with CNET have been crazy. That wall's going to drop. Benji fishing up close. 30 HP, but some value can be found.
He's
It's
won
Boo
it
that
again.
finds it instead. That's, honestly, the guy's got no initiating utility. He's got something coming in there. Again, a great assist from Patatek,
Good
but
flash.
it just shouldn't happen. Patatek on another. Things are looking very good for Heretics to close this out here and now. Krax, who's had, as we said, uncharacteristically quiet game.
we see the
is now going to be
interference
relied
going
on with
out.
the spike carrying into the site. He's dropped Boo.
They
Patatek's
found
fallen.
two.
Do they expect the second player here? The flash will give it away. Miniboo, they now know that he's here. Decoy gone out. It's through the wall. They'll shoot it. They'll break it. They knew that he was behind, but couldn't react in time. The drone coming out from spawn gives them all the information. At this moment, Foot know where both of their opponents are. They need to make a decision. Going to the TP means crossing Miniboo. Not a wise decision, especially when Yedajay's 1 HP. And now that final tick of health is all that stands between Team Heretics
1 HP and a
taking
dream.
their opening series,
He's gonna
starting
TP.
this year in a way that's evaded them on stage time and time again.
And the Yo
since this
expects
roster was
him.
put together not that long ago. Hell of an opening to the VCT season, and hell of a start for Yedajay if he can.
That one was very close.
And now close out the game.
Oh, and the spam.
From Rienz, close
closes it out 13-10.
The man that may not be at home. The fact is, though, he wasn't the star of the show today. You better watch out. What can you do? The brothers Boo are coming for you, because it's been an insane performance from them today. Both of them 1 and 2 on the server. Expectations coming in from Mini Boo fairly high as a duelist, but again, a youngster coming into the server. Boo himself, though, IGL, oldest man on the team, but still a youngster at heart. He has been insane today. Oh, I think that's over 50 kills.
Is that the same scoreboard as before, 26-21?
It might be.
What?
I think that's over 50 kills across a 2-map series for Boo. What a performance from him. Incredible stuff from Heretics.
Dude, those
Let's be
fucking
honest,
lights are killing me,
pickles
like...
are screwed at this point,
Stop
because
the
I know
flashing,
they are.
man. Holy fucking shit.
I know one guy in the building who's sitting pretty after that one. You know, fair play to the Spanish caster Blaze. He predicted
Like,
this.
are they
No
really
notice,
trying
and,
to
I
kill
don't know
epileptic
what he
people
saw,
or some shit? Like,
before this, but
He saw a Spanish team in a jersey with Mixer on the back, I think.
yeah, he was like, I'm in.
what the fuck is the fucking light guy doing?
One
Like,
kill less than previous map. Boo the same amount. So shame on you, Mini. But I'm kidding. What an incredible performance from this squad. And Patatek back in on
Holy
the stage.
fucking
This is what we
shit,
like to
man.
see.
Yeah, coming back into the tier 1, facing off against Foot, who have been, as I said, top 8 champions last year, already taking them down, already throwing this group into disarray. It is going to be an exciting VCT, that's for sure. But either way, we're going to be heading things off to the break. And well, I feel like the analysts have a lot to break down after this one.
I know a place that will break you into 1,000 pieces. Stay away from them. Stay away from Lorca, Paco, and Picasso. Don't ask about Lola. Ay, Caballo Grande. Ay, Dolor de Nieve. But, in spite of everything, it occurs to you to visit Andalusia. Don't say I didn't warn you. Be careful of the Andalusian crush.
Hey guys, it's Jimmy Lin, former professional Counter-Strike player and Valorant coach. Watch out for the stairs, clear this angle, you're going to be able to fight this.
Red Bull gives you wings.
So, next game is Giant X against Carmen Corp. I expect I expect Carming to do something good, at least better than last year. Have a new interesting roster.
Welcome back to VCT EMEA Kickoff, and we kicked off with a very surprising result because going into this matchup, Foot were undoubtedly the favorites. They had a stellar 2023, and they were going up against Team Heretics, who didn't quite have the same fortune, should we say. And you guys, you were playing with Rian from Turkey. You've got Patek, who's standing currently for Wood as well.
Yeah.
The odds were against you, so how on earth did you manage to pull it off today?
I think, I think we did very good preparation. I want to give a lot of credit to Neil, Weber, and Boo, as well as our analyst Pablo. They all did a really good job in preparing us. We had a lot of time during the off season to fix our mistakes, and I think we did. We showed what we were capable of. So, yeah, I hope other teams are scared of us now.
How long did you spend preparing Lotus, given that it is a signature pick of Foot?
Oh, I mean, a while. I think we're pretty happy with it. Obviously happy to get the win against Foot. I don't think they expected us to be that good. So.
That's true. I mean, a lot of people are probably underestimating you, but they won't be now. Everyone watching, do not underestimate this band. And do not underestimate the brothers Boo, because it looked like it was going to go Foot's way on Lotus. But then Boo started pulling out these insane clutch moments, and it looked like it inspired the rest of the team. Is that what happened?
Man, everyone, last year hating on Boo, and now he showed what's up, man. He showed what type of player he is. He doesn't, he's a very calm player, but he's deadly. He's a deadly IGL, and his calls out of this world.
He is a deadly fragger too.
Yeah.
Is there a little bit of a rivalry between him and his brother, given that his brother is the duelist?
I think during practice it's a little bit of arguing sometimes, but I think it's all in good fun. I think it's Boo wants to help him improve, and as a team we all want to help each other improve. So I think that's why we got to the point that we're at now, is just by helping each other improve.
Now, Benji, how does someone become one of Benji's fishies?
Sub to me on Twitch.
Sub to you on Twitch, that's good. So basically, he's got 10 Twitch subscribers, and they're all in the audience right now. You've known them since you were 3 years old.
Yeah, I've got my friends over there. Will, Chris, Reese, Bella. I went to school with them, and they came over from England, so I'm super happy for them to be here.
And I am super happy to be the newest subscriber to Benji Fishy on Twitch. I'll see you in chat, mate. But let's head right now to the analyst desk.
Okay.
Thank you very much there, Frankie and Benji as well. Shout out to the boys. They've come out here to support him, but also I gotta pick my favorite bit of that interview is him being like, all the haters to Boo. What's up? Where you at? What's up?
Hear me out. I think that has to be one of the talking points here. I think everybody that has been watching is like, what is wrong with him? Like, Boo is, not never, but not likely to be hitting these shots. And I think it has to do with the level of comfort that he's reaching within the team. That maybe last year things were not working, but this Heretics is looking completely different.
They really are. But I even want to say, his reactions to those moments too. He was pretty stoic most of the time. They're up on stage, just tracking maybe a smile here and there. But then you look at the other side of things. Mini Boo, his younger brother, is all shouts, up on that stage.
You know that he's been waiting for his moment, you know, playing tier 2, coming here, run with the big boys. I do want to talk about the reaction we saw out of them. This means a lot to them. They spent a year kind of being the punching bags of everyone else. People criticize them a lot, especially Boo. We spoke about it already. And again, many people didn't expect them to come out with a 2-0 win on day 1. And this is going to be really, really important. And Kakuga huge for them because they didn't win a lot last year.
Yeah, and I'm looking, of course, at the debut from Mini Boo here, like seeing him on stage having these reactions like every single round. Look at them, look at the fun that they're having. This is like
they won like this last year.
This is like finals for them. And like that is the reaction that we're getting. And also when we were seeing the stuff,
I feel like
in the
Put
coach room, what we prepared is
over
working,
time
right?
is
It's
gonna
actually
become
working.
better than
It's
Heretics.
clean.
Like
Everything is falling
they
into
need to
place. And as you
tighten
say,
the
not
screws,
many
you
people
know.
underestimated
Like
them. And
they're
I
playing
know
a
that
little
some
too
people would go
loose
the other way
sometimes.
and being like, oh, they actually had nothing to lose. Everybody, you know, they were the underdogs, and you know, they were expected to lose, so probably they got that buff. They played actually pretty good Valorant today.
They really did. I think also going into this event as well, they needed a hot start to build that confidence right out of the gate to continue to push that momentum forward. And this is also, remember, with a player that's playing at home right now here in Reigns, who, sure, didn't put out those numbers in the second map, but had a very good, solid showing there in map number 1.
Yeah, again, I actually do like that they got nothing to lose, you know, but now they do. Now, as they progress throughout the tournament, they will start, we will start to find that. We spoke a little bit already about how Boo was this entire series. Not just that map, by the way, in the entire series. So let's take a look and remind ourselves the kind of shots that he was pulling off. I mean, you cannot complain. Mini Boo, here we go. I mean, it's one of the Boos. You cannot complain when you have like a frag in IGL and your duelist is doing well as well. The star is aligned for them, it feels like.
Some of the reactions that Mini Boo were having, the same as Benji Fishy, like you can tell that this is just kids that grind the game immensely.
You really can't. I mean, when it comes down to those first bloods that he was going for as well, it was 11 and 10 on those first engagements. That's 21 first just engagements that he was going for throughout both maps as well. Just the fact that he's already up in there, the confidence that he's playing with as well, this being his rookie year, his debut here in VCT EMEA.
It also gets into your head, right? Because it's not only that Mini Boo was having the game, Boo as well. We were talking about what we expected to see from players like CNET. I think that everybody had that question in mind specifically for this game. Boo was the one shutting CNET down time and time again. Like, in what timeline does that happen in this one? And I love it.
Honestly, I love a frag in IGL. Maybe that's the meta, the new meta of fragging IGL.
Yeah, the boost meta.
Yeah. Oh, I like that. I like that. The brother buff is real. I feel like I'm buying into that.
It's been a game.
I am. No. I'm overreacting, Kakuka.
3 games.
Hear me out. Madrid, Spain, Heretics,
hear me out.
Spanish org.
Hear me out.
2 + 2 =
Madrid,
4.
3 Spanish teams.
We
right
can
there.
only have
Boom.
2.
I don't care. We send them to watch. The one, you know, but the least.
Okay.
Wouldn't be fun.
Do you know what? For the first time ever, because you said this to me a lot, I believe it. I'm gonna buy into that. We got Giants coming up next as well. It's gonna be a great day for Spain. I believe we do actually have some stuff from Boo. I don't know if we're gonna show it to you guys or not, but if we're not, so definitely go back and watch it if we don't get to see it. Oh, we're gonna just go straight in and talk about Giants. Of course, the other Spanish org we have in VCT right now, they're gonna be taking K-Core, and unlike the first 2 teams we saw already today, not many changes. In fact, just the one.
Yeah, exactly. And it's not a rookie, so we're maybe not that excited, but it is Redgar, and definitely he's a stable IGL here in VCT. So as you're saying, for Giants, the change was a bit forced on them because Rhyme, the previous IGL, just decided that he wanted to go and take a different life, just go and study, something that you can definitely do, and we'll be fine with it. And then Redgar took in that role. So the thing that we're expecting from Giants now, it's actually taking things to a different level. It's a roster that has been together for a way longer time and should be up there with the other rosters that have been together for a very long time, such as Fnatic or Navi.
It's a very different kind of approach in that kind of sense, and Ryan Levin gave that opportunity to Giant X to actually look for an IGL that has this experience here within Redguard. This was a team that was solidly in the middle of the pack for VCT EMEA back in 2023, but I think that Redguard's calling can bring that surprise factor to them. but it's also about how they accept him as an IGL too.
Honestly, any opportunity to show the shot, I will do it. Like, I feel like I feel like last year all we did was just show the Gambit trophy shot. But hey, we have to, especially considering the team that Redgar is going up against today has his ex-coach. It's been a very, 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 very long time since Redgar and N have even been in the same league, Kukuka. So I feel so emotional about this.
Literally, I counted the date. 555 days since the last time that both Eng and Redgar were together. Now, if you have just become recently a fan of Valorant in EMEA, you may not know about this, but Gambit was everything. Even if they weren't making it to tournaments, they were the team to beat, the team to catch up on, the team to learn a lot of stuff from. And Eng and Redgar, what that can do, especially Eng and the way that he did things. So I'm very happy that he's back.
I am extremely happy. So I feel like it's a long time.
Has leveled up.
Yeah, it's a long time coming since M being back. And also I feel like, again, K-Core, I mean, if we talk about a team that didn't see a lot of success last year, Ash, I feel like they epitomized that sentiment. But with N, again, I'm going to overreact here. I'm just going to throw it out there. I don't see a world where they don't turn things around. It's not possible.
I mean, I think when you're looking at the changes
True.
that they've made
I mean, they can't be worse than last year.
Duelists here
Lul.
as well. That is the Eng method when you think about it, right? And overall, I mean, I'm just really excited to see what these players have to bring to the table.
Yeah, and if you are a Gambit fan out there just like me, you might get a little bit emotional with what we're about to show you next, because Frankie is standing by with both Redgar and N for this interview.
Thank you for joining me backstage in this cozy setup. And you can see it's quite cozy here, despite the fact that these two are now mortal enemies. Boys, you're on separate teams. It's not 2022 anymore. Redgar and Eng, what's it like to be reunited?
I don't know. You know, for me, this guy, I don't know, I'm really thankful and grateful that I had this teammate. And for me, right now, he's like a brother. Really, I don't know, just this guy. I cannot, you know, hate him or like, you know, I don't know. He's my enemy, but still like bro, you know. But that's why I wanna fight against him, like, you know.
I'm gonna cry soon.
No. I'm sorry. We need to create a narrative of rivalry here. But I do.
Okay, I'll destroy him. He's my enemy.
For me, he's like a.
Yeah. It's the same for me, like. But anyway, today we're enemies. Yeah. And in the game, we are not friends. But right now, we can be friends.
So when the game starts, Pipson is a much better coach than this man.
No comments. No comments.
What's it been like for you to return to having a coach who is kind of similar to Eng, though? I've heard Pipson brings a lot of structure to the game and to practice.
I think if we compare Eng and Pipson, they have a different style of coaching. And Eng has like some ideas that it can be so random, and somehow it works. It has more structure, it's more coordinated because he is from another similar game. So, yeah, I think there's a big difference between them two.
That shall not be named.
And for you, you've got a big challenge. You've got Carmine Corp, you've got 3 duelists on your team. Yeah. What's the plan?
So first of all, I already had this experience in Gambit because my players, 3 of them were duelists before, so I already had this experience. For me, it's nothing new, to be honest. Yes, so we are ready. All what I can say, we are prepared. We are ready to play. Yeah, we have the plan how we're gonna play. Only what I can say right now, it's a completely different team, and let's say we wanna play we wanna show some rock and roll. Let's say.
I love the sound of rock and roll, but just tell me, close your ears. Do you miss him?
Not gonna lie, yeah. He's a really good friend, and I miss him.
So one day, do you think you'll get to play together again?
Who knows, really?
I'm down for that, why not?
Yeah. Okay, we'll make the reunion happen. We can't make it happen right now because these boys have to be mortal enemies. So just in a few words or less, tell him you're going to destroy him.
I'm going to destroy you.
I'm saying destroy you too, bro.
I don't know who's going to win this one.
Nothing and no one could ever make me dislike Gambit. Can we get Defo, Shados, Chronicle, and Nats next time for an interview? Because I can't. My heart I just can't do it.
It's so wholesome.
I want to cry.
The way that Eng was talking about him, like we missed him a lot because of what he brought to the game, right? But we never got to meet him in this level. First of all, because he was not comfortable with English, and he's gotten so much better with that. I mean, obviously, how he's coaching a team is definitely not in Russian. So, but to see him like that, seeing Redgar, and having that relationship, I love that he mentions what we've baptized the Eng method, and it's literally what he was saying, grabbing 3 very young duelists and then shape them into the kind of players that he wants them to be, and real competitors, not just fixated and hidden bullets. I mean, that's fine, but he will get that part out of you. He will make you probably practice about 7 hours a day.
Minimum.
Minimum. I cannot wait, because I am sure, do you remember back in the day, and I'm sorry, like, to kind of exclude the conversation, because maybe you remember as well, that they came up with the number of hours that they had practiced that year, and it was outrageous.
It's like 730.
I think that this year is going to be the same.
Yeah, it is indeed. But we got to also talk about the players on the side of K-Core and the coach as well, in Zeish, who did retained from last season. I think Shin, we're not super surprised that they managed to do that. And Ash, but Zeish, hey, let's not do him dirty like that.
That's messed up. That's actually messed up.
Hey, production, come on.
Listen, he was coming in as an IGL, as a player, as a substitute after you saw Nuzera leave. We can't just ignore those stats there. We're thinking about how he slots back into that assistant coach role. But no surprise to see those two sticking around, like you had mentioned there, Yinsu. But we're looking again to these new additions. That's where the firepower comes from. But is it recreatable, that Eng method? That's the big question heading into this season.
I think it will be.
No, funny enough, I was talking to Zeish because I wanted to get a lot of context on how the trial process went and why they decided to keep Shin, you know, if you're going to bring all this new firepower. And he told me that Shin actually had to go through the same trialing process as the rest of the players, and they wanted to keep him still. So with all the new additions that we're seeing, bringing also a new IGL in the shape of Magnum, who was, leading Apex last year, I think that the combination is going to be fire. And probably this is the team that people are most excited to see, especially Sideshow.
Yeah, I hope Sideshow is watching, because I think his mind is going to be blown away by, I'm biased, but Martin. Martin, for me, is going to be an incredible player to watch. His stats are like bonkers. It's been a long time since I've seen kind of stats that this player's been putting out. But the question is, 3 duelists versus Vidinho. So what's Viti going to have to do over here?
Hear me out. Reinvent the wheel, probably. No, that's what I am trying to believe in, the rest of the process for Giants here. For Viti, for example, in just this one game that we've had so far, we have seen 2 Euros. We have seen Viti needs to expand also onto that next level. Remember, he's not playing on the Euro. I would really like to see, if Giants, it stays on the more conservative part of the compositions, or if they want to, move away from that and just be a little bit more creative, especially because Viti has been on Giants forever. He left for he was in the starting roster back in 2020. He left for like a month, but I also counted those days together. And today,
is that what you've been doing in the office?
Just counting numbers. I had a whiteboard and a lot of numbers, so that's what I did. Today he's been in Giants for 1,299 days.
I mean, that's many days. That might be as many days as Gambit have been pracking. But let's look at the map vetoes now, see where we're going to go. Because for the first game, I felt like we were a little bit surprised by the vetoes, the choices that maybe Heretics made. But for this one, of course, K-Core are coming in as a brand new team. You know, we have to judge them for that. But on the other side, Giants, they did have their comfort picks from before. And yeah, where would you like to see them go?
Something new. I will, since we're getting a lot of duelists and youngsters, I would love to. And we're not gonna race.
Ash, what do you make of the split Sunset and Lotus?
I think it's pretty interesting, actually, because for the Giant X core, they were pretty consistent over on Split back in 2023. So it's interesting to see that coming in as that first pick here. But I feel like when I'm looking towards what Magnum's going to lean into, you have to think about his time with Enzo. Where did Apex also succeed last year? Where is he going to find that comfort and learn from the IGLing that he was under before?
Yeah, and so many times that we have seen Pipson and whomever team he was leading going into this split. He has a lot of experience. We have seen him playing double info, double smokes. Like he knows this map to a T. So actually picking this against him, I'm really looking forward to it.
Yeah, but also let's not forget K-Core. I feel like we might have some fans here that'd be very, very excited to see them come out. And without further ado, it is time to bring out the next two teams today, Giant X and Carmichael.
Welcome to VCT EMEA.
Bienvenidos a la VCT EMEA. Bienvenue au VCT EMEA.
VCT EMEA, hoş geldiniz.
We have a lot of new faces on stage here today, which means an opportunity for expectations to be blown out of the water. I still am not used to seeing Redgar and N on the same stage, so that's absolutely lovely and heartwarming to see. But also on the other side, Ash, like I said, a lot of new faces, a lot of players that might not have had challenges like this before. So how big of a job do you think Magnum really have today for that team?
I think it's a massive job. I mean, not only is this his return back to VCT, it's also his debut as an IGL. And that's a lot of pressure with the fact that you're looking towards this full rework in roles for the three duelist players in Tomazi, Martine, and Narrate coming in. And my eyes also have to be on Narrate in this situation. I know he's likely going to be leaning into that kind of flex, maybe second duelist role there with Martine on the main. But this player is coming in from his first and only year of competition back in NA Challengers, and he was absolutely insane despite the fact that he was on one of those bottom three teams, still capable of individually performing.
Hey, he can prove that NA is better than EU in like one game, I feel like one season, yeah.
No, definitely this is one of the matches, if not the match that I was looking forward to the most out of these starting ones, because of obviously the prospect and the youngsters in this team. I think that them and Global Esports are the ones that have made the biggest and the most changes out of all across VCT. As you're saying, Tomazi, for example, you know, from SAW last year, Sue, you were asking me, who is a pickup that you know, who's the player to watch, who's someone that is definitely going to make it to tier 1? And I said Tomazi, like, I don't really care what role he's going to be picking, because if we keep looking at that egg method, he did try to put everybody in every role until he found where they fit. So I am expecting a lot of flexibility in the compositions and not someone stick it to just one thing.
I mean, this is the thing though. I mean, they could have all of that figured out. They could have all of that figured out, but regardless of that, you look over your PCs, you're seeing Nukier. How long has Nukier been playing on a stage like this? You're seeing Cloud. He was breaking records when he made his debut. So Ash, it's not going to be easy for these youngsters. They're going up against truly veteran players.
Yeah, it's the rookies versus the experienced in this particular matchup, and it's going to be a big trial, I think, for this KC squad when you think about it. The fact that Kickoff is such a short tournament as well, of turnover for these new roles that they're slotting into. That's much quicker adaptation that you're going to have to look towards versus a team like Giant X, who have had their set roles for their core for the past year and should be the ones that you're looking to be capable of that adaptation faster.
You're talking about the new cleat in the blog, right? But we just came from seeing Heretics.
Yeah.
The face in Mini Boo, the expressions when Benji Fisher was also, chiming in. That maybe it gets lost in time. When was the last time that we saw Nuka celebrating around like that? And Nuka has given us one of the best moments in Valorant history. But maybe that gets lost with time. I want to see Giants enjoy, celebrate, and definitely win. But that kind of, fresh start for these players is something that you only have once.
Yeah, that is very true. But also, we've spoken a little bit about N versus Redguard. We have to remember, even when they were together on the same team, they divided their responsibilities. We saw them take on a defense for one of them and attack for the other. So the mind games are going to be crazy because there's nobody else in the world that knows N better than Redguard and knows Redguard better than N.
I think it's going to be insane, that all things considered. And I mean, you look at the interview that they had just done as well. They couldn't even pretend to be mean at each other up there. Like, how are they going to do it in the server?
Yeah, I have no idea. But I do think that when it comes to these two, they want to win. They want to prove that they're going to have the upper hand here. But this is also where I look towards Magnum, because Redguard, he's been in situations where he has to pull his team out of a bad place. Maybe adjust. Oh, it's great. Adjust his course a little bit, but then Magnum is under N. Magnum's last IGL he played with Enzo, and the one before that was Boaster, and he had Mini as well. So surely Magnum, we should expect him to do a good job.
Yeah, exactly. Given a quick background, in case you don't know Magnum, he was in Apex last year. He was also in Koei. He was also in Fnatic. Like, kid has a lot of experience, and he obviously has to be the one leading this team. Tomasi, as we said, coming from Saw, Narrate from Mad Lions there in NA, and Martin coming from GMT Esports, and everybody was excited and is very excited to see his debut because he is a very experienced Euro player. He's that kind of duelist that had a lot of offers during the off-season, but, ended up in K-Corp, and I think that not only the fact that he's experiencing different duelists, he was also in that situation where he's not the only duelist in the server in his team, so he knows not only how to play Euro, also how to play with a Euro.
Yeah, but this is the thing though, okay, N can do what he can do. He had, Shados, Defo, and Chronicle to work with, and it took time. It wasn't like incredible that the first game we saw them play, but my question is, Ash, how long do these duelist players that have to, be forced into role swapping have? Because like you said, short tournament, they could potentially just have 2 best of 3s to adjust to things. So is there any danger to that method, you think?
I think it's a big danger just for kickoff alone. I think as we get deeper into the season, that's where we're really looking towards K-Corp to shine. But I also want to pivot over to thinking about Magnum. Yes, he does have that experience under incredible IGLs, but we've also seen his struggle with some of that pressure as well. And KC fans are unforgiving, so they have to put up and show up now.
I think that if, Eng does it again, even if they don't end up winning today, right? Even if they're not managed to pull the number, I don't think that we're going to be seeing that bad Valorant coming from them. Because we, again, take it back to Gambit days. There were many times where they were like losing, but you would never categorize Gambit as a bad team. And that has to be the first step through the reconversion of K-Corp.
Well, we are going to head into map 1 here of Split and see what we're going to get. Oh, the Yoru meta is in full swing, but this is to be expected, right? They have a few duelists. Martin is incredibly comfortable on that Yoru, so not surprised, but on the other side also.
Double controller with the Astra and the Omen, then Magnum playing on that Vayne Martin. Like, this composition has so many layers and so many things that you can do to combine that utility that I could see Giant X not expecting. On the other side, very conservative way of looking at this map from Giant.
And a Yo on Split.
Sky here.
Yeah, the Sky is going to be interesting. You're not going to be able to see her be as proactive as beforehand because she doesn't have those guiding lights that refresh anymore. So it's nice that you actually have that breach to kind of balance out, expecting some more of those trap plays.
Yeah, and Giants, they haven't switched their comp either, so this is going to be a very exciting matchup. And do you know what's even more exciting? A debut of a new casting duo. It's Pansy and Steel.
Steel.
I was waiting to the horrific combination, but you're absolutely right. I've managed to pry Josh away from one Poland, dragged him out of there, got him over to the beauty of Berlin, and now we get to have you not only on the desk, but casting as well. How are you doing?
I'm doing great. Thank you for having me here. It's going to be an experience.
Okay, how specific of you. Thank you for that. Appreciate it.
Thanks.
But all right. Let's save that aside, because actually the comp did catch your eye, so why don't we start there? What about this actually stood out to you?
Yeah, it's reminiscent of like the 2022 Chamber meta. You just have the Sky Breach. You're going to be really explosive with this comp.
Okay, we'll see if that comes into effect. You're just tuning in. I mean, Carmine Core last season, obviously quite underwhelming, finishing plumb last, and they went to market. They finished the season, and they have refreshed near on everything. Obviously, Shin did remain, but they have rebuilt, and they've taken a lot of upcoming talent, a lot of rookie players coming in, and we're seeing a very patient start.
Yeah, it's going to be a decent trap setup, but just attack, just overwhelming here. It's going to have a free B site, even though they get stalled out here for a little bit.
Wait and see how much Martin can handle on his own. He's obviously going to have to call for some support, which will be coming in through Heaven. 2 more players nearby, but they're not overly biting on this. It's slow and cautious from both sides. Giant X taking their time.
Yeah, it looks like Giant X is kind of like they wanted to go B, but then they weren't sure what was going to happen. And now what they're doing is they're letting the round simmer a little bit to see if Carmine Corp is going to actually rotate back to A to soften up that B site for them. But here's the middle take here. Once they get spotted out, that's going to cause a reaction, but I don't know. This is a B stack.
Yeah, the crunch coming through now. Already pressure towards B, but that's being handled quite nicely. Cloud still held back here. The flash to follow. Martin still waiting. Heaven is now starting to be lost as well. The crunch is here, and there's the pressure point. And that is gorgeous from Giants X. Already just clearing through so cleanly. Shin Loft's alive, and it's 10 seconds. Finally getting through to the site, but by now, in a post plant, what is he meant to do here?
He's meant to try his best. That's about all he can do at this point.
Oh, bless him. Well, let's see how much damage can be achieved. I loved the tempo from Giant X here. The way they approach the map, that beautiful late split through middle. I'd love to get your thoughts on it once we see this come to conclusion, because, as said, this is a rather dire scenario for Shin, but why not give it a go? See if you can at least get something to the good. 3 potential targets, and he's found the first, but there we go. Fatinho perfectly positioned to catch the follow-up. So, talk me through what we just saw there.
Yeah, so basically Giant X, they wanted to do an explosive B play, but once they saw that one-way smoke up, they're like, you know what, maybe we should just change what we're doing here, change our approach. So the first thing they did was, okay, we wait out the smoke. We don't want to force anything. Once they waited out the smoke, cool, we can take B main now. Wait, there's an open flash. Okay, let's chill here. Surely these guys are going to stack, so what we should do is, instead of just going through B main here, we're going to actually go and split through middle. Split, you get it?
Yeah, got it, that was really good. Well done.
So once they, I love how they took their time with that though, because they didn't force anything that they weren't ready to take.
Yeah, and speaking of forcing nothing, I mean, it's a bare bones come back in here for the round 2 for Carmine Core as well, working just purely
And nobody's on A.
as it stands. But beyond that, we have to see if Giant X can keep this clean. I love the patient approach in the first. It hopefully bleeds through to the rest of the game, where we see that very diligent, heads-up work, very cautious, not running into any stacks. And I want to see how they feel this out, because I feel like, especially in a round like this, you can't leave it so late. You kind of lose some of those protocols. It could get a little bit dicey, but in Carmine Core, they've gone for the stack here. That flash doesn't feel that much, if I'm honest.
Yeah, I like what both teams are doing here. Carmine Corp obviously doing a stack. They're not going to win if they do a spread default here, but GX is doing a great job of kind of prodding and figuring out what's going on, not running into any traps right now, using their utility really well to find out what's going on. They have info at B, they have a little bit of info at market, but now it's going to be the group into B.
I do like this little walk middle, though, and I think it's just a misread. Yeah, I think Carmine Corp have gambled and lost, which is, I mean, it's how this round goes. You're hoping that you might get a little bit of a bonus when you go towards, stacking a site. It is just how it goes in that regard. So again, if you're Giant X, you can see how methodically they are clearing. They are petrified there is something lingering around, but they've been very, very clear-cut.
And now they know.
Game leadership, if anything, to be so diligent in this clear.
I think that flash getting pinged to the Yoru at B is maybe telling them, like, hey, they know we're at B, they saw us at middle. Let's just do this re-clear middle together. Oh, they're not here. Let's just go stack A because they saw us at B. Maybe they actually go back to A, but it was a bad read, unlucky. What are you going to do about it? You kind of GG go next because it's an eco round at the end of the day, and all they're going to do is try to not to feed any ultimate orbs over to Giant X, because if they do that, Reach getting close to the ulti, that's going to be painful going into like a round 3 type of situation if he's able to get any kills or the spike plant.
Oh, Well, let's see if he gets that chance here. Not much to lose and all to gain, so has a little bit of a look. There's the swing. Wait, that was a bulldog.
He should go for it. Yeah, there he goes.
Yeah, lovely.
Yeah.
And that's nice. So you're going to have Coutinho picking up 2 there, Cloud as well. And I think they've recovered anything that was potentially lost.
Yeah, it's going to be really good going into this bonus round here for Giant X because you've got the breach ult, you've got options. And not only do you have options, but now Karmine Corp has to think about, is it going to be like an explosive play? It's going to be a bonus. Like, do we have to prepare for this like really fast play, or are we going to like think about playing a retake, or what's going to happen here? How are they going to beat out or manage that breach ulti?
So the
Especially
veto
when you consider
was
the tempo that's been set in these first 2 rounds has been extremely patient,
Kickoff,
slow down to the last kind of 30 seconds.
Ban
So
Ascent,
if they do switch that tempo, shift it up again,
Giant Ban
that can be
Bind,
incredibly hard to handle. So we'll have to wait and see. Obviously,
Kickoff,
it's kind of Giant X's choice to see
pick,
how they approach this one.
Split,
I doubt Karmine Corp's going to be super proactive, but they do have a
Giant picked
3 men in middle. And I'm trying to see if
attack.
they actually decide to do anything with it, or if they're just going to show a little bit of presence and peel away.
Then Giant picks Sunset,
really
Kickoff, we
peculiar
don't
position, but
know.
he's just killed off to A site.
He's got a fair amount of room here. Now he's being checked on. There are 2 players.
And
on
then
the other side of
Kickoff
this, but it is
bans.
Ricky and he can do nothing this round actually.
Please.
But
And Giant
away the game
Bind,
at all. You can already see
Icebox,
Karmine Corp looking
and we
a
have
little
Lotus
flustered
as
in
a
this one.
side
Trying
now.
to dash across. Coutinho going to end up getting caught in the end, but a 4-3 is Cloud, Hoodie, and Redgar looking to try and maybe filter through middle as they have finally built a little bit of space. Which side do they choose? I mean, it's 2 either side. They get the bonus to be able to sit on both sides here.
Yeah, they can definitely prod a little bit more through B.
And we have a
See if
very
they can
early
pressure out the defenders
Breach
here, but here the
ultimate.
gem spot sees them. Magnum knowing that the B Heaven player was there.
Do they pull the 3rd across? I'm waiting to see if we see maybe Martin drift a little closer.
30 seconds
Or does he
left.
still commit? Because obviously there is that chance they just dash straight through the vents and go straight through, so...
This is a really good reaction. So they're actually going to group up at 2B main because they got spotted at B Heaven. Right now, Karmine Corp, they can't really play in the site because they can get crunched from 2 different angles. So right now, they're regrouping to B. They're going to have a free site. It's going to be a 3 versus 4 retake, and the breach ulti is in play.
10 seconds
Yeah, 10
left.
seconds, so you've got to be a little bit careful with your timing here, but it shouldn't be a bigger problem because of how passively Karmine Corp is sitting to play safe. So the plant's going to come in.
Want to get aggressive here and spawn after?
I'm looking.
With a breach ult?
I'm looking at Hoodie right now. Does he get played in off the back of this? Cloud's coming around. I think they're considering something, but it is
too close.
It's mostly through heaven. You've already got 3 players coming back this way. This is going to get rather dicey actually for Giant X. Now trying to deal with those lesser numbers, trying to go for the fight towards CT. Karmine Corp needs to get a move on. Tomasi deals with 1 with the trades there. Cloud comes back, looks for the follow-up, doesn't see anyone drop from heaven.
Oh,
Just
what a
Redgar
nice
as well.
shot from
Denying the drop
Edgar.
down for Martin. 2v2, even footing. Redgar gets the attention, waits for Cloud on support. Maybe he doesn't need it. Redgar with it all to do now. 1v1, and the diffuser started. Magnum, he does come off it. His nerves getting the better in there. He didn't want to take it too far, but Redgar, exceptional work at the end.
That was really well played by Giant X there. Just making the decision to go 2 people back into B main, showing themselves at B Heaven first, making Karmine Corp really scared to do anything. And I think the biggest part of that round was that Karmine Corp had the advantage. They had the 4 versus 3, but they gave way too much respect. They gave too much space, and that allowed Giant X to be able to reposition around, get the spike planted, and get aggressive into CT spawn before anything happened. And they can't let their foot off the gas if they want to be able to hold control over the map or the rounds or the game.
Yeah, and I guess if we do talk bigger picture, obviously if we're talking through expectations, we know the talent on this Karmine Corp roster is exceptional. We know these are the kind of hot prospects. Already a couple of their names have been thrown around as that next generation coming up that everyone was looking at, eyeing up. But for Giant X as well, they've maintained a core of very talented players and got, obviously Redgar now coming in. So you're seeing a really nice combination. They have probably, I'd say, the head start coming into this in this matchup in the very least. So good to see them playing very well here, already seeing kind of the fundamentals coming through. So what we've got coming out this round again is a Bulldog and Sheriff, so Karmine Corp having to suffer through this, but already a connection, taking Nuki away from that extremity.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how Karmine Corp actually gains momentum and confidence throughout this half, because right now it looks like they're a little shaky. They're not playing like they're super confident at the moment, right? Like, we have them in an advantageous situation and they have skilled players, but they need to leverage it. They need to feel like a little bit more free-flowy about, hey, I'm just going to go and take these fights, because right now it's like they're playing too safe and too textbook. We need to see them get loosey-goosey.
30 seconds left.
But again, this could be a little bit of a product as well of that inexperienced team. These are a lot of new players, younger players coming in. and need to get their footing underneath them, know when to play, you know, to that proactive extent. And Martin already showing a little hint of that over there, managing to take down Nuki, but again, patience pays. Giants X slowly, but now on the receiving end, but they get the spike down.
Oh, wow.
That
They
was big
found
from
Cloud.
Find Cloud, but they do have the time on their side, but it is a 3v5 and the retake begins. Hoodie's got to be careful, he cannot get caught out alone here. Dips back but far from safety and the pressure starts to mount. Fatinho in trouble, has to fall away. Hoodie tethered and held for a moment. They still have the rifles, keep in mind. They have the heavier firepower, but maybe it won't matter. Already defuse going to be started. Hoodie denied vision for a couple more seconds. That's going to drop, but the fuse ain't stopping. Redguard, can he clutch again? Not this time. Carmine Core fight back.
That is absolutely absurd. Giant X actually griefing that round away. They were in a man disadvantage and they stick the plant. It's not even like they have control over ramp or heaven. They're trying to plant for a position that they don't even have control over. They're playing in the site. Why not plant passive? Why not plant for the site? And not only that, why are you going to force the plant when you know that you're going to die in the paint shells? Like, you need to get out of that position. You need to just say, you know what? Unlucky, I'm going to move on, I'm going to plant to this different position, and then at least you have a chance to stabilize. Really well played from Carmine Core, step by step.
So I see maybe a little, this could be a huge confidence booster for them as well. Being able to turn that round, especially considering the purchase they had, could be a massive momentum swing. We'll see if that continues to affect it, however, because there is still a purchase here for Giants X, so you're not coming in with nothing. Fatinho set on the ult as well.
Yep.
Redguard's got his, a little less to note, but still certainly in place. And the pace change looking quite astounding already. Fatinho with the first, near on free. Magnum gone, but already you can see the support system there. Fatinho, what a follow-up for him. Narrate's gone down and they're down to 3. This is a problem for Carmine Core. They're losing numbers, trying to get proactive, trying to be aggressive, and they're being dealt with. Fatinho, what a round.
What a great round from Giant X. Turning it around from the previous
Wow.
round, you know, kind of like trolling the post-play situation a little bit, going down into a 3 versus 5. But here they're thinking, you know what, let's do a tempo change. We've been going slow all game. Now we got the Raze Rocket, we have a Sheriff on the Raze player, so it's not like they have like the gun, you know, differential.
Yep.
So they go, they group up, they get B main, boom, let's go. Breach stun, Breach flash, Raze Rocket out, let's just go and take this. They got the entry on the Viper, and the rest was just easy peasy.
Superheads were up work. I was a little, I say worried, but I was considering if maybe Carmine Core could use that as that confidence booster, but instantly ripped away. And here again, look at the pace change. Instantly, Giant X shifting away from that high tempo, sitting way more passive, maybe expecting Carmine Core to try and get in their face on this lesser purchase. So we'll see if that actually pays dividends.
And one of the things to point out actually is that we see Carmine Core, they only had Astra ulti and Omen ulti last round, but now they also have Fade and Raze ulti. But they can't really use them on this round because they have 3 players with classics or, you know, whatever they're working with.
Yeah.
And it's going to be like really spooky. Do you use the ultis to win this round? You just got them at the end of the last round. So it's a really bad situation to be in because you really want to be able to use these ultis with guns on this round, and losing another round without being able to use them, you might not get ultis again this half.
Yeah. See if that frustration actually comes through. Again, we're seeing that kind of mid-crunch, this time with a lot more weight behind it, leaving Nuki still towards that A side.
And he
but look at the
completes
TP,
that
it's been
TP.
committed to as well, straight
They're gonna
towards that
pinch.
CT side, up through the vents though. A little bit of a stall here. This isn't what they wanted. They're going to be denied this space, and there is time for rotations. Here comes the cavalry. Magnum straight in there, 1-for-1. Didn't get much more until then.
Down mid.
Left in tatters in the
left.
vents. It's down to 2 players. Narrate, though, does at least have the rifle, and the position could be paramount here. Nuki wants to try and dig him out of it. The spike is down there. They have to go for this one. He dives in. There's no chance of a trade. Isolated and alone. It's Redguard in a 1v2. Not gonna happen. Anything Fatinho
And a
can
4
do.
kill
Isolated
ace,
better.
answering a
Narrate
4 kill
turning this
ace.
around.
And another thrifty for Casey. The 2 rounds that they have are off the back of Narrate, actually. It's off the back of a thrifty and on the back of Narrate. And I think it's going to be really good if he's able to keep this momentum up. It's going to be really good for him because he is a very skilled individual player. So if he's able to get confidence in the, you know, debut match here, it's going to be really good for them because he's not going to be afraid to take different peaks. And it's a really good job of him just being not afraid to just really good utility usage. Really good idea to use the ulti there. It's not like someone's telling him to do it. So good decision making.
Feeling the game out a little bit more. Starting to see the personality of these players come through,
Yep.
hopefully. And now
What?
Magnum could be put to test early. Already taking a massively different approach here, Giant X. Very straightforward, straight through towards heaven, finding a gap and exploiting it somewhat. Maybe Nuki noting this in the last couple of rounds, but Carmine Core will need to respond here.
Lose a bad round and then speed up the next.
The classic go of things. But again, the ults are starting to come through. Nuki
Oh
going to
my
catch one of them. That's
God.
big information on both sides. But speaking of information, Martin's going to see it all. Does he commit? It looks like he does! Oh my God!
Holy fucking
We
shit,
wanted
man.
individual impact. We might have just had it. Nuki, what can you do about this one? Sit back and watch, if anything. He's a mile away. What a round for Carmine Core.
Another individual just taking matters into their own hands. That was a huge, massive play. Really smart play to get in the back lines there and line them all up. I'm actually shocked that GiantX actually tried to plant there. With that backside from Nuki, he got the Cypher ulti off. They were going to get the info, but they're just
that was so
getting into that little pocket of the Astro Wall. They didn't hear the TP disengage because of it. That was really well played. I wonder if that was like a pre-planned thing.
It kind of felt like it, right? That pocket was so well placed. We're seeing these little trap plays coming out from KC. That is sick. And obviously, even with Michael not being here, there will be a technical pause.
Yeah.
So,
well,
get to lean on all those years of
it's you,
broadcast.
isn't it?
No, all right. I didn't need you to do this today. We were having a perfectly nice time. But do you know what? I think kind of recapping the last couple of rounds, yeah, it did feel individual in a couple of these, but in the nicest way, I'm down for it. It felt like it was kind of, yes, individual, but built off maybe a little pocket play, as said, with that pocket left on site, maybe from the divide coming in. If this is what Carmine Core's kind of building, what they're starting to look like, I'm excited to see what they look like further down the line, right? These younger players starting to feel more confident, more comfortable on the stages, and the potential they're already showing. I mean, honestly, Martin's shots then were pretty nice. Like, I mean, the play itself was fine. It was, you know, well set up, but I mean, the man controlled it like a champion. So I'm quite impressed with this roster.
It's feeling a little deja vu to the last match we watched. So we had the teams going up against each other. We had Foot starting out very similar to how GiantX is. You know, win the pistol, win round 2, convert the bonus round, and everything's looking really good for them. And then it's like, you know, Team Heretics, they're looking not too great, not too confident, but then they get their first round win, 5 rounds in, and then slowly but surely they gain more and more confidence as their game progresses, and then they start picking up more and more rounds. And it looks like very similar here, where it's just like individuals are kind of winning rounds, it's off the back of thrifties, and then suddenly we're going to see GiantX probably being like, oh my god, getting in their own heads a little bit, thinking, we should have had this round, we should have had that round, what's going on? Oh man, I can't believe this happened, why wasn't anyone watching this? Why are you rushing this? And then they might start tilting, and Carmine Core might be able to get more rounds off the back of that. So you gotta like be able to, well, this is gonna help them just be able to breathe, reset mentally, not let like these bad round losses affect them, because at the end of the day, 2 thrifties within the first like 7 rounds, that's kind of tough.
Yeah.
And yeah, you need to be able to just bounce back from that for sure.
So if you were curious, I think it was actually meant to be a tactical timeout rather than a technical. And here we are. So going back into it, it's like Carmine Core actually pumping the brakes. Potentially, I'm not trusting anything, if I'm honest. I don't know if it is actually their timeout. I wouldn't be surprised if it was GiantX at this point.
It could have been attack into attack.
It could be.
Because you're not allowed to talk. Well, most people aren't allowed to.
Yeah, no, I am interested because when I was watching the last game, you did see that kind of pressure mounting on the expectations, right? Like Foot, last season, very solid team, went incredibly deep, at an international event, looked very good, had either it depends how you look at it, either a sideways or potentially a straight upgrade in one or 2 of the players. So, and then seeing them lose as they did, obviously you think of expectations. Heretics had near on none on them, if I'm honest.
Yeah.
A lot of us would have said, we just don't know. We don't know what this roster's going to look like. It was put together, or was seen last minute, potentially. Whereas here, yes, Carmine Core a little earlier to work with building a roster, but very unknown quantities in some of these players. High potential, limited exposure towards stage environments and everything else, and how will they gel as a roster? How will they fare against arguably one of the more solid teams left? Obviously, the likes of Fnatic still out there. They're, the exception to the rule, but keeping as many of the players as Giants did into this roster, and then having Red Guy, you could argue, is again sideways, if not straight upgrade, depending on how you look at it. You'd give this on paper to GiantX. So it is quite interesting to see those potential elements of maybe not upsets. I don't want to call it an upset because we just don't know much. But if you're looking purely statistically, right, that idea of like, okay, pre-made roster that's been around, experience under the belt, great players too. I mean, GiantX are no slouches. You saw what Fatinho just did as well. But to already see the cracks being exploited a little bit, or at least the potential being shown from Carmine Core, is a fantastic look.
Yeah, and honestly, like when you're playing a game like Valorant, where there's so much that you can do in terms of utility synergy, with ultimates coming online in specific rounds, with just like the ability to synergize certain comps together. And then we also see Hoodie, he's on the Sky. Sky just went through a nerf. Maybe that affected their game plan a tiny little bit. So every little inch matters a lot right now, and that's what we're seeing.
Well, let's see if they can make anything out of this one. We are just coming out of the timeout now. Operator
We have a
is in hand
save
and online, so
for
that's another
Giants.
new element to look at is how well does Martin sit with this. He is going to be up against a interesting purchase, a bit of, you know, a jumble sale, really. One rifle, yes, for Nuki, but the rest, I mean, I think it's a Stinger and Sheriff. So only one orb away for Fatinho as well to potentially get his ult there. Cloud very close by, Hoodie as well. So a couple of ults right on that verge. Whether or not they get the chance to pick up those ult orbs is yet to be seen. Tomasi already dealing a whole lot of damage. Fatinho down on 1 HP. Martin, well done. All controlled. Trying to draw out the attention of the next, but doesn't take the bait.
They're going to have to wait around if they want to use these ultis because they're not going to be... It's just, you can't use it at the situation. But why is their only main rifle towards A, and why is the main action first towards B? Like, they need to leverage this Vandal way harder than they are. And it looks like there's going to be a regroup towards A right now. They've already thrown the cage at the cross. Can they be ramped? Maybe, maybe not. It's not like there's a Sentinel player right now over on the other side. So there's going to be gaps, and you have to just realize, like, okay, we're playing with a gap. We're going to play the retake. That's fine. We already have the man advantage. Who cares? So it's going to be interesting to see if Nuki is going to get into a position in the post plant where he's going to be able to do something with his teammates nearby, ready to just take advantage of the situation.
Yeah, they've committed the smokes in as well, so now it is time for the plant to come
They're going to find the plant.
On the Carmine Core side as well. Don't want to give up too much. They still want to maintain this heaven control. It looks like they're trying to vie for that on the other side too, potentially here. Nuki waiting to see that Vandal come into effect. It is the key component for Giant X. It's the main piece of the puzzle for them. Everything else is very, very limited. Fatinho going to put his life on the line by trying to control this CT space. Paranoia comes through. Fantastic though. Fatinho still alive, and one flies in. They're already on the site itself. Has a little look around and clears it out, but Redguard trying to play hide and seek here. Loses his life, and now it's all on Nuki. What can the one man do? Nothing! Magnum there in the end.
And they swapped the ult between Yul and
yeah, this retake was a lot better than the previous round where we saw at B. They had the 4 versus 3 advantage, and then they gave way too much space. But this time, I don't know if it was like Carmine Core, like they did enter together, they were doing it step by step, which was really good. But I don't know about Giant X, how they had one player in spawn, a couple at ramp, but it was all like really disjointed. And again, Nuki has the Vandal. He's not active. He's not participating in the round until it's like a 1 versus 4. All of his team goes out first and dies. He needs to be able to be a part of that. And whether that's a game plan thing or an individual thing, something needs to gel a little bit better.
I've got your trail.
This is huge, Martin. How long do you stand there? Does eventually dip away. But pretty much everything known now. Noting the operator very early on. The Seekers as well going to reveal a whole lot of the pace change. A similar call going to be made here in the very swift plant this time, but still no heaven control. Potentially a late fight. The Carmine Core have been up to that challenge every single time and close by. Ult on the other side. Martin's going to see it all as well. Redguard already going to find Magnum though. That is a pick that they've not had previous to now. Already looking to try and overwhelm. What can Martin do here? He's only got so much time to work with. Trying to bait them out. Hoodie already going to punish Narrate, trying to trade off the back of that contact, but it's down to 2. Shin and Martin trying to still work this out. Forced forward.
What?
Got him. And Shin, near on irrelevant to that one. That is a much better looking post plant.
And it's just like a pattern from Giant X. Lose a bad round, let's do a rush. Lose a bad round, let's do a rush. So here, maybe we see them doing another, slower approach. Maybe they do something a little bit early to take or establish control. But it's very, I don't know, Yoru up, he had the ulti. They just gave up so much space, and Giant X actually recognized that, hey, Yoru's offing A. He just keep it away. We're dogging him, we're throwing, birds at him and everything like that. He has to back off.
What a nice shot from the bridge.
They're throwing everything at him. He has to back out. They didn't even stop to clear the site. They just go straight for the plant.
Yeah, straight on in. Tomasi going to be forced away very early on this round. Already going to be forced to be a little bit more passive here, but again, we've seen these early tests, these early kind of dabbles towards site from Giant X and then not committing behind it. This time it does look a little bit more committed.
And they are out.
Trying to set up Fatinho here, but he gets hindered. He gets held back. Shin's going to be good for one, but the trades are great. Narrate again, though. This guy is monstrous. So much damage and already looking confident.
And he's going to find Riga too.
Down and it's all on Cloud. Yes, masterful in his own right, but down to 46 HP. This is a very tall task. One other small caveat, I guess he has the spike, so has the chance and a lot of time to play with.
there's really not much he can do. They do have a little bit of money in the bank, so we're probably going to see, if he loses this round, another really fast play next round. Let's just see if the pattern plays out. But honestly, short of winning this round, there's no really plus sides, because he's probably not going to get his ulti again this half, unless he somehow miraculously gets the plant and gets all 3 enemies here.
Yeah, no small task, right?
No small task.
Get plant and kill them all. Well, he's going to get one, and obviously he doesn't know that he actually has quite a great deal of time to play with, so I wonder how conservatively he's going to play this himself. They were waiting it out. I don't mind that necessarily, because they do still have utility to try and clear some of this, but maybe Cloud getting proactive does give him a chance.
Yeah.
But this is brutal. This has to be so clean from Cloud. He's going to hear the steps. This could be massive. The time is now. He's got 2, and he gets to keep his life. 7 HP. This could be everything. Magnum trying to close down the distance. He's running him down, trying to catch Cloud, who's just evaporated. Magnum breaking hearts here. That could have been huge for Cloud, but still onto the defuse and tying up the scoreline.
I mean, he managed to plant
with the stun was really
and to get 2 kills after that. So
they had a prowler, but there's so many places that can clear. They're all moving together because they want to make sure that they're close enough to do the trades. But like the lineup was right there. It almost happened. Luckily, 7 HP at the end there with the the shorty finished him off.
Okay. It does seem as though they have an actual tactical timeout hitting between these two. And I'm just so happy we're seeing such a game out of these. I was a little bit worried that if Carmichael did get off to that poor start, they could have suffered a little bit here. Especially if I'm not mistaken, this was their map choice. Yeah, it was. So I would hate to see them suffering early on. Why must they do this to us?
It's to you. It's not
it's
us.
another take pause.
Absolute pain. But genuinely seeing Carmine Core kind of stabilize, this is excellent signs. By the point of the mid game, I mean, you look at the way the rounds have gone. It has been near on back-to-back. Yeah, a couple of pace changes worked out for Giant X, but if I'm Giants, I'm a little bit worried. I'm not loving what I'm seeing now. They've hit a bit of a brick wall, and they haven't found a solution yet to what's going on.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what they do choose to do here, because if they follow that pattern, it's going to be maybe something that could be abused later on, like a little telt that Rudgar has. But we also see that he's got his ulti in play, so there might be a plan behind that. But right now, Carmine Core is doing such a good job of just making sure that they're playing together, really. Like, they're not trying to do too much, so they're not trying to hold both sites. They have a decent spread to get info, but then they're moving around really well. So if they're ahead of the hit, then they try to fight it together, and if they're not ahead of the hit, then they play for the retake, and then they do it step by step. The thing that Giant X needs to do here, if they want to start picking up more rounds on the attack side, because obviously like 5 rounds on attack is pretty decent on split, but like if they can maximize the amount of rounds that they could get, they definitely want to do that. So if they're going to identify, hey, KC is in a retake situation again, hey, let's try to do something where we're getting in their faces again. And they tried that before on like up a ramp, trying to get into elevator, but that's where Nere got the rocket kill, right? So they need to do something where they don't overextend.
Okay, so just find
a fine
balance,
line.
right?
It's a very fine line. It's a tightrope that you gotta walk. You have to get a little bit active, but not too active.
Yeah, okay, fair enough. We'll see if that is what they dabble with. I am kind of curious. I do believe this is actually just to balance out what happened earlier, so don't worry too much. This isn't actually a technical timeout, I believe. Do you know what? I shouldn't describe these things because it's only going to just make them happen more. Alt-wise as well, just kind of having a little look through this. Magnum very close by to his. The rest pretty far away. I mean, yes, Tomasi's there, but it's Omen. On the other side for Giant X, you do still have Redgar with his. I mean, he has used it already, I think, once this game at some point, and it was actually relatively effective. You do have Cloud not a million miles away, and Fatinho quite close to his too. So a couple of ults, not impossible to get online, but, you know, still not quite comfortably into the pocket. And it looks like, yes, they are just mirroring what happened earlier. So Giant X going to have a timeout to talk things through, have a little chat, maybe try and identify what you've already noted here. But again, it's a very different scenario, and we can sit here and obviously see the big picture in the game. I wonder how much they've been able to extrapolate and identify the issues that they could have to, as I said, min-max going into that second half that really 5 rounds isn't unworkable. But I think against a team as volatile as KC, I wouldn't like to rest on my laurels thinking, hey, 5's fine. You're always going to want to try and get the maximum available, right?
Yeah, I think that though they have a pretty decent CT-sided or defense-sided composition here.
I call it CT, don't worry.
Yeah, you do? Okay, my bad. Okay, thank you. Because they can
Stay with confidence, Josh.
They have the traps, right? They have the Cypher traps and the camera, and then they have the breach behind it. And then Raze can definitely do some plays behind that, or Raze can be off with an operator, and then they can have the Omen doing stuff with it with the Omen flash. So they have options, but fast play here.
Yeah,
like I said.
Love a bit of it,
By the
don't
way.
they? Yeah, may have called that one, but Fortino taking a massive amount of space away, right? Like this is quite suffocating for KC. They're going to be feeling this pressure to no end. Now, Fortino does have to settle down a little bit here. There was that paint shell that came in, did take the space back, and taking space back on the other side on the extremity. Having a little bit of a glimpse there was Martin, checking if he spotted anyone B main, excuse me. He didn't actually see anyone, but the players are there. And with his having control, it's still highly indicative. They are coming this way, and they are so close by. Narrate has been honestly filthy to watch. This guy is nasty.
And they found
Fortino. That's the tip of the spear blunted. Now, yes, Red Guard got a slip ahead, but Narrate.
Nice
this
flash.
guy, he's so sick. I'm going to become quite the fan of watching him, but they're not out of the woods yet. Cloud's still living, and he almost made something like this work before, but this is a very tough scenario. Do not give him 1v1s, please. This guy will take them every day of the week. A tap on the spike to draw the attention, but where does he go with this? Still got options, but less time this time around, and obviously
30 seconds
CT
left.
side much closer by. Looks like he wants to commit to this
The
one
double
now.
push.
Yeah, and a double swing. Perfectly handled. Like to see it. Heads up work. But I did like the pace change, but we've become accustomed to it now.
Yeah, that play actually looked really good for Giant X. They took a really fast control over B Heaven, and then they completely pumped the brakes. And it made Carmine Core think, what is going on? Then the Omen ulti comes, he's going for info at B site, but Carmine Core, you don't know what's happening. Wait, let's push the B main. They're not here. What's going on? Is it a fake to go A? We don't know what's going on. Maybe the Omen ulti was a fake at B so that they could do an A play. And we see 3 players from Carmine Core just chilling it out. And then GX, they just wait too long. If Giant X actually went a little bit more explosively through B Heaven after that had all happened and Yoru flashed through B main, they could have had a chance, but they waited too long.
Just letting it slip between
They are in echo for the last round.
Coutinho's enjoying his time in middle. He's going to be following that again. Tomasi already going to be noting it, so you're going to see a little bit of information back and forth between these two. Once again, it's Nuki with that rifle. We didn't really see it come into effect last time around. It kind of fell by the wayside. We're hoping to see a little bit more here. Pop flash and the follow-up, but it got turned by Martin, but it gets taken down. That's a rifle recovered, and Heaven once again open. Rotations are coming in, though. This time, 2 players straight up towards Heaven, just around the corner.
And we have the
Maybe the third
sneak
going
A.
And actually, hold on.
Cypher's in A?
Yeah, fantastic spot there. Nuki has taken the space. We wanted to see that rifle come into effect. Well, he's done it himself. All of that space is theirs, but can they make the clean escape?
They hear the ropes.
Good reclear from Carmine Core. All 4 together.
Oh my
They
God.
seize the
They
spike.
come back up. What is going on there? The spike just almost got dropped in the worst position possible. Back on the hunt. What is going? Yeah, they can't hear a thing that's going through there. But Nuki is just stood there like, guys, I got you the site. Can you please get over here? Get that spike down, Redgar! Filthy shot on Narrate. Okay. Yeah, Shin's like, I don't know what's happened, boys. We were looking pretty solid in this one. Hot on the heels. But
Predictions are out for this game.
Yeah, it's all up in the air. We've had a couple of close calls with these sort of rounds. Hoodie and Redgar unable to recover any of the rifles that were dropped, so they are still on the sheriffs here. Redgar with utility as well. Hoodie, similar scenario.
I spotted him.
Closing in. Going to be noted
The
here
flash.
and dealt with. Nuki comfortable there.
And the crossfire.
Tied up 6
6-6.
I actually really like that approach from Giant X. I wish I saw that earlier from them in the half. We saw 2 different rounds where Nuki had one round, his team's on eco, but he is the Vandal. He's not active at all. He's like doing laps back and forth in attacker spawn. Don't know what he's doing. And there's another round, it was one of the first like 4 rounds, maybe it was like round 3 or something, where he's actually moving up a ramp and taking a duel in Heaven before his team's actually done anything, found info about, you know, what the defender setup is. Are they playing for mid? Are they playing for B? What's going on? And Nuki's just up in A. He needs to wait for his team to take contact. But this round, we see them moving up B, or through middle, into B Heaven, getting the info, getting the space, pulling the reaction, pulling the rotations, and then Nuki's able to walk into free A site, call all of his team back. Then there's some shenanigans happening over at vents, ropes. What's going on there? But yeah, we're going into the second half.
Yeah, nice to see it finally kind of clicking, right? All those things that were going slightly wrong, all those timings slightly off, and seeing it, you know, what it's meant to look like in that final go of things. But tied up 6 apiece, we switch things around. Carmine will now get their opportunity to go on the attacking side, and of course that means that Giant X on the defending side here. So we get to see the opportunities for both of these teams, how it plays out. Do we see that same sort of tempo approach from Carmine Core, do they have their own look of things to go through? Plenty of unanswered questions here.
Very interesting setup. Like, B is wide open. Breach was ready for a mid trap, but nothing came mid. He's still ready. He still has that stun out. Ray's got the A info.
Yeah, this is a little bizarre, isn't it?
Well, Breach has full abilities right now. So what they're going to do is, if it is a B hit, he's got his stun, he's got 2 flashes and aftershock. He can clear out so many different areas. He's not. That's their game plan right now. Is come into mid, come into A, we win. Go into B, we have to play the retake. It's unlucky. You have to take a risk though on pistol because you can't do a spread default. You're just going to lose by the numbers advantage.
Yeah, they're going to have a boatload of info, but the site is going to be lost here. This is going to be a plant, but the retake is going to be nasty because they have that wrap. So now look at the recheck. Great shot from Redgar, but Shin in support deals with the follow-up. That's Cloud down, and that's one of those pressure points handled. Now, Fatinho, Nuki, and Hoodie, though, have their chance to try and disrupt here. Carmine Core do have the numbers, but they do have the time on their side. Narrate just swings it out perfectly, and it's all of Fatinho. Finds 2, but no more to be found.
Really good read from Carmine Core there. As soon as they got into B and they realized, hey,
Good
what's
shit,
going on? This is free.
OKC.
Instantly they peel back, they go into B main, and they're thinking, okay, there's no way, maybe there's a potential that it's like a 5-man retake flood through heaven or spawn, but there's a chance that there is, we got contested at middle earlier. Is there a flank coming on? Let's go clear it, make sure it's clear, and if it is clear, we can go in for a reflank. We've planted in the position where we can defend it from heaven if we do a late around the world flank. So moving together there after they realized that the site was free was such good decision making.
Hearing that sentence after the last season is just, it's near on musical at that point. It's lovely to hear. And it
It's
looks
gonna
like
go
Carmine
and destroy
again,
that
getting very
TP.
patient in this, waiting to see if there is any mischief to be managed by Giant X, who again maybe just looking for their opportunities. Redgar waiting patiently, see if he gets a prize, probably unlikely. But beyond that, this is just going to be a very passive start.
Just praying. Just please do it. Give it to me.
Dare you. Not going to happen.
Very slow.
The Astra is already back on A.
That, honestly, I'm good to see it. Again, I'm just haunted by last season, right? Like, I think a lot of us who actively watched EMEA were, you know, left in tatters by the end of it. But seeing these sort of approaches, love it already.
Lots of noise from the A's.
And putting Giant X through the absolute ringer here, but they still need to stick the landing. There is a stack in play, and they haven't really dismantled much of it. Information aplenty, yes, but their bishop being drawn in. This is a 5-man stack here. Giant X have players. Redgar has gone down. Do they follow through on this? 30 seconds, they're going to run out of options to rotate. They are going to have to commit to this, and it can get dicey. Any of them going to make this one problematic? Martine! Fantastic little swing from that, but there's Cloud, and now the bomb started out. Cloud's got 2. Narrate's still standing. He's going to drop down to Nuki, and now it's Cloud in a 1v2. Unable to get any of these weapons, but he does have a little bit of kit to play with. But look at the time, 13 seconds. They're under the gun, and they're under pressure. What?
Holy, what a good eco from Giant X.
That was ticking away from Carmine Core.
One little thing different.
They are really making them sweat for any fucking inch.
Close at B main. If that player's not B main, if he's sidewalk and they swing together, any little thing could have amounted into just, oh man, such a bad round for Carmine Core. I'm surprised that with Rays getting all the way up to vents to A heaven, seeing absolutely nothing, that they still decide to go B there instead of prodding a little bit more. They're funneled into that trap setup.
I just hear Sideshow screaming melons. You know what I mean? Like, he's just absolutely wailing, seeing any low timer and Carmine Core. But it's all good. They weather the storm. All right, it doesn't matter how they get there. They got there. All right, we move on.
Around.
I feel like you've said that a couple of times.
I say that a lot of the time.
But now we look and see what they can achieve with missing quite a couple of pieces, right? Obviously, they've got 3 ghosts here, but the 2 vandals. Let's see, because this is already pacing.
Oh, that was a close one.
Now already closing the gap down. There's 2 players at the back of this site, though. They don't know about Cloud particularly, but now they do. Nuki and Cloud, perfect unison.
And a really bad bonus for
defensive smoke in the middle of site as well from Redgar.
For Carmine.
Placing that in between the screen.
Oh, that's what you're talking about on Inferno, right? When you're going up banana, you put the smoke down. And,
yeah, you got to do the opposite. There's no jet here to updraft over. If the updraft came over the wall, then they would have done the openings that they needed. But great defensive positions from Giant X. They realized, hey, you know what? We did our job. We stalled them out at main. We're waiting for the rotation. Boom, defensive smoke comes in. Let's play a setup where we can just pivot off of each other. Cloud gets the first 2, and then the rest of the team is able to flood in and just deal with Karma Core before Karma Core can stabilize on the site.
Yeah. Now, any early ults coming into effect? I think it's been quite a
And
well
another
spread out there.
TP.
No single,
And this
I mean,
time he's
Cloud's actually
destroying
quite
it.
close by, as is Vitinho, which are the two, I guess. How
Another first kill from Xian.
main, little surprise, considering that's obviously his role on the other side. Normally he's incredibly heads up with his work, but yeah, caught off guard there. And that's a big loss early on. That's still above a minute.
I don't mind that play in general if you have like a big round lead, but to be down and do that, that's a little bit risky to do it without more information about what's going on. If he saw
they're gonna eat A,
happening on the map, like
but Cloud again.
Utility being used. If he saw, well, they saw the Yoru at B, but maybe that was like too hard for a read. I don't know what that was.
Well, it's given them a chance. Look
He
what
knows
Karma Core
about
has
the
done.
Omen.
It's, both hands, they are gripping onto this. They saw the opportunity. Nuki gone down. Fantastic. A site is open, and the double stack here as well is going to be hard to break. Uncomfortable for Cloud. Yes, does have kit to play with, but no first steps here. They've kind of not taken towards having control. They've taken what's been given to them, which was that opportunity by Nuki. But here comes the first couple of steps. The double stack in play. Martin, the one to claim it, and the follow-up as well. Stunning work from Karmine Core, handing the round basically on a platter to themselves here. That double stack, that hold on ramp was just stunning.
Yeah,
and you see the ping where the player were from Giants, so they are noting like
in these setups where they're playing high-low off of each other. They have the triangle setups where they're able to pivot off of each other. They've done a really good job of that, and it's nice to see how they're playing together and not just like, we talked about their individuals, how skilled they are individually, but now we're seeing cohesion on top of that. We're seeing them play off of each other, with each other. And that's going to be the difference between just like a team that's skilled and a team that's like a good team together. So the makings of something really nice to see.
Yeah, and again, the coaching staff at the back there, big smiles, right? Like, you're seeing this kind of go well for them.
And we have a Yoru
I
teammate.
feel like for Karmine Core, this is a big sink or swim sort of season. And if this is the start they're going to begin with, again, you'd say Giant X in last season with a very similar roster were kind of, not mid-pack sounds unfair. They were just under the cusp of the top-tier team.
And they are
They were
pushing, man, like
They've had a very good run in the past with this sort of team.
Giant X
Putting up these numbers.
pushing very deep.
Anyway, digress as we look into this round already. Vitinho taking.
Meanwhile, Nuki is playing very back.
Yeah, all of mid was taken from the defenders here, so they know something's up. They got info early at the round at B. They think it's maybe a B play again. And Nuki's afraid to push. He got punished last round, so A site is wide open.
He's gonna find Nuki. He's gonna find Cloud too. So they know it's gonna be a retake with Cloud's ultimate probably. Yep.
You noted it, we've just seen it, the ult comes through, and they're gonna need to
Stop the
being
plant.
denied. The space is being held back. That pillar is now just littered with bodies. The flash is fantastic! And so is
The
Becca
utility
and
from
Martin's damage.
Casey.
This is a masterclass from Karmine Core, and I did not expect to be saying that.
Everything they're doing is perfect. Like, they have good reads, they have good calls, they have good individuals hitting their shots, they have good ability usage, they have good ability synergy. Everything they're doing is right now. And after the first, like, 3 or 4 rounds, you're like, oh, okay, well, like, what's going to happen? They're looking a little shaky, this 4-on-3 retake, what's going on there? But they look like a completely different team. They look like an actual team right now. Like a really good, well-cohesive, well-gelled team.
And a lot of credit in my mind as well will go to the coaching staff in that regard, that you've been, given the opportunity to work with some very young players. You've got a lot of expectations in front of you as well, especially
And a
with fans.
third
Last season,
UOTP
a lot of
passing
things
by
didn't go their way.
the Omen.
To come out, look this good, I'm putting a lot towards the coaches in that regard.
It's going to be, I don't know if they're going to use their ultis here. They do have Fade ult, they do have Rocket.
Do you save it? Do you need it?
Probably save it unless you need it. The rocket from the defenders, though, that's definitely going to come out into play. They need to use that. If they shouldn't start with it, but they should definitely finish with it. If there's any early kills from the defense right now, they need to pop that rocket and try to convert this round. Because right now, if they let Karmine Core get 11 rounds, that's going to be very scary for them. Yeah. Dog doesn't see anyone.
I think he didn't see.
Still trying to back this, though. Still walking.
They're going to send in a Prowler and then probably Yoru flash with it to retake this, maybe.
We have a ping.
With this one. Magnum creeping closer.
They should travel.
There. I mean, it's clean. Magnum feeling himself now. He's already up out of his chair last round. Hoodie screwed here.
The Polar is chasing him.
Not. I mean, look at the pressure. Look at this side take. It is stunning. This is all encompassing. That's gorgeous as well. I mean, yes, they are on the Sheriffs. It's a much lesser buy, but this is beautiful. This is really heads up Valorant.
Yeah, I think it was pretty decent that they used the Fade ulti there to enter. I thought that it was going to get a little scary if they walk into B main there and
The Asta is now controlling mid.
gets the opening with the Sheriff. That round could be a little bit different. If Redgar is able to hide in the corner, teleport to reposition, things get a little bit scary. But using it just to close out the round, get one step
What the?
closer to at least securing overtime.
Does
At the very
Ting
least,
need?
if you can get to, get 11 with this, use a Raise Rocket to get 12 in the next round, then you could be like chilling, you could do more risky plays and do whatever you want. So really good decision making there to actually use the Fade ulti.
Yeah, the Anders here, flawless there.
And Casey looks way more alive on T side.
Can't get enough me. If you're Giant XO, this is panic stations. If I'm honest, I wouldn't be surprised I think they still have one timeout here for themselves. And the problem is, I mean, you look at the way the rounds have been strung together. What are you meant to be doing with them at this point? They haven't had much of an opportunity to figure much out. A couple of things have gone wrong, but if I'm honest, I'm putting this on Carmine Core's side. They've looked stunning the way they've been, approaching the attacking side. Clearly coming in well prepared on split. This looks like something they've been having, working towards to have in that map pool. But again, I don't know what the options are for Giant X now going forward.
Yeah, I'm not really sure. Honestly, it's such a tough position to be in because you're there, it's not your map pick, and you expect... Wait, I have a question.
Okay.
It's Carmine Core's map pick.
Yes.
They started defense?
Huh. I'm gonna have a little check on that.
Yeah. Giant choose Giant
really
big
curious because,
attacks.
If you're gonna do that, then you're thinking like,
Yeah,
they picked
Giant X
attacker. Giant
chose
X
attack.
Chose attack. So I think with that context, you want to have way more than 5 rounds. You want to have like 7 rounds. You want
Yeah, that does change the dynamic, right?
It does. It absolutely does because like the split is.
But it ended at 6-6.
So if you're gonna willingly choose attack into the opponent's map pick, you better have a really good game plan, and you better have like a really good idea of how to close out a game on defense. And I haven't seen that yet.
And look at this pace. Look at this. It's from the absolute rip, and another pocket play potentially here. Oh,
and they find him.
Redgar. Hoodie does find Tomasi, who was the one to be maybe the thorn in the side, but Hoodie's holding his ground. And now it's down to an even affair of a 3v3, but not quite sure what's behind the wall, but now they get a little bit of a glimpse of it. Plant's going to come in this time. Magnum with that in control. 3 of the players.
They have
from Giant X
Nuki's
now gonna have to
ultimate.
kind of convene towards that CT side. Going to invest the ult from Nuki here. This does maybe remove some of the stress of that lurk coming in, because they will get to be a little bit more heads up about it. And it looks like they're just going in with pace. They just want to get in towards this one, close down the gap. Nuki's done well to find Magnum. Still a player on the backside. That's Martin. Can't take anyone down. It's going to be Giant X surviving.
Very clean retake from Giants.
Honestly, at the start of the round there, I'm just looking at Redgar just ultiing back in and just like literally forming into a paint shells, just taking out the round immediately, just no chance. It didn't cancel him from coming in there. It just said, you know what, okay, see ya. So
the difference that round could have had though, if you saw Tomasi actually be able to, I mean, I think on the other side, Hoodie was literally like blinded, and it just worked out for him. He just held down mouse one and it worked. But it felt very similar to what we kind of saw with Martin taking that TP as well in that first half, behind the divide, right? Another little set piece, another little pocket piece that Carmine Core trying to work out, but it looks like Giant X kind of on the case, a little bit more heads up this time, not falling for the same old tricks.
They have the Sky ultimate, so they have another round with a lot of info.
Straight through middle, and Hoodie's having none of what they're selling now. He's been the man to send them back the last couple of rounds.
Oopsie, you're right. It was Tomasi.
Sometimes I'm right.
Sometimes you're right.
Sometimes. Rarely.
Tomasi didn't have a chance to play the round. Another pause in the round as they take B Heaven control, letting the round simmer a little bit.
Okay, it's getting a little
one
bit
for
messy
one.
here. But what are the rotations looking like? What are these react? I mean, they don't have to overreact. You still have Nuki sat with his utility in play. He kind of keep control of A quite nicely, but he does have the support system of Cloud still there, but it puts a lot on the plate of the 2 players on the site. The Paranoia, I think, actually did catch just a second. TP taken, Redgar back at the site now. This puts Fatinho on a platter. You couldn't trade off that. That was a very individual swing.
Is he gonna escape?
Redgar's like, okay, peace.
Site shows, boys.
His ultimate.
I don't know if I love this. This is a pretty safe plant. I mean, the post plant's uncomfortable because you don't know where that TP was. You can maybe hazard a guess, but still, you do have Shin. Taking this much space towards middle is massive because you know that Nuki's still going to be a lot. Oh, timing.
That
Get
timing,
out of it.
man.
That's heartbreaking timing. Cloud's going to take it with both hands, though. But Magnum on the case and the trades come in. As Tomasi still standing. Omen v Omen. You can have Redgar on one side sitting pretty. TP taken way earlier. They have no idea where he is. Now, no. Didn't get spotted, didn't get seen.
Smoke for the defuse though.
Should do. Got another to play
No,
with.
no Omen ult can.
Oh, the spray! He caught him, but he didn't kill him. 36 on one side, 30 on the other. This is so close. A tap on the spike. He's trying to toy with him. A red
And
guard.
I go.
He should do. I think he does.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we saw the circle come.
Yeah, I think the
late.
little.
So close.
That was quite close.
It was getting a little risky.
All good, all good, all intended, all good. 11-9. This is now getting a little bit more tense here. We're starting to see that resurgence. Timeout came in for Giant.
And we
X.
still
They
have the
found
Sky
something, right?
ultimate
They
for
found
her.
some solution here in these last couple of rounds.
They had found some solution.
For
like
Giant
the
X.
pace- I like it when both teams right now on their attacks are taking that really fast B heaven control and letting the round develop a little bit. We saw Carmine Core was actually down, they were at a man disadvantage, and they slowly just like crept down the rope, got into hell, waited for someone to make a mistake. Giants X peaks, give the opportunity for Carmine Core. That could have gone either direction at the end there.
Yeah.
It came down to the wire. I think Shin should have waited a few seconds longer. He should have let his teammates take first contact, and then he starts.
Then gone for it,
Yeah, he needs to let someone on the map die.
Yeah, give him the chance to play that position as
Yeah.
best he can, right? But it feels so unfortunate because that could have been such a swing moment there for them. But 11-9, Giant X starting to claw back into this game now. Seeing much better.
Yeah, I mean, it's an unlucky timing, but he could have also lose the 1v1 side up, you know.
And Nuki is afraid of giving up a first blood again, so he's playing in the back of the site here. And Carmine Core is trying to bait something out. Like, come pick us, push into us, reclear something, give us an opening into this. Right now, they're just massaging the round, letting something develop.
I'm looking at Narrate though. Look at this.
He's got a lot of
How the hell is he here? They could just pump the brakes. They could just show a little bit of presence somewhere and try and see if they can get in a great position. But Magnum succeeded, which is, I mean, it just shifts that position from being proactive to maybe just catching rotations. But they're actually still going to go with this one. Yeah, no chance. Cloud had no idea that was open. Nuki, oh, Narrate, this guy, difference
Clean.
maker. Some of his kills have been so impactful, but honestly, that positioning, the slip through is going to be gutting for Giant X. Yeah, Redgar and Fatinho are still alive, but this round is not for them anymore.
Really well played there from Carmine Core. When Narrate got into CT through B Heaven, I was nervous for a second because Yoru's going up ropes, throwing flashes into A Heaven. What's that going to do? It's going to pull them from B, and they're going to try.
And the Asta is like...
But then he's like, wait, you know what? Let's make the noise back towards B. Fade uses ultimate towards B. That pulls the A rotators. Knife out. Everyone knows you run faster with a knife out. So that's able to open the round for Narrate, and then they're able to audible back to A. That is a prime example of just like the 1-3-1, spread default, take the map control, and then just see what you can get. Don't overly commit into anything. Prod a little bit, see what space you can get. You get the space, you make the plan, and you do a little bit of push and pull there. Great round from Carmine Core there.
Getting to see them play like this on Split, it's one of the things I love about it. It reminds me of I think it's called Nuke or something, another game. It's just you're causing and punishing any gap that's made by kind of pulling rotations from utility, presence, whatever it is. It's just beautiful to see. And again, being able to slip the net like this, it's just outstanding. Yeah, I mean, the follow-ups, I mean, that's beyond expectation, the fact that he got Nuki as well, but I'm just, yeah, incredibly impressed with what we're seeing, and what a remake of this roster already. But this could be the ultimate round, at least in map 1 for now. No ults available here for them just to instantly tip the scales favorably towards them. Not a perfect purchase, though, for Giant X.
Yeah, Giant X is trying to punish the fast mid to B. Heaven play from the Rays with the Breach in a position to stun, Sky in a position to flash, and they're ready
That
to
spike
together.
on mid
But
is...
it's going to go A, and it's going to be Cypher all on his lonesome. They need to have a defensive smoke, but Redgar's not in a position. He's all the way over at B. He needs to be in a position where he can smoke for the Cypher. Otherwise, it's all over.
Well, let's see if it is all over. Nuki, how much can you do? A Bulldog to play with and 5 players coming your way. The support system is not there. He is very much alone. He's trying to stall this one out. Flying his Narrate, though, already looking for it. They're trying to just back him up, but Nuki still survives. Takes down the first for the follow-ups of the problems. And more information. I thought he had it. Cloud's got his back, though, and he's got 3. Hoodie stems the bleed. Giant X clutching up to 10 rounds, barely, but my god, they held on.
What a nice bunker setup.
Sure, Giant was gonna lose that round. Carmine trying to do a little bit of like mid-faking with like the Prowler out, the smoke out, deny some info, maybe put some like question marks, but with Giants X in position, be Heaven ready to run into the vents, Breach able to spill out through CT with that smoke. We saw the Omen smoke deployed right at the exit of screens so that Breach could get through screens into elbow and back up the Cypher on the site, and we didn't see Carmine Core explosive enough.
We have a KC timeout.
But then there was a cage. There was a cage, and then where's the next teammate? Still at lower A main. They didn't have ramp control. They didn't have Heaven control. They weren't able to stop a flood. They weren't in the site to stabilize the site and trade the kills. So not a great execution from Carmine Core. If they go into that again, they better do it with something like a Yoru ulti, a Raze rocket on hand, maybe an Omen TP so that they can get the info of where the defenders are anchoring from. But without any of those in play that last round, that was looking maybe not the best call. Maybe they should have done something where they felt out the round a little bit. Maybe they took some control over B Heaven or ropes. They would have gone to a trap either way. So I think Giant X actually made a really good call there.
Yeah, it worked out for them. We're going to see Cloud with the ult, especially after that last round. Not surprising that he's been able to get it, and great to see Cloud kind of kicking back into form. One of the unsung heroes. I know he's high on a lot of people's lists to try and get him on the teams throughout this year and last. He's always been someone to be headhunted, but sticking around here, looking to see what they can do going in. We are very close by to Narrate having his ult 2 away. Martine as well, 2 off from his. So a couple of opportunities starting to knock for Carmine Core, but not quite in this round. So it looks quite simplistic. We're not seeing the split across the map. Yes, we do still see at least Shin on the other side, but everyone really posturing early here.
Yeah, right now.
And they really are trying to get your
We
ultimate.
just shut them down at A. They're not going to come A again. We can go back into a similar setup.
We've seen them
Look,
give
I've
the
got Breach
plant
ulti. If they come into us, we can use it. We
Martin.
can do a fast flood. We can stabilize on the round.
Not
we could use it
last
as a
round, but the
counter
round
against
before,
so we can clear
and
this together. So it's going to be really
yeah,
interesting
we
to
see him like
how this round
pick up
develops
that
in the
arm.
next 10 seconds here.
Yeah, I'm looking at the pendulum swing of rotation, right? Where does
And we see him play
Martine
very
commit towards?
like
It looks like he's going to commit towards that B side.
spearhead
1-3-1
for
from the
that
attacking side,
ultimate. And
holding both the extremities straight up the middle. Yes, the flash will confirm there is presence here, so this will be noted. Martine's been good for this, though. Not going to get what he wants, though. No full attention being given. I'm still waiting to see Shin's impact in this round. What's his in-game plan? And it might be because of this.
I'm nervous for Giant X right now. They're giving us so much space and respect. They can't connect on either side. It could be a 5 versus 3 on B or 5 versus 2 on A, and there's no rotation for at least 20 seconds.
They're letting them sweat.
Yeah, but they're sweating themselves.
And
20 seconds, they got to make their mind up. They got to go for this one.
now
Two
it is gonna
players
find a lot of
back by
space.
pillar,
B
back-to-back near on.
A
It's gonna be
Evan.
Nuki, and it is going to be Cloud standing there. There's the ult, and there is the ultimate problem. 10 seconds. They need to get to the site. They need to clear the back of pillar, and they can't. Nuki holding them back, takes the attention, takes down 2, a third, a fourth. Make it 5, surely. Switches to the classic and gets it done with Hoodie
Nice
in
Hoodie.
tow. Fantastic hold in the end. But I think you're right. They left it far too long.
Really well played by Giants X. The Breach realizing, hey, they're not coming up. Okay, you can have middle. It's like a minute into the round. Who cares at this point? You have to come into our triangle setup at B. Okay, where you guys are chill at B, I'm going to go over to A. I'm going to sit at the back of the site. If they come through middle, up events into heaven, I got the Breach ulti, baby. I'll sit in the back of the site. You're going to come into the 2 Cypher traps. You're going to come into the cages. You're going to come into the Breach ulti, the aftershock, the flashes. We swing together, and then the flood's going to be there within a matter of seconds.
But now they have
They had
the
so much
ultimate.
space.
They want
Maybe
it.
we need to see them prod a little bit more.
And I
especially when
think
they
we're
see
gonna
Ulti on
see
the
them
board.
hit
Maybe they
B.
do what Narrate did the previous round, where he was able to get all the way through B Heaven into spawn. Maybe
Because
can
they
try
could
that
also
again,
get
more space again.
I want to see what the plan is now, Martine. Just unleashing ult straight away.
He saw one, he saw the
Let's give it the operator noted as well. Yeah, I can hear that going. Oh my god! He went through, but Redgar there in support, ready to back up his boy. But now Tomasi with a trade out, and they're actually closing the gap. Wait, hold on! Carmine Core! How the hell have they done that? They've just swept the site. They've got the plant. And now you've got Nuki and Cloud, the heroes from the last round, with a 2v4. This is obscene. Still plenty of kit for Cloud, but he's going to have to bide his time, find the right moment to use it. There's still that mid control there. This allows all the eyes from the
They
players on
pinged
the
the
side to
corpse
focus
for
on
the
CT.
Cypher,
Stunning shot from Cloud.
and they got
This could be
that,
correct follow-up. Magnum
so
gonna be
they know
isolated.
about
There
the
it is,
Astra.
confirmed. Tries to make the run. Cloud trying to close down. Magnum gets out with his life, though. Readjust, reposition. A tap on the spike. Nuki wants this to half. He doesn't quite get it, though. That's unfortunate. Magnum on the pickup. This could be it. Now down to one. Nuki, how much can one man do? It's not going to be enough. Carmine Core.
And it's a close game in the end.
That was great.
That second half of the second side for Giant X was way better.
On map 1. Now, it was their choice of map, but I think we have to look at, historically, how they looked last season, all the other issues that they've had at one point. This will mean the world to them, and we'll be back with map 2 in just a moment.
But holy fuck, that was a close game.
I know a place that will break you into 1,000 pieces. Stay away from them. Stay away from Lorca, Paco, and Picasso. Don't ask about Lola. Ay, Caballo Grande. Ay, Dolor de Nieve. But in spite of everything, it occurs to you to visit Andalusia. Don't say I didn't warn you. Be careful of the Andalusian crush.
Hey guys, it's Jimmy Lin, former professional Counter-Strike player and Valorant coach. Watch out for the stairs, clear this angle, you're going to be able to fight this.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Still been the same, put that on the name. I had to go through it just to get to it, look what I became. Elevate, level up, way to the top, headed to the peak. All them boys wanna talk, hit them out of law, but don't got receipts. I do it with ease, to you it's a burden, to me it's a breeze. You feel that? That winner's degree, that kickback. You coming at me, boy, sit back. Came out the womb like this, hit the pedal and room right quick. Gotta get it, we going up, way up, might land on the moon. Who step in the room like this? We breaking the rules right quick. They killing the mood and up in a few, might land in a tomb. I ain't gonna lose it now. Gotta keep it moving now.
Hello, back. I'm back.
Bad with a vengeance, killing the ops and leaving no remnants. They all in attendance. Gotta go big, I aim for the fences. It's mine, I sense it. Back in the scene, I'm back to the business. Back on the front line, gotta grind. It's time, let you be the witness. At the time, turn a repeat to a 3P, yeah. Got a franchise on me, you more like G League, yeah. 21st century, you all the way BC, yeah. Old boy been washed up, I'm notched up in TTA. Came out the womb like this, hit the pedal and room right quick. Gotta get it, we going up, way up, might land on the moon. Who step in a room like this? We breaking the rules right quick. They killing the mood and up in a few, might land in a tomb.
Bonjour tout le monde, je suis très heureuse parce que je suis avec Kameto.
Oh my
How are
fucking
you? How are you feeling
god.
after that win?
I'm great, but it's only 1-0, so we have to close out the game first, and then I will be really happy.
Spoken like a true leader. Let's talk about putting this team together because you kept Shin.
Yeah.
You picked up 4 Challengers players and then an incredible pickup in Coach Eng. And you are the mastermind behind these decisions, so talk me through it.
Yeah, Eng was our first decision to build the roster. Even Shin was not selected and Zeish at first, and then they had to prove themselves again from last year. And Eng was good with them. So then we did a lot of tryouts, and we came up with this roster: 3 duelists and Eng the magician.
So talk me through the 3 duelists thing. Eng says it's no problem. I've worked with 3 duelists before. For you, why did you want to pick up these guys?
Because I trust Eng.
So he told you these 3 will be fine.
Yeah.
We'll take them.
No,
It's
we
fine.
had a lot of tryouts. Like the trials were very, very long. So really thought about it a long time, for months. And then when he was sure, I was sure. You know, he tells me, Kameto, we need these guys. Yes.
When Eng speaks, you do have to listen. I believe we might be running out of time to speak to you.
It's
but,
okay.
But what will make your chat like me? What do I say to them?
Wait. Allez, la Corp.
Oh, go
Okay.
Carmine Corp.
Yeah, go Carmine Corp in French.
Allez les Bleus!
Allez les Bleus.
But also the other team, because I can't be biased because I work on the show.
Yeah, it's okay, it's okay.
So yeah, Giant X, yes. Allez les Bleus, and let's head back to the analyst desk. Merci
Let's
beaucoup.
go. Thank you very much.
Oh, Frankie, this is VCT EMEA. Of course you
You
are
can be
allowed to be
biased.
biased. Allez le bleu, allez le bleu. They looked absolutely amazing after that map. I've got Kukuka and Ash with me once again, but I want to talk about the next one, Sunset. We've not seen it yet. We're going to get it on day 1. And Kukuka, after seeing what Pacifics did, what NA did, what's the meta like? What are we expecting?
A lot of different things. I think especially coming from Pacific, I think that there is like a base for the map, or there is definitely what some people interpret to be the base of the map, you know, like having, for example, Omen. But then you have some people running the Viper, and then the Harbor, and then some Asha. There's
Cypher
some
kill.
there's been some different duelists. I think that people are still testing stuff, even Gecko. But I think that if I look at Giants, for example, knowing what they just did with Split being very, you know, traditional in their composition, I would go for the most tamed version of it, and just having Cypher, Omen, Raze, Breach. Okay, I probably missed someone because I have very bad memory. What do you think?
I mean, there's a lot of agents that you have to consider, right? I think overall, we did get to see a little bit of a preview of Sunset as well for Game Changers. So a lot of the double controller was being run within that scene in particular, but I feel like every region does end up developing its own meta for every single map. And I feel like all of these teams have absolutely been in the kitchen looking over towards Carmine Core. I feel like they might even try and pull out another double duelist situation.
Why not? Yeah, it works.
It works. It's but it's something to take into consideration. That is something that has not been seen so often. But when was the last time that we saw, you know, a double duelist on Split? You know, someone running it consistently. Of course, we did see K-Corp trying a lot of things last year, but I don't think we can compare it to this K-Corp. It wouldn't be really fair. But with what they have, and they have the stamina and all the combos and the beautiful utility usage that we were seeing there on Split.
What's the
I'm really
sunset game we
looking
saw?
forward to see if they manage
Oh,
to
it's the
do
G2 Crew sunset game.
Playing 0 duelists at all, the K-Corp that we knew last year, to come into this with 3.
And
They
so the
played 2,
comp
it
were...
looks, amazing.
Oh
But
yeah,
everyone
we
else-
had a
let's talk about
chamber.
Giants, because they didn't change
Oh,
anything on that
cool.
Split. They kept to their comp. They just slotted Redgar in for Rhyme. So on Sunset, are we expecting them
We have
to go for what
the
you just said, like the
Sova
old
for
standard kind of
G2.
the Cypher, the Breach even?
Because, think about it, right? You have Nukia, who has a lot of experience on the Cypher. Redgar, even though he still denies it to this day, he's kind of like an OTP. He loves Omen, and he will play it a lot of the times. So I think that following the trace that Pipson is leaving, we should be, you know...
We had Sova
We're going to
Cypher
find out
for
shortly
G2.
which 2 comps we're going to be seeing for the first time ever in EMEA on Sunset.
Yeah, I think I prefer the KO to the Sova, but they had Viper too, so...
They're going to get a 2-0. I cannot believe we're going to get a day where Heretics
I prefer
and K-Corp both
double
2-0 on day one.
Initiator on Sunset.
But it's
Compared
not
to
over
double
yet because
controller.
it was very close on map 1. It could have even gone to OT towards the end there. But again, for a team like Giants, Ash, if it's anybody that's going to be able to go
And
back
we
to
had
the
a
drawing
crew
room
playing
and
with
talk about
no
what's changed,
duelist,
what went wrong,
with
it's
the
gonna be
fake
this
kill.
Giants team.
It absolutely
And
is,
Omen
but this
Viper.
is also within a series right now. I think looking into the future, into those elimination matches,
We could see a
or
very
into that
similar
bridge
team
bracket
comp
match,
for
depending on how this best of 3 falls. That's when the time comes. But I think what
for
Kaluga said about this squad,
Giants.
this 4-person core heading into this match,
Because
they're comfortable on those
their
roles
team
from
combo
last year.
split
But
is
will that mean
was
that they
very
fall
good
behind
too.
in the meta as
Like you swap the
The meta
sky
hasn't been established or still, you know, that strongly.
or the
That's why we've
bridge
seen
with
so
a
many
kill,
changes. I
and
think
that's
that
a
if
very
it could
strong
have happened with any
sunset
other map. If
team
maybe
comp.
Icebox would have come in a different time, we would
Cypher
have
Omen
different metas,
Raze,
or maybe more, you know, taking
and
more time
then
for
sky
it to be
kill or bridge
established one.
kill.
And also, I think just because the teams are actually
You could
growing
also
in
put
different
in a
directions,
fade.
there are ones that think, you know, some parts of the game are more important than others. Some do not rely on that much utility and so on. I understand that this could be a map with a lot of different faces. Now, do not forget, Giants might have been traditional, but they are also the ones who chose to come to Sunset here today. So I really think that there are going to be surprises even in that traditional style.
I mean,
We see a bridge, we see a fade, we see an Omen, and we see a Haze and a Sage for Nuki.
We're not going to get the double duelist and right over to the Gecko.
Right over to the Gecko, but my eyes have got to actually lie in
And
the
we
fact
have a
that,
double
okay,
controller
sure, the
for
Gecko's coming in, you
Carmine,
have that double controller,
Omen Viper.
but on the side of Giant X, you're lacking a lot of that information now. Having that Sage as that sentinel,
The
so you get
Cypher
to
for
block
Magnum.
off, slow down some of those choke points, but you don't get
And then
that
Haze
ability,
and
then you also only have
Gecko
that
for
fade.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to be strong enough, you know.
the
also
last two
lacking of
pick.
the flashes and all the
And
combos
it's
that you can do. I'm
not
really surprised because,
narrate on Haze.
probably, they have
Narrate
some
is gonna be on the
ideas that we're
Gecko.
going to see implemented. Now, are they going to expect, you know, that double controller also with the Gecko supporting someone that we already know to be a stellar duelist?
Yeah, and also how nostalgic Magnum on the Cypher. We've seen that before, and it's time for us to go into Sunset, the first one here in VCT EMEA, and throw this back to your casters, Pansy and Steel. Peel.
So you don't need to do it. It's fine.
Stop making Peel happen. It's not going to happen.
That's what I like to hear. Now, yeah, a whole new battleground in front of us now. Again, I caught a little bit of a look at this through, I think, Game Changers at points. Played it a handful of times, but it's a little new to my eyes here, right? Like, I'm quite surprised that in the opening series that we've got coming out, you know, the first look at Giant X, they've opted.
And we've got
this is
Casey in
the map they're making a
defense.
statement on. This is the one
So
they
it's
come into first
this
and
is
foremost,
Giants
hopefully
map
with a plan in
pick.
mind, but,
So
thoughts here.
Casey
What's
decided
caught your
to
eyes?
play
The map
defense.
choices,
They probably value.
composition, where are you at?
They think the map is a more defensive
It's
map.
just like Split 2.0. This is just B on Split, right? And then it's kind of like where Haven meets Split with, like, you have that middle, you kind of like want to push back A a little bit, but the Sage pick is interesting. With the Breach, they're going to be really explosive here.
Close the
on all
door,
rounds,
the
basically. They
wall.
have to be.
I think they could see above the wall.
Beginning. And it's
Yeah,
free.
there is a very small gap for
What's
headshots.
the retake gonna look like? Yeah, it is kind of like running back to almost map 1. Yeah, exactly that. So very similar scenes in this. Nuki is going to be at the forefront of this, though. Tomasi going to take the contact and take down Fatinho. Blind work from Nuki, but he does get Magnum down, but it's all Carmine Core until then. Cloud with a terrible surprise.
And Cloud
Tomasi
again.
going to go down and fall for it, but it's Hoodie left in a 1v2.
And Hoodie, who played the Sky, is now on the bridge. And Cloud, who played the bridge and Split, is now on the fade.
It was looking really good for the attack, getting up through middle for free.
So very
getting
interesting
through market,
stuff.
Getting that Sage wall down, but it was just so interesting. They lose the duels with Carmine Core coming through a narrow choke point, through a narrow wall. How does that happen? How are they not able to stabilize that? That is crazy. That's just a testament to how good the Carmine Core players are playing individually. They're just hitting all of their shots right now. And if Giant X wants to be able to win this game, they need to step up their personal individual game and hit some more shots. It can't be all on Cloud. It can't be on Cloud Nuki doing their like 1-2 combo thing. They need everyone to start contributing and helping stabilize here.
Yeah, time to wake up because again, if you roll your mind back to the start of the first map, at least it initially looked quite good for Giant X. They had a good beginning on the first go of things, and then obviously we saw the issues start to begin, but that's neither here nor there. This is a bit of a wake
We have a giant smoke, and then a giant reveal behind that smoke.
Now this time around Giant X, I mean, you're on Classics. This is just a fact-finding mission, maybe get the lay of the land, kind of see what you're up against, see what's out there, and just go through the protocol list, and that's gonna give you nothing.
They have no smokes to work with. It's like this. The round's probably gonna be lost anyways. But what you want to do, you're
and we see the Viper wall that walls deep mid.
Take away some weapons, take away some shields.
And B.
I mean, looking good for Neri, looking good for Carmine Core. I don't know what's happening in the camp of Giant X. Why is Redgar walking out there? This is like reminiscent of Nuki, just like walking up a ramp. It's like, just do something together and have like a game plan that shifts. We lost Crystal. Oh no. Okay, we purchase up the Sage Wall. We have a chance to, like, if we get an opportunity, we can win this round. Why would we just do something where we just throw away our chances right now when we can come back into this round? It's not over yet.
I don't know about Sage on Sunset. I really don't like Sage on Sunset.
Fix this sort of stuff. They can,
Cypher gives so much info, like, it's a way better, like, Sage on Split, sure.
Take a million years to fix this, almost
Sage on Sunset, no.
10 more seconds. Looks like they're going to try and make a go of it, see if they can get that plant down, maybe get themselves building up on, I imagine, Hoodie's ult there. Yep, looks like they're going to commit towards that one. So that's in. Any more is a bonus, and I don't think they're going to get much out of it.
They found him,
down to just one,
and they kill him.
Quite individual, even to the very end.
They got the spike plant, but only one player took damage from Carmine Core there. Everyone else, they kept their light shields or their heavy shields, so not a lot of economic damage. Sure, we saw the orb.
They've got the plant, though.
We need to see, when you're on
okay.
equal round, you need to start doing something that, okay, this round's lost, how can we set ourselves up for success in the third round, or the fourth round, or the fifth round? And that means getting closer to your ultis. It means
full Vandal, full big shield,
we're not seeing
or
that from
Giants,
that round. We're just seeing sloppy play
and a bonus plate for Carmine.
So they need to work this round. They need to grind
with
it
a
out.
Gecko, it's very close.
We can't see any sloppiness this round.
Okay, well, you heard him. IGL Steel telling them what to do. Let's see if they're up for the fight, though. This is going to be I'm worried. It's worrying signs, but it doesn't mean it's anything but over, so it's all good. Fatinho, really the one who's a little bit of a problem, as everyone else did back away a little bit. Left him a touch isolated, but no punish off the back of it. No one from Carmine Core overextending, looking to maybe follow up from that early contact. So I'm kind of curious to see how they work.
So a classic defensive camera on B. That tripwire is
they pumped the brakes, considered maybe testing out, is that rotation there, is there that flank coming in, what do we do now? But a minute on the board and there's been no attention shown towards B. Already the rotation from
questionable. We see the camera move, so the Cypher is on B, looking.
Taking the space aggressively at the start, pausing, waiting for their abilities to come off cooldown, and then the big hit
the polar, the flash.
I want to see if they
the
stick
nade,
this one. Fatinho going to try and bail him out on the first there. Good follow-up on
they
Nuki.
find
And again, keep
good
in mind,
open
this is
kills.
4 rifles against a little bit of a shaky purchase on the other side because he's going to be just still in that bonus
Good
situation.
kill.
Good timing from Redguard to make sure that stems any problems that could have built from that. But it's Magnum now, and it's Magnum gone. Giant X, 3 standing, plant in place, and they weather the storm.
Yeah, that was really well played by them. So what they do at the start of the round is they take first a lobby control. They make sure, hey, if you're going to be aggressive here, get out of here, because we're coming in and we're going to come swinging. If you're close, we're going to put you in the dirt. And then it pushes them, Carmine Core, into playing a defensive setup on A site. And what that does is, after enough time develops, Giant X, they get their stun back. They get Fade Eye. They didn't use it, but they have the abilities. They have the nades, and they funneled Carmine Core into these very narrow spots. And then, boom, the hit comes, and there's nowhere to go. They just get crunched on.
And I wonder if they're going to try and set this precedent every single time. I want to see how committed both teams are to trying to get that A control early on. You're going to see bodies behind it on both sides. Utility, both sides around.
You see them spam for the Cypher wire.
Glance towards A, yes, show bodies to it, but look at the pace in which they are eyeing
that cam was blind, that's why he darted.
Magnum, red alert. You can see Nuki already trying to turn the screws a little bit. If it's Magnum to connect, that's Hoodie gone. And now down to the remaining few. Carmine Core all too ready for this, though. And now starting to wane in numbers. You've got Vitinho, Redgar, and Cloud still trying to catch the cross, still trying to punish a little here, and way overextending. Cloud going to get picked up. No plan yet to be had, no safety to be had. CT still very much open. Redgar overwhelmed. There's been no opportunities. Magnum, that was clean.
Anyone call for some boba? I just... Okay, start
Huge
the round plan.
arm.
What Giant X trying to do? Oh, okay, let's show our presence over at A. But then they hear, hey, Raze is satcheled up. Hey, Gecko's done this. Hey, okay, they're playing pretty aggressive on A. They were going to originally like...
And we have a
back into
Viper
middle and try
pit
to, like,
now
play the round
for
out slow
Carmine
and wait
Corp.
for that second interval, but they realize, hey, Carmine Corp's close A. We have this opening at B. Let's take this timing. But as they're running over to B through Market, actually Carmine Corp is beating them on the rotation. They're getting to Boba, and they're able to fight before Giant is able to get into the site. You gotta be quicker, or you gotta pause and wait for that second interval. Wait for your breach stun to come off cooldown.
Yeah, I'm still waiting to see this kind of like round by round battle over towards A and who's going to fully commit. And this time it does look as though Giant X are going to be trying to back this up. Do they expect the second body? They do. They still check Vitinho. Great to find Martin. Shin tries to hold it down, but Hoodie just completely overwhelms him in the end. It's down to Massey and Magnum, and this one's looking lost. A 1v3 is a lot to ask of Magnum here. A bit of a
Here's his
battle to
ultimate.
begin with, really. Giant X happy to brawl out this time, though.
Yeah, it's not looking good right now for Magnum. Not a situation you want to be in, but if you're able to get the first one...
Oh my god, and the ulti follow. This is a little scary to me. Oh my god, he's got a little...
Oh my god!
Everything. Cloud is going to catch him. No full defuse to come in, but I saw a world where that could have spiraled drastically out of control.
I like how Cloud isn't afraid to use his ultimate in that situation. Most people would be like, hey, like we're gonna win this round, it's 3 versus 1, it ends up being a 2 versus 1. You don't have to use an ulti. It's good. You want to secure this round, you have breach ulti for the next one, you need to start stringing rounds together. And right now, what we're gonna see is the economy is very brittle right now for Carmine Corp. If Giant X wins this round here, they reset Carmine Corp's economy. They put them on an eco. So staggering the ultis, they're gonna have Raze Rocket on coming up soon online, 1 kill or whatever. They have Rez, he can take a fight early, die, Sage can res him, and then he'll have Rocket to enter with.
Contact just on the shoulder there.
Another bait
Vitinho,
setup.
yeah, see if they clear diligently. They don't know this time. Martin wanted a bit more, had another bite at it. Narrate actually doing well to continue the trading back and forth. Going to slow down the hit and allow a little bit of a flex to look towards the other side. Red's going to have to be forced to be invested. That's going to be Hoodie back on his feet now. But they know the plan. They've seen the gameplay here.
They're going to re-clear together. This is a really good reaction. They know the Sage Res is coming. They come with Fall 4.
This is so good. I love that jump across.
That ultimate is huge though.
Willing to sacrifice himself. Oh, honey! He's caught so many with that. 2 punished. And now Redgar gonna claim the last. That was unbelievable. What a bailout from Hoodie.
Honestly, that round was such a perfect display of good ability usage there. We saw first, the Sage in the backlines has the res, lets the team fight, lets the round develop, comes in, gets the res off, but we know Carmine Corp identifies it.
That's such a strong team for elbow
They
line.
come in, they do the big fight, the wide swing coming in from the Gecko. They win those initial fights, but then the breach ulti. They're stunned in a corner. They can't swing, they can't fight. Aftershock makes them move into the open. Nope, they can't. They get just torn to shreds. Really good utility usage, really good decisions from both teams. It could have gone either way, honestly.
Yeah, that was fantastic to witness. Loving seeing Giant X stabilize in such a manner as well. As you said,
The
the kind of
one way.
juxtaposition of the team look, the individual look, and now we're going to have to see what they can do up against these Sheriffs. Yeah, some things to keep note of. I want to see if Carmine Corp can be dangerous in these rounds. If they can, maybe score a couple of points for themselves here. But Plant going to come in, Wall going to go up, and it looks like Giant X do want to take some control towards that CT side to make sure they take some of that space away. Vitinho having none of what they're
Teammates on
selling.
Nikon.
But they want this round.
I don't really know if that's
Carmine Corp actually
good
looking to sprint
flash.
off that. Hold on, Magnum
They
with
get
2.
2 weapons,
And
now
the
they have
upgrade
their
is the
own.
rifle. Now you can see the investments of the ult coming down. That's gonna be Nookie gone. This is now down to a 2v2. Redgar.
Oh my god, it's the second fucking time Magnum dies to that fucking like weird peak.
Yeah, this is the game that keeps on giving right now because
We had 1 pixel ship.
I like that Raze Rocket push into Boba there.
That shit
It's
is
really
cheating as
questionable.
fuck.
You have the sights, 5 versus 5. You can save the ulti. If they come in, they start killing your teammates, maybe. They're about to do the retake, they pop their Raze Rocket, the defenders. Maybe then you counter rocket. Do you need to start it there? I'm not sure about that. Because as soon as Magnum gets those first 2 with the Sheriff, Boom. Martin pops his rocket. He's on the way in. He gets the Sage 1-for-1. And then that could have been really scary. Redgar bails him out, though, and we're chilling.
But we've had a couple of those now. We had the Hoodie bailout, now we've had the Redgar bailout. But again, for Carmine Core, you're looking at rounds around, which we're not getting, right? That's 2 rounds back-to-back where you say, hey, they've done really nicely in this regard. They've made it, you know, quite dangerous. But speaking of dangerous, mid-walk, straight up the guts. That's going to give away the game. Obviously, the utility there, the wall to follow. Tomasi doesn't get the full glimpse, but he caught a little bit of a pixel moving. They know this is a B hit coming in. Magnum now going to be ready himself, trying to catch that cross.
Found Cloud.
Heels of Cloud. This is already looking a little bit dangerous. Really trying to lead the way. Clear the sight.
Oh my god, that's a huge kill.
Magnum gone down. This should be the gates opening, but with all of that noise, all that attention, Carmine Core have players here, but look at this position. Nuki.
He saw him.
How are you turning around on that?
What?
I'm baffled if I'm Nuki, but it doesn't matter. The plant's now down. Even a fair on both sides. The ults are
What is this Viper
The
pit?
pit put into play. That's going to make it difficult. Martin on the front line going to send away Fatinho. Follow up from the utility. Paint Shell going to come in towards this one. Martin trying to close that gap down. Keep them further away. Keep them at arm's distance. A tap on the spike.
They're being
No
spammed.
one biting. And there it is. Oh, great work from Shin. Good trade. And Hoodie. Hoodie, there
What?
we go. Hoodie the one. The last man standing.
Oh my god, those rounds. He's stuck. You need a timeout.
So is it Hoodie,
We need a
Redgar,
KC
whose turn is it
timeout.
next?
That's true. I mean, you can pick and choose from this roster, to be fair, but every single time you think Carmine Core's just on that cusp of something, one of these players is stepping up.
I like the approach from Giant X there, the vision to kind of put that Sage wall deep into CT spawn to stop the rotations. And we saw what that did. It slowed down the rotations. They were worried about someone coming through middle and flanking through top mid. They took their time through market, fighting that Boba, not letting Magnum take them all out again. And then they worked their way into the site. And then they got into the site, they stabilized a little bit, and that Nuki flank is just getting caught. It's like, it's pretty unlucky, but it's another one of those situations where it's like, if you wait, if you are the person that's in the lurk spot, that's in the flank spot, you need to wait for the round to develop. It's not your job to take the next step, because people, especially with like the Sage wall being placed at top mid early in the round, they're going to expect something. They're going to expect a wrap around top middle, because that was it was an option. It was available. It's something that they have to consider. So you have to wait. And when the defenders start moving in through Boba into site, when they start moving in from market into site, that's your time to strike. You catch them in the back. If you go too early, then they're going to be potentially looking for you or clearing you out. So another situation where, yeah, it's like, it's unlucky, but at the same time, it's also maybe a little bit too early.
And my heart breaks a little for Carmine Core in this, because by my eye test alone, they've just hit the timeout. It was their tactical timeout just now, but what are you meant to say? Because yes, there's obviously things you can extrapolate, but a lot of the rounds going away from them, arguably in the last 4, have been down to someone kind of almost over-exceeding expectation, doing exceedingly well, which is fantastic. Obviously, for Giant X, you'll take it when you get it, but I mean, for the Carmine Core side, what are you meant to say in those sort of timeouts? What are you meant to do? It's just like, okay, just don't get 1v4'd, I guess. Like, I don't know what you're meant to do in those scenarios.
I wonder if they have to shift their focus from A towards like middle or B instead, and just change the setup a little bit. Because, well.
I mean, again, this round, apart from maybe Martin, I'm not seeing as much threat here. And yeah, Nuki's not allowing much problem.
Yeah, just being mowed down.
Towards the ult. Happy to be keeping this clean. Yet Martin's still alive. How much danger can one man cause? Not a great deal. So at this point, yeah, it's going to be a formality. So comfortable round in the end. Giant X going to take that cleanly. And again, for Carmine Core, we've got to see what that timeout was for, now coming into the next one.
Yeah, and it's just like with this composition, double controller and the Cypher, you're looking at kind of leverage that and play this like super defensive setup. But right now you're going against the Sage that's going to cut off rotations, the Breach that's going to completely just destroy anybody in sight, Fade comboing with that, with the Prowlers to clear positions out, the Eye to scan the site before they go in, and the Rocket to be really, or the Raze to be really explosive behind all of this utility. So right now, like, maybe you shift your focus, like you're always doing these A fights, but we're never really contesting middle or getting these flanks off. These guys, they don't have a Sentinel, they don't have a flank watch. Do something through middle, try to get in the backlines, try to get behind them and disrupt them. They're just playing so scared right now and trying to stay ahead of the fight and go head to head. They don't have the utility to do this though. They can't stop this exec.
Last time around, it was...
They're gonna go for another elbow hit.
Whether or not they fully commit to this. I'm looking towards middle as well. You're seeing Redgar kind of taking a bit of a wander, showing some
Fine,
presence,
it's
keeping,
a
you know, a little
calm.
bit of the map under control, so they can't go for those instantaneous stacks. They can't really hit an easier rotate this time, so they could have been caught. But for now, you can see them gathering towards the top of middle. I wonder if they're actually going to try and make a play through this. Try and catch Redgar. Well, not going to find much with that.
Omen getting spotted at mid and breaking the camera might have unironically lost in the round. I'm surprised no one actually committed through for that flank, but they're worried about a flank here.
And again, though, look at the counter side of this as well. Yeah. The plant's going to come down. They're going to have full CT swing control. If they fancy it, they're not going to. They're holding close to it. But 5v5 post plant, this is miraculous at this point.
There's a deep wall
too. Still in
too.
play. The TP taking the cause of paranoia, but it's Hoodie to strike. Martin goes down, and 5 still stand for Giant X. You can see Fatinho waiting as well to see if anyone dares to go ahead. Able to catch the cross as well, sit passively on the side. This is individual. This looks messy from Carmine Core. They do not look like they've got themselves in the right place here. Giant X lapping this one up. Gorgeous round from them. That is another Andalusia flawless coming through, but you couldn't ask for a better round. It felt like Carmine Core were just a passenger in that.
Wow.
Yeah, they look like a a shell of their former selves, a shadow of their former selves. Because right now we're just we see them on defense of Split, and they're moving together so well, so fluid. And here it's just like it feels like they're playing into their agent role a little bit too much, and they need to be able to detach from that and realize, like, yes, I'm Viper, yes, I'm Omen, yes, I'm Cypher, but I'm gonna get a little bit down and dirty. Instead of just like sitting back and playing off my camera or my trips, I'm gonna start moving up here. Like what they're doing this round, if they do it with guns instead of like pushing right into tiles, if they wait a second, like that's what they need to do. What they're doing here, they do this on a gun round, they're gonna be chilling. They should have done it a few rounds ago though. I wonder if it's too late.
It might be. It might be a little too late in the day, but couldn't be going better for them at the moment. Individual fight by individual fight, and Narrate's going to take that every day.
And we have the Magnum flank. That's huge.
Cloud and Nookie in a world of trouble, and it's almost like you know what you're talking about sometimes, Josh. It upsets me when it works out so well. But you were absolutely on the money. This presence in middle, trying to actually pressure throughout the map, has worked wonderfully. Now, can Nookie and Cloud do something? Potentially, but it's certainly an uphill battle. Plant going to come in. They have recovered weapons, though not many, to be fair. Only one actually on Magnum.
And that fade
they're gonna
push
get more now because the
is
Sage wall
huge.
actually protects them to be able to pick up the guns, stabilize, break the wall, and enter this retake 5 versus 2 together.
Yeah, Narrate now getting the upgrade. Cloud trying to get a little bit naughty with it. Tomasi's having none of that, leaving Nookie in the 1v5. And we've seen some naughtiness already in this game from individuals. I think this one might be a little bit beyond his reach. Just going to close in towards it, see what he can do. Not enough. Tomasi, fantastic in the end, but still, Carmine Core collectively doing really what was needed earlier.
Yeah, if they had done this a few rounds ago, it would have looked a little bit better. They do it here. They still have a chance to end the half 5-7. So it's not like the biggest deal in the world. They have the Raze Rocket going into this round for the defense. It's going to be interesting. We do see the Sage Res is in play again. We haven't really seen an op yet from either side. I wonder if that is going to be something that either team, like maybe going to the second half, is Next going to do that? Is it going to be the Sage? Is it going to be the Raze? But right now, yeah, there's so many options for both teams right now. I think Carmine Core shouldn't do this play again, this 3-person A thing. They're going to get, I mean, they do have the Rocket.
Maybe that's enough. We'll see. Maybe. That's the leveraging factor, isn't it? Is that going to be enough to dissuade the approach or even give them that potential advantage at the start?
The blind of the Omen
Scene, though, that same
early on.
drawn over and over, this early utility exchange.
Smoke.
Already, it looks like Cloud going to be trying to pressure towards middle. That is a big amount of presence he's showing here. Narrate kind of getting a little curious towards A main as well. This has drawn the attention, and Cloud survives. Martin does follow up eventually.
They should.
Only one in middle. This now puts
They're gonna go for the
He's got to be so ready.
Yet.
Only going to take down one, but it gives away the game, and Shin's there this time. Much better look from Carmine Core, closing towards the scoreline just a bit here. 5-7, it is recovered, but it's certainly not comfortable.
Yeah, I mean, 5-7 is, it's not comfortable, but that recovery, especially those last few rounds, were so nice.
Those rounds are
Guys
important.
have a chance closing out this game, closing out the series 2-0 even. But like, I love the reactions that they had there. So I was like, oh, this A push, is this gonna work out? But I think the second time that Giant X goes out middle and breaks that trip, it stimulates this reaction from Carmine Core. They say, hey, we've lost top middle info. The tripwire's down. They can go into mid, they can go into market, they can flank us. We have to connect. But what they do is they connect from B and they connect from A. They re-clear mid together. And what that did is it meant that Giant X is like, okay, let's go into A now. And they go right into just like the trap setup here. Boom, just lining them up.
Okay, second half commencing. And we don't know the reps of these teams, right? We don't know if Carmine Core even has this really in the map pool that they'd want to be facing so early, but I mean, they didn't veto it, so there's always the chance to come out. But for Giant X, putting a bit of an early marker on this one.
Still have the wall and the orb not placed from the Viper. It's going to be an explosive hit.
Yeah, looks like Redgar's going to try and slow that down at the very least. Going to be forced away from this now, so has to rescind away and give up a little bit of that early challenge, but Nookie doesn't. Going to find Martin. Fantastic angle from him. Narrate there, falling as well. This is lovely work from Giant X. Couldn't ask for a better start. Redgar. Nasty with his work. And it feels like a formality towards Magnum. What more can one man do? Well, he's making a damn good go of it. Yeah, Hoodie might be backing now, going, I've got to chill out a little bit.
Just kidding.
Destroyed. I don't know, I'm you know, Magnum believer. Let's see.
I mean, the spike's down in the middle of B site. Like, these guys can they just need to play together and make sure that Magnum can't isolate any individual duels. Like right here, this is really sketchy for Redgar, because if Magnum gets this kill, 1 versus 2 is a lot more winnable than a 1 versus 3. You can't give that opportunity.
No, I think Redgar might be noticing this. He's slipping back into a more tradable position. Just like, all right, guys, I won't actually throw. So he's going to be chilling, sitting back a little bit deeper. Magnum very aware of this though, but similar scenes on the other side. Doesn't get noted initially.
Really good from Giants. Like the smoke of the Omen and then the bridge stun in front of the smoke. So you cannot just push that smoke.
That was kind of like the end to the round. It's just like, okay, spikes down in the middle of the open, Sage slow comes in, breach done on the slow, people aren't able to move. Like, what are you going to do? You can't even get out of the choke at that point. So, honestly, with a double controller plus Cypher, they should be a little bit more slow, fluid. They don't have the explosiveness. They don't have flashes. They don't, I mean, they have Gecko. That's it.
That's it,
like,
yeah.
You don't have, like, on the other side of it, they have
right there.
Just breach, I guess.
I mean, Redgar's kind of got a blind.
Yeah, but then so does Shin.
Yeah, okay. Well, I'm trying to help you out.
Yeah, I know,
you know,
I know.
Like,
But I already caught myself.
I
I already caught myself, though. I belong in the hole if I say that. I've committed to the hole.
Going into this one, though, we are going to be seeing the Sheriffs, the Classics, bits and pieces. It's not a great deal to report for Carmine Core financially into this round. For Giant X, you want to see clean slate, though. You want to see them trying to keep this tidy, aim towards that double digit as soon as possible, get up towards 10 rounds if they can. But taking their time here, Carmine Core, not in a particular hurry. Redgar going to be tested.
They see this. They see the Sage wall. They're letting it kind of just like let it simmer. They know that. Oh, okay. That happened.
Yeah, no worries, and they will have to fall away. Respect a little bit. This body's behind this. The Cloud stuck around and Nookie by his side. No problems here. This is looking very clean. This is much more of what Giant X would have wanted to be happening on the first map, but they'll take it here for sure.
BO3 for a reason, and as long as they can bounce back on this map, that's all that really matters, because they could definitely have a chance on Lotus. But I do want to see Carmine Core trying to play into this composition a little bit better, knowing that they have all this info denial, putting the Viper wall up and down to deny the info at middle. They know that Giant X, they only have the Sage. The Sage is the only person that really has any sort of Sentinel abilities. So that wall going up is the only thing that's going to prevent lurks. When you have Cypher and Viper and Omen on the team, you have 3 potential lurkers you have to take care of. So you need to play very proactive and push around and get info a certain way. And you can punish that if you're Carmine Core, if you're spread out, if you're looking for those lurk timings, if you're constantly denying the info. So we need to see the
and we see a rotation me
and not giving away too much like information of what you're doing. I like what they're doing here, slowing things down.
Yeah, I feel like they may have heard you. I
It
feel
was
like
the fade mean.
kind of into effect. We'll see if they can kind of stick the landing once they get to that point, but kind of taking that default around the map, kind of showing a little bit of something, but not too much. Congregating back around towards the spike, collecting that, and it looks like potentially heading back towards A.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I would have rather them keep more map control before they moved. Okay, they're going back into it. Yeah. All right. They're going to do something. They're going to like fake this A, fake the A reclear, push them back, group up towards B, wait for the reaction to happen. Here's the over rotation back into CT spawn for the defenders, and now it's going to be, Redgar.
Nice. Magnum takes down the isolated man. That should be there. The green light, that's the site open and ready for the taking. Plant going to come down. It's a long rotation on this map too. It takes time to get back over here. Fortunately enough, you do still have Nookie near enough by. Yes, you still got Cloud towards the CT side, but the other two are still going to make their way over. Utility with Hoodie is still in play. The post plant though, already going to be on red alert. They know that someone's close enough by. Cloud going to try and set something into motion here. Fatinho getting very close as well. This looks like it's the goer. Fatinho trying to maybe get some pressure, but they need to start working towards this one. Going to force Tomasi out of a comfortable position. Forced to fight. The flash is fantastic. Nuki the one to make the most of it, and now it's a little uncomfortable. The defuse is starting. Hoodie's not going to be getting off that. It's Pride
And
already
Cloud!
here, leaving Magnum.
Holy fucking shit, man. Cloud.
In the end goes through Cloud, the last line of defense, and it worked.
So much trust in Cloud there, but for good reason. He's been definitely one of these major key pieces. Both maps getting so many multi-frags and great utility usage. I was actually thinking, wow, this round's actually really well played from Karmine Corp. They did everything they needed to do. They slowly worked the map. They denied the info. They waited out the duration of the Sage wall. If the Sage put the wall up early, they went back into, they kept the control over B main. They went back to A. They did the fake reclear. They stimulated Redguard into pushing into B main. Fell right into the trap. They had the 5 versus 4. They had the site for free. They had the spike plant for free. But then, what do? They all go back into B main.
I was kind of hoping they'd split out a little bit further, take a little bit more of that space. I mean, yeah, it's always a chance of someone near enough by, but still, they'd had a decent enough lay of the land. They could have maybe gone for that, I guess, slightly riskier fight, but still, I mean, they'd at least held some of that side control.
I think their Viper Orb was towards A lobby to help with the control of lobby / the reclear. Their Viper Wall is towards middle. They're like, what else do they have there? They use the Raze utility and the Gecko utility to get into the site to begin with. Like, what do you have there for the post play? When you have a comp that
we have a
doesn't
KC
have a lot of first-line
timeout.
lineup, you have to get in their faces. You have to just brawl out. Cypher doesn't really have anything. He's just gonna brawl out. Viper, you don't have your orb, your mollies aren't going to do anything by themselves. You got to brawl out. So when you're in this composition, try to split up. Where's the late mid lurk into the market flank and getting the backstab? Where's the person that's been inserted? Like, you pushed and faked the A comeback. You did the Omen flash all the way through this line. Why does the Omen not walk through tiles and then get a backstab either through spawn or late through market? You have the opening into B site already. So we need to see them tighten up in those types of situations.
Let's see if it's something they can potentially explore now. Again, it was Karmine Corp's timeout. That's just passed, so whether or not they can maybe implement something, but again, by that point, you're probably going to imagine that Giant X are going to be on 11 rounds. It does become a very uphill struggle from that point onwards, but you know, for the sake of good practice, for the sake of getting those reps in and kind of showing that capability, why not try it out now? But we wait and see. It looks like for now, the prescription given is a little bit more mid-pressure.
Sage actually keeping the wall here. Gonna use it either reactively or save it for the post plant. They know Sheriffs can't bust down a wall that quick. They don't have any rifles. I'm gonna say, oh, there it is, reactively.
Yep.
You can't come through here. You have to break multiple blocks.
And Cloud, so prepared on the other side here as well. They've just followed them forward straight into his loving embrace. Huge work from him, picking up 3. And again, all the threats navigated. Giant X just manipulating Karmine Corp around this map. Nothing was really available to them.
Yeah, they had.
They really
nothing,
came
they
on
got
sunset
nothing.
prepared,
They do have
like
the Gecko ulti online right now. If they choose to use it, it could be really valuable. They know that the Sage is playing around top mid / market area. They know the Omen is on the solo B site hold a lot of the time. They know there's a lot of effort towards this A lobby control. So it's going to be interesting to see if Karmine Corp can deny enough info, get enough space and map control, and then utilize that big fish to open up the round. It can be if you want it to be.
Appreciate that, thank you.
It's better than Peel.
I didn't come up with that. Right? I'm as much of a victim as you are. As it stands, though, it looks like the initial battle for that kind of deeper A main control, A lobby control is comfortably, is proactively sitting, it was until then, in the hands of Giant X. You can already see the Magnum trying to keep a little bit more presence noted over here. You can see them trying to throw this around, but it stands patient beginning, yeah.
That was good. The race sees nothing. Omen reacts, puts the smoke down on B. Still, letting the round develop Karmine Corp. I need to see them inserting players more aggressively. They have the Cypher trap. What's he going to do? Is he going to wait for someone to try, like, Raze to push through and flank? They're going into a 4-man B main hit. They don't have the comp for this. Is this going to work? They have the fish. It might.
Well, that has to be A real big fish here for Narrate. Let's see what he can get done with this one. Going to try and at least close down already. Basically denied. No even follow-up. Redgar gets away scot-free. This is perfect for him.
And the flood with the fade ulti.
Oh,
no.
dear. This is looking like an absolute tragedy. Cloud already going to find Magnum. That removes that one backline threat potentially. Now the swing.
Oh.
Yeah, this is done. Put a bow on it. Wrap this up. This is all but over. Tomasi tries to make a last stand, but this is Giant X with a grip on this game.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I think Carmine Core is... I don't know if they're overthinking things or they just didn't have enough, good enough game plan or specifically what it is. But I don't hate the idea of it. The following the Thrash in, trying to get in there, but no one's peeking with it. And Redgar is able to peek out, destroy the Thrash, have the smoke up on main, throw the Omen blind, and have his teammates all fled. They know no one's coming through market because that Sage Wall's up. Carmine Core didn't take enough map control. They don't know about the Sage Wall. They haven't broken it. They haven't made them worry about top mid. They haven't made them worry about A. Raze has full control over A. You need to do something to deny info or take map control so that you can actually split or audible. You can't do these full execs. You don't have the comp for it.
Yeah, it looks uncomfortable for Carmine Core here. Maybe this map just not quite in the wheelhouse yet. Whereas for Giant X, it is looking fantastic.
I like this.
And Magnum.
I love this.
Yeah, how's he gone this far? Nookie's the one to find Tomasi, but again, how the hell has this man gone here? And he takes
Line
his
him up.
time.
Line him up.
He should have a second here too. Yeah, absolutely. Executioner coming towards the site now, trying to facilitate that cross as well. There is still a problem. There is still a man here, and it is Cloud. Does this round have its silver lining? Not this time for him. Narrate going to clear him out as well. That's lovely work from Carmine Core. Finally exploring the map a little bit here. Right up the guts through Giant X, leaving Nookie and Redgar with, well, an unpalatable end of a round. What they're going to do with this one, I mean, you might as well give it a go. Swing, miss, Narrate there, happy. And now Redgar, well, it's all but done here.
Yeah. Up into guts through mid, Cypher on the flank.
You liked that one, did you?
Yeah, loved it. So the Viper dying there, Tomasi, unironically setting the Cypher up Magnum for that big flank. They thought the threat was dealt with. Hey, Viper through her own wall. Okay, cool.
Done.
Took care of that. And then I guess the cerebralness of Magnum to realize, hey, I lined two people up. There's got to be a third person here, right? There's got to be someone else defending the other part. We saw the Sage peel back from market to pick up this top mid. Nobody came from A to pick it up. So they're really heavy focused on A main right now. There's got to be a third person here. And they snuffed them out.
Again, this feels like a moment of reprise from probably the bigger issue is that that's not a repeatable round really for Magnum. Maybe you could learn something from it. Maybe they could learn a little bit of something.
And we have a Giant X timeout.
Getting those lurks into play, but it's not something that's gonna be the instant salve. You know what I mean? It's not something that's instantly gonna help out. So it's still a problem, bigger picture. This isn't the big solution. But Giant X, I mean, they've got timeouts to use. Seems like they want to go for it here. Have, what, 2 ults to play with? I mean, it's a res and a TP, so kind of scrap that. But still, I don't think it's panic stations, but I guess why not have a chat while you have the time?
So with the res, they could definitely opt to do something aggressive at a different part of the map other than A, because what they could do is they could pick the player back up. They can go for an aggressive fight, brawl it out a little bit, res them, reset. And that might be the plan here because
I feel like they are talking about Casey's mid setup.
This is a play that they have. They're not afraid to do it. It's, as long as they keep the threat there, they don't even have to do it, but it's going to cause Giant X to think, hey, this is
just
a possibility.
to correct
we have to keep this in mind. We have to play a certain way if we see this
that infiltration and maybe some of their detail.
So it's going to be interesting to see.
Maybe he's going to give them a timing. He spotted a pattern or something.
Wait, no, sorry. That's omitted.
And we have the Sage ultimate too, so...
Things are this small, you can't really tell what's going
yeah,
on.
they are playing heavy into mid.
Surprised that's an issue for you. TP.
And the TP is completed.
Well, I said it's hard to repeat this, but that's going to certainly help out matters for a whole couple of seconds.
Walk into B instantly.
I mean, they've got the site, right? Like this... You've sacrificed one for that, maybe that's all you're going to get, but I look at that post-plant, remember those post-plant positions were a real problem for them before. They weren't able to brawl out on the site particularly. They were struggling in that regard. Now we have to see if they can maybe do better with even less numbers. It was a 5v5 last time, now a 4v5. A couple of ults though, some big ults, some control.
He's not going to play inside. Oh, he is, yeah.
Certainly something to keep in mind. Information for
Spotted
Redguard,
the
maybe not a great deal
Gecko.
of time to utilize it here.
And
Power
now
already starting to lean towards the site. Stunner of a shot there, though. Takes away Redguard. Magnum on the
they
follow-up
found
this
down.
time. Scrapping
The
it out
ultimate
here.
is
Not
huge.
letting go of the site at all. Nuki, Fatinho, and Hoodie's options are dwindling. I think
And they are gonna
realised that as
save.
They fall away. Looks like a recovered round here for Carmine Core after what I didn't think was repeatable. But Shin, how they're doing the work.
I think what allowed them to do this was Giant X actually took a gamble there. Why did they take a gamble? They're up 12-6 in this round, right? Or in this situation.
Sure.
They don't, like, they have 6 rounds to play with where they just need one of these instances to work. So if Carmine Core did this fast A thing, if they did the fast mid thing to flank A, they get shut down, boom, Giant X closes out the game, right? So what happens here? Oh, they didn't come into our setup, unlucky. We thought that they were going to try to go for this A split thing again, didn't happen. It's not the end of the world. They still have 5 more map points to deal with. They still have the Sage Res. I don't know why they're not leveraging that a little bit more.
We're gonna have
a
a Sage wall be
but
just.
they're probably going to put the deep wall in B main and try to do another. Oh!
Yep.
Hello.
Well, there's proactivity to say the least.
The Sage wall and slow to stall the B hit so that they have time to rotate back in.
Yeah, you're already seeing it. Fatinho getting on his running shoes, wants to get over there quick, just in case. Pressure starts to build, and they're going to try and get the information. Note to player on the site, and going to follow up with the ult. Trying to find something, did not connect. It's a problem.
Oh my
Gets
god.
away with his life. Nuki still breathing, still standing. That means the res is still in pocket. Fatinho falls, so does Hoodie. Redgar making a stand and a half. 3 kills.
He has his
0
ultimate
back
back and the
leaving
plant.
it in an even affair, but with the plant now down, it tilts slightly back towards Carmine Core's side. But can they hold this post plant?
Fade uses I. Clears out market. Has a prowler. Clears the site.
I'm just scared seeing him in these positions, though. I just get a little scared.
They have
Got the
3
flash,
mollies.
the Viper mollies.
Should be good, right?
Molly. They have enough to
Should?
just stagger.
Yeah.
Here's the first.
Redgar. Wait, Redgar slipped the net.
He saw it.
Oh,
That was so tight.
could have gone both ways.
There was a moment where it got a little too
He
dicey,
literally
but
jumped
still
above
alive
the
in the
fucking
Carmine Core's
cache.
side, right? This is 3 in a row. Now, hey, they had a lot of rounds to play with, right? Giant X, you said it, they're not in a massive hurry, but you don't want to get into, one, a poor economic situation from this. You don't want to be down on your ults. They're slowly building a couple up here, but if you're Giant X, when do you worry? Because normally it's double digits for me. If I see KC hit 10, I get a little sweaty.
Probably when it gets to 12-10, you should think about really leveraging something. The fact they haven't used Sage Ulti yet, kind of scary. Not gonna lie.
I'm sure it'll be fine.
They still haven't. They're just doing their standard setup. The Omen B, the Sage Market, and 3A. They're not changing anything up here. They're, they know they can't really flank. There's the trap wires. The Raze gets the deep line on A, though. And they're just trying to leverage this.
This is the battle that could be pretty defining if they do decide to press that corner. There's the Paranoia. Similar scenes, we've seen it before. Fatinho knows his reactions here. Early exchange of utility near on a chess game, but the commitment on the swing, didn't expect that.
The
Fatinho
trade of
goes around,
Raze.
finds Shin, which is a problem. They lose out on that element, but the sight on the other side again. It's all a bit of a bait and a ruse, and it's worked once more, and even better than ever. They've got the plant down, they've got full site control here, and those rotations are still a mile away. They got a late mid lurk as well coming in. We've got a little bit of layering to this one. Nuki still going to be doing damage, though. That's Magnum gone. I was looking at Martin to see if he was deciding to maybe pressure that. But now with that wall in play, probably denies a little bit of that option. Recongregating around towards CT, though. Giant X are being halted.
They're gonna
Progress,
yeah.
And there's the ult being considered. This is huge, but it forces a fight. And Carmine Core are winning it! All right.
Wow.
I'm getting a little nervous, Josh. A little bit. Nervous.
Come back?
Still good?
Honestly, if they snatch an overtime on Sunset, would be
Honestly,
huge.
Like, I thought, okay, 12-6, they're not afraid to do these gambles. Cool, they're doing like this 2 top mid, 3 on A. They're not afraid to just like take these gambles, close it out. They lose a couple of rounds and they go into the standard setup, and they're giving so much space. Their Omen is the only person between the enemy and B, and he's pulling out his hands to throw his smoke across the map to A lobby control. He stops watching B. Sage wasn't watching Market. Like, there's so many gaps right now because they don't have a Sentinel, and they're playing this like super spread 1-1-1-3 setup. They need to like.
And that's a Nico for Giant.
Where they actually try to control the.
Could be. Oh no, there is a rotation.
Did they hear something?
Yeah.
They must have heard a step.
The camera must have.
Yeah,
right?
something's been seen. Redgar is very.
He had to have been seen on the camera. Or something.
Yeah, surely. Yeah, I think the camera's just around the corner, so
like,
definitely seen.
Was someone going to cover him if the peak came from Redgar? I'm not sure.
Not particularly certain on this. Again, this is a round with Sheriffs, so this is more than likely going to be 10 to 12, and at least to my mind, that is when I do hit the panic button slightly. But for now, if you're looking for Cloud and Fatinho, silver linings for them, you are looking towards building that ult. If they can maybe get another step closer here, potentially, that would be ideal. Not going to have an opportunity for Fatinho, really, to build much more than this is given, but as it stands, Cloud's got his ready to go for when is required. This would take quite a monumental climb, but Cloud does have a rifle as well. Does he get the chance to use it? No, he absolutely doesn't. Nookie now.
The Sage.
1v3. All right, that's a shot.
It's gonna diffuse.
Here, Nookie. They can work for
You
their
have to
dinner.
go
They
for
gotta
it.
Move on. Nookie is going to make this one painful. Give himself a chance. Oh, there is something about this man that is always so dangerous. The time is running low. Magnum's patience is being tested, and he's done perfectly well in the end. Got a little bit scary there, but again, they survived.
They survived to fight another day. 2 more rounds, they have to come back. They do have the thrash back on narrate. It's going to be interesting to see if they do
What a
this
strong
4-man
eco
beam
for.
again, or
Oh,
whether they
yeah.
use it. They know that Giant X, they get the raise on the aggressive A line. If they set raise up on this A line and they're playing alone, and you do the thrash and you run up behind it, are you able to catch that? There's the I saw the pings on the map. They know about the Omen Flash. They're talking about this Omen Flash. They're actually changing their setup for the first time right now. They're reading, hey, the last time they had the Thrash, they went B with it. Let's do this like aggressive B player, peak or something like that.
Yeah, looking for that early fight, this is just kind of setting expectation, going through the protocol list. No one there to fight out A this time, though. That is surely going to be at least not a red alert, but it's going to be curious that no one is there to challenge this. We've seen the similar protocol list from Giant X when it comes to their kind of control towards A. Normally a bit of fade utility comes in, a little bit of a scrap from Fatinho. None of that this time, so it's different. This is going to be surely catching them out, and Nookie...
Why?
Just walks in?
Your team's all the way through B. They have all the info here. Your teammates have info on mid. They broke the Sage wall. You know that they're towards A. They have to be there. There's no other place they could be.
Yeah, this is scary times now, and all of that information free-flowing.
It's sorry, little me.
Get that pressure building towards CT, secure that space. Smoke goes up as well. That's going to be deep down towards that CT side to facilitate this plant safely. And if you're Carmine Core, you're starting to smile a little bit here. You're starting to feel out this game because you just got yourself a plant safe on the site. You've got good control. No lurk's going to be coming in, but that's fine. They can kind of dig their heels in a little bit because they've got utility, but there's a counter flood. Redgar just walks out, takes down one, but a quick trade out. Fatinho falls.
Oh, he found 2.
He can't do a thing about it.
Go.
Martin can't punish, but he knows where they are.
What?
This is the issue. They are running out of time and they're running out of bodies. Redgar is doing everything this man possibly can. Hoodie in unison. There's still a chance. Redgar,
He's diffusing. What?
Redgar! Are you kidding me?
Wow, that was actually so much.
Holy
trust
fucking
again,
shit,
You
man.
got me, right? Yeah, you got me. I'm sticking this defuse. You're gonna multi-frag. So much respect there. Hoodie with so many big moments for his team. Maybe not even like showing up. I mean, Cloud was the other person that was doing that. So it was a little bit of a team effort there. I honestly thought there was a real chance Carmine Core could have actually taken this to overtime. I wish they played that comp a little bit better, a little bit slower, played a little bit with the more info denial and lurks.
Well, that's what we can hopefully look forward to on the third and final map, Lotus.
I know a place that will break you into 1,000 pieces. Stay away from them. Stay away from Lorca, Paco, and Picasso. Don't ask about Lola. I, Caballo Grande. I, Dolor de Nieve. But, in spite of everything, it occurs to you to visit Andalusia. Don't say I didn't warn you. Be careful of the Andalusian crush.
Hey guys, it's Jimmy Lin, former professional Counter-Strike player and Valorant coach. Watch out for the stairs, clear this angle, you're going to be able to fight this.
Red Bull gives you wings.
It's a solid response from Giant X on map 2. They bring everything even, which means we're guaranteed a map 3 in this series. I'm your host, Yingsu, and I've got Kakuka and Ash with me back on the desk. Before we get into it, we got to address how that game ended. Ash, we don't see that very often, do we?
No, you don't. And I mean, that was 2 players detained there into that defuse, and no one goes to check beforehand, allowing all 3 players to survive to allow that defuse to even happen. And even then, no one has eyes on it. At that point, you cannot let that go.
I mean, it was also the nade, you know, from Fiti, like preventing those things from happening. But I think that in between all of that, you get lost in the sauce and you forget if you heard the tap or if you haven't heard it. And Rekka just sticks it. Like, he knows this situation and he's been there. But hear me out. K-Group were taking the right measurements round after round, and this could have perfectly gone to OT because, you know, it's literally a matter of checking or not checking.
Yeah, it was very close indeed. But thankfully, some of the adaptations we saw from Giants allowed them to have a pretty sizable lead in the end, because the Sage, I don't know how we feel about it, but let's talk about the war usage, Ash, because you were spotting that they were doing this quite a lot and it wasn't really working.
Yeah, I think we had a lot of questions about the Sage, the fact that you were going to be lacking a lot of that information, and it looks like on the attacking side, Giant X, they tried to make up for that with cutting off angles, and at first, it wasn't really working out well towards that market side. I felt like that wall continued to get just shot down, but they ended up switching things up in the end and made that comeback.
Yeah, exactly. And not only that, they were using these walls, you know, to get deeper onto CT and to use them differently. I think that, you know, at the beginning, Nuki was just trying things. Of course, this is all like testing from what they've been doing on Prax. And then after that, he was reading more into what he could do with it and just trying different things. And we can totally respect that because obviously you do not see this that often and you do not expect Nuki to be where he was sometimes in these higher positions. Definitely gave them some edge. Now, when it came to the defense, it was something that, I mean, it has to have you worried because you know that you don't have an active way of getting information and not even a passive one, right? You have Cloud, who is going to have those powers, but that is it. You're replacing your Sentinel, traditional Sentinel, with another Sentinel that is Sage, technically, but still was sending in the cast, and I think is very important. Like, I think that Keiko should have abused that situation way more. The fact that they cannot watch over the flanks, but with someone being on the flanks. Redgar was doing that, but it's literally just one person.
I mean, this is what we spoke about when it comes to Giants, right? They do have those players, Cloud, Hoodie, Redgar as well. If they needed to be bailed out when things aren't working, they will be bailed out. But looking forward to the final map here, it is going to be Lotus once more today. Again, it really feels like on the side of Keiko, they are cooking, like N is implementing a lot of different things. Giants seem to be a little bit more conservative. Are we expecting that again on Lotus?
I mean, I would like to see some Gecko. I remember that on week 2, if I'm not mistaken, I think the Giants like 13-1 coid on Lotus just by playing the Gecko. I would like to see those adaptations, knowing that the map has changed, to also have some impact of them, and I think that they will be the ones changing that. Now, on the Keiko side, do I want to see to do a list? Maybe I do.
Hey, get my boy Tomazzi. Get Martins, how to go, Narrates, how to go.
Sticking on that Sentinel role.
Yeah, I mean, when you're looking over towards Lotus as well, the map with 3 lanes aside from Haven that is out of the pool, I feel like that's the other opportunity for that double dive composition, that double duelist composition to really thrive, especially with the quick pivots that you're able to have over towards that B site in particular through that broken door. I think that high octane play can really fly up against a team like Giant X.
But actually, like, being real, something that I do want to see is the Yoru, and I would like to see it not only on the side of Keiko, but also on the side of Giants. Like, I want to see, as I said, Fiti, the last Spanish player that we have from all the 3 Spanish orgs that we have. I would like him to find a new frontier from him. Okay, for Cena, maybe today wasn't the best day to use as an example, but I want him to learn, to thrive, to, you know, to develop as a player.
I think it'll also be nice to see Fitzy have that fresh look going into this decider as well after the performance that he just had on
that
Sunset.
nade won them the map.
Literally.
Okay. That nade technically won them the map. Yeah.
That's got to be the momentum driver for him, though, because he can't be that quiet for the remainder of the series now.
Well, let's see where we're going to go here in terms of agents. We're going to see no Yoru. I hate to say it, but we do have a couple of Killjoys coming and another Sky.
Yeah, no Yoru and
I
no,
was really looking
no
forward
Neon.
to seeing the Gecko, at least from
No
Cloud.
Neon
Like,
either.
it could be such a great adaptation, or even, you know, maybe something, I don't know, so many things that you can do here, but both of the teams are going to be going almost for a miracum besides Narrate and Cloud with those 2 different initiators. I'm really looking forward to see how that A control is going to go with both the double controllers.
Yeah, and Ash, your boy Narrate, 3 maps, 3 different agents. He's a ultimate flex player.
Yeah, I mean,
the Carmen comp is a very classic one.
Apparently, and
Not a lot of flash.
He was very locked into
Like
that
just
duelist
the Omen
role
flash.
over down in NA, but it seems like N has done very well to open up and broaden his horizons here now that he's headed over to the EMEA scene. And I think something that I'm looking towards, the Fade in the Sky, I think with the Lotus changes makes a lot of sense for both these teams as well, with the new 50-50s that were added, just that additional ability to clear out those angles.
Yeah, I can't wait to see who's going to come out on top here and send this
Honestly,
back
the more I
into
think
game
about
with
it,
casters who are
the more you
officially
just
known
drop
as Pansy and Steel,
the fucking
aka
Killjoy.
I once again refute that. I'll take
Ah,
Stanzy.
it's
any
too.
of those, like any options?
This
I'm down
map is
for
too
that.
big to
No,
drop
veto.
Killjoy.
Let's focus in because map 3 actually kind of a big deal now, right? Because
But Viper is so strong and you can't play Viper alone. And you also need, you also want double initiator, like,
right? They got there. Carmine
but
Core
you
on
also
map one
want
looked
a raise,
fantastic on split, but still a
so
close
you want
affair,
6
right? We've had
spots.
2 close maps. Now, map 3, I have no idea what to expect between these two. It was left in the veto, clearly. They were happy enough to go there, but which team's actually comfortable here, I couldn't tell you for love and money, but already Fatinho finds the first. Quick trade out, so Tomasi not letting that go.
And as we all know, it's not about how you start, it's about how you finish here. So this third map going to be very important to get a good start into the season.
I think already, just at eye test alone, both these teams have kind of
Usually
quite
playing
nicely posed a couple of problems or
A
a couple of things that
on
they
pistol.
can fix down the line, but also the potential's been off the charts. I mean, map 1, I think a lot of the Carmine Core fans will be
It's a
happy
little
with
bit
what they saw there.
questionable.
Giant X fans will be
Usually
happy
it's
with
so
map 2,
strong
you
on
know,
C.
maybe a couple of issues, but still, overall, pretty good performance.
Free sight here. And I like what we were talking about narrator earlier. Obviously, like I'm stansying for narrator a little bit here. I think his flexibility, it's not just like playing agents, it's like playing different agents well.
Yeah.
So you're gonna see this 4 versus 4 retake. The Sheriff on the Killjoy, love that personally.
All right, I'm looking to see what springboards them forward. Looks like just the paranoia was sent through and they're going to go for the challenge already. A little bit of a trade out on the side. Magnum and Nari still going to be on this one. Shin tries to get the little diffuse started. Dips away for a second. And Fatinho found it is clean from Carmine Core.
Yeah, that was kind of interesting, that round. Just from the get-go, just like, once that initial fight happened and it came down to this 4 versus 4, it was clear to me that there was like, okay, what's next? Neither team really knew exactly what was next. We saw Giant X, they're like, okay, we already have 2 people walking towards C, there's a big fight happening at B, maybe there's an opening that we can take it's 2-on-1. They get into the site, they get the plant, but it didn't look like Carmine Core had like a really good plan behind it, but then they come in for the retake. They have 1 coming late through waterfall area, 3 through spawn, and they come in and they just win their duels. They're so good at just doing the basic stuff well that this is what's kind of like carrying them right now.
See if it continues. Now, obviously, going to propel themselves forward in this round. Bulldogs coming out. There's still some, an SMG in the play, but beyond that, pretty comfortable on this buy. On the other side, Sheriffs and a Ghost. So you're looking at 5 standing, if possible, working themselves cleanly into this game. It's still the standard we hold across the board here. I want to see these rounds kept as diligently dealt with as possible and just get a good read, I guess, if you're Giant X. Try and get, a good mental picture of what you're coming up against here. So you can kind of test out, and this is a brutal side to try and break into. Yeah, Tomasi already going to find one. You see the utility being worked, but this is good. This is fact-finding for the bigger buy rounds, but still, Carmine Core have bodies here. They've got a boatload of utility, a boatload of bodies. And yeah, Redgar's gone a little bit closer, which is nice, but again, this isn't the round to be looking at, the bigger picture. You want to see them trying to get those little bits of information. Testing out the timing, 40 seconds now. Clock going to start becoming a factor soon.
Just classics, except for the Sheriff on the board. They're baiting this. Oh, this is so smart, actually. It didn't work out, but it was smart.
The theory.
The theory behind it. They opened the door. They made all this pressure. They made this noise towards A. Hey, like, we're over here. Cut noise completely. Don't peek. Don't jiggle. Don't make any steps at all. And now Carmine Core is like, well, we've already committed to this rotate. Like, what are we going to do here? We can't just
Yeah, but
rotate back
Carmine
to
has
let's just push in together. They push in. If there was, like,
they had the tower on B, the turret on B, and they had Omen on C, so...
Maybe they get a kill, they pick up a Spectre or a Bulldog or a Stinger, and then they're able to use that to get another kill. Then they get a Spike Plant. Things kind of spiral.
There, yeah.
But just starting with that one thing, that was their opening. It almost happened. The vision was there.
Hey, let's see if that continues as we get into the real meat of things, right? This is still a bit of a bonus round, though. We do have Bulldogs out, so 4 Bulldogs is still the SMG in play. So this is just, you tilt this towards Giant X, but oh my god, getting proactive, and that's dangerous. Hoodie going to be found near on first, and look at the time left. It's still a minute 20 on the board. They've got so much to try and navigate now, and they've lost all that impact. Funneling straight towards that C site, looking like they want to try and just brawl this out, but they have no real way to get in there cleanly. They have very little left with this. Cloud, yes, can facilitate something, but this is uncomfy.
Very different approach than we saw in the last map, where they had a very similar composition. They had the Cypher instead of the Killjoy, but they were very static in their setups. They were doing like the 2B, 3A stuff.
Hi, I'm doing good now.
Down dirty.
Just watching the game.
Killjoy the Viper, pushing up A main. through the attacker Viper wall, maybe, or was it doesn't matter. They pushed up and cleared him main. They pushed him back and they got the opening kill. We didn't see that from Karmine Corp at all, really, except for one round on defense when they were on eco last game.
And look at the time this has cost them, right? They had to reclear all this space because they had no one obviously watching behind, so they had to reclear this. They're down to 20 seconds or so now. By the time they're getting towards the site, you already just had, who was it on the other side? Narrate, putting down the utility to clear out, make sure no one's over by mound. They're forced in towards B here. There are very few options. Fortunately, Redgar is hitting. Takes away Shin, but that plant is still precarious, still dangerous, and they're swinging the smoke. They've denied it.
They denied the
That
plant.
is everything! That is huge! Work from Karmine Corp!
Yeah,
Big
Giant X just
arm.
had no options there. They have to go back and re-clear A, but when they go A, they're trying to open the door. Hey, fake A, go B. But what is that actually doing? It's pulling all of the players from C to where? Towards B, because that's the first stop on the way back towards A is to stop at B. So we see the flood coming in. They're coming through Heaven. They're coming through Waterfall. They're just sprinting in. Once they hear that spike is starting to get planted, they're like, this is our opportunity. They either have to stick the spike and they're a man down, or they get off of it and we just do this brawl anyways. Really good reactions from Karmine Corp right now. A completely different defense than we saw last map.
Yeah, I think we're starting to see the comfort of where their map pool's starting to lie. Obviously, this is the beauty of early season, right? You have no idea what the map pool's really going to look like from these teams. This looks a little bit better for Karmine Corp. Obviously, Sunset was Giant X's choice, but regardless, they do look quite nice here for now. We'll see if that continues as Giant X are going to be having to, suffer through this round, really. Yes, Sheriff's a little bit of utility here and there, but very little to report. Oh, Redgar still trying to be dangerous, trying to take some space. Fatinho taking heads as well. They're not going down without a fight. And the UI's not going down with the round either. But you know what, that's fine, we'll catch up. There it is. Nookie and Hoodie, the last two alive, but maybe they could get a little bit of damage as well. That could be good. These are rifles, these are expensive pieces for the puzzle for Karmine Corp. And options and opportunities later on, potentially for Giant X, maybe for Nookie there. A lockdown on the horizon could be lovely. Magnum not gonna make any mess of that. Catching Nookie very comfortably. And it should be Hoodie as a formality now with 38 seconds. This should be very difficult.
Yeah, this is going to be almost impossible. First kill on Magnum could be a thing, but the high-low setup with Narrate.
Shouldn't happen, right?
Wait, he's still alive. I thought for sure that guy was a gunner. He's down to 7 health. I thought for sure one bullet was going to do it with the Sheriff. But yeah, I mean, all you can really hope for from Hoodie here is maybe a kill, maybe take away some
10 seconds left.
Money.
Something.
Get more than just one ulti orb. Yeah. But yeah, I mean, that round just gone. And I need to see something more from Giant X here. So when we talk about like the game plans and the compositions here, they don't really have too many things to be explosive with. They don't have like stuns from Breach. They don't have like scans. They have the dog from Sky, but realistically, when they're on the double controller here on attack, they need to take a little bit more map control and do more fakes, do things with info denial, try to break out the Killjoy utility a little bit earlier. But Karmine Corp being very dynamic on their setups here. They're not even playing anyone C right now. They're doing an aggressive B play right now. This is really cool, and we're going to see all these coming in play soon too.
Yeah, a bit of variety, trying to take that map space. Still showing presence here. Magnum, I mean, putting shots down range and hoping for connection, but nothing really there. And they've already peeled away from that B attempt of maybe trying to walk someone out. I'm surprised they didn't commit a bit further towards it. Tomasi, fantastic pick up towards Hoodie. Oh, come off it. A follow-up too just seems almost unfair. And Giant X are left in tatters. They've got very little space. They're stuck in no man's land. They don't know much about the back lines, really. They just have to try to face forward or walk back into the unknown. They are in danger, and the damage off the tap of the orb. You can see the reaction. Tomasi wanted to punish Fatinho, trying to calm
that might be a double.
That could be, but I don't think it's going to actually connect as well as he had hoped. It's not. And now they're starting to struggle here, starting to clutch at straws, trying to find any options available. But Karmine Corp already starting to surround this. They aren't putting everything out here. It looks like the swing comes in. It's a 1-for-1. But that's Spike, and that's another issue. Fatinho flies in, though. That's fantastic. Fatinho still with a chance. 37 seconds. Spike back into play. He's got his ult and a 1v2. Difficult. Spot out already. I'm pretty sure he just saw Shin there.
30 seconds left.
Toying with this. He's got to know both players nearby. How much can he do? Paranoia is sent down. 20 seconds now, time ticking. Pain Shell there to try and find some safety. Pops the he's getting paranoid, he's getting nervous, he's getting worried. He wants to plant, but he won't have the time to get away from this. Not at all. Shin played it very well there. If you'd left it a second later, that could have been dangerous.
And Carmine Core is just steamrolling right now. They have so much confidence. You can see it in all the individual decisions that they're making.
They really managed to mentally reset after the
three people B leaving C completely wide open. They don't care.
after that sunset game.
They have the Killjoy ulti for the retakes on whichever site. We do see the attacker Killjoy ulti as well, but are they going to use it here? Are they going to buy? They could get Vandals and Light Shields. They can't really do much more than that. They have to take attack. They have to think about what are we going to do here? We're down 5-0. We're not really playing into our confidence at all. We're getting flood on by Carmine Core. We don't have options. We can't cancel our plan once we see that like things are looking a little bit bad. We're just bleeding out here. What can we do to stabilize? How can we like make this a little bit easier for us? We haven't seen them work towards C at all, really.
No.
We've only seen them go on into B when it's like these late round situations where they're not able to go here or there. So they need to just like pull something else out of their strat book. They have to have more depth than this, right?
You'd hope so. I mean, they kind of took that look towards that C side initially when, again, though, you look at what happened, the fact that Carmine Core then pushed 2 players up from A and managed to completely disrupt the entire plan, and that got scrapped. And from that point onwards, it feels like Carmine Core have had such of the, I don't even say like upper hand, but that's a comfortable read. They've just been really not put out of place by Giant X at all.
And they have two really strong defensive ultimates.
We didn't even see the end goal of potentially that.
They have the Killjoy lockdown.
Kind of like pushing out. There's a
They
lot
have
of
the Viper
pit.
pit.
So I'm a bit worried the Giant X don't even see the full picture yet. They're still
Redgar has been bringing a lot of value with his Omen ultimate TPs.
Play as well. That's for Hoodie.
So
they are starting to really feel the pinch here and suffer through
and we see a box play for.
I mean, the lockdown's there for Nookie. Maybe this is the chance. Maybe this is the round they can pull something. Oh no! No! Look at the patience. Look at the patience. Look at this man. Oh my word! Oh my word! The turn. He got 2.
He caught Redgar.
This is devastating. This
and the guy on side died. The spike is in the open, the door is being open.
You talk about Redgar and you talk about how much experience he has and what he's bringing to the table as an IGL here, but we're just seeing we're out of options. What do we do? Let's just go 5-man B from the start of the round. We have Omen ulti. Why are we not trying to like fake like we're taking control of an area, denying info, using the Omen ulti to pull rotations, to scout out what's happening in the site? They're not even clearing their corners. They don't even spam the box at the start of the round. They're not doing the fundamentals right. It's like the whole team has a mental cloud blocking them from doing just like the simple things right now. And Carmine Core is doing the simple things flawlessly.
I'm a little bit stunned. Especially after a timeout that you just had kick in, you'd think they'd come in with the best approach possible. They'd maybe get their heads straight a little bit here. Yeah,
they found
again, 3 still standing.
Knight.
Really swelling
though.
The Carmine Core side. They can start getting a little bit more buffer behind them, and they felt no bigger threat. Yeah, a couple of ults are still here, but they're gonna be down on sheriffs on a very weak purchase. I'm worried about this. This follow up. What? How did he get Redgar then? Thank you for the slow-mo,
TP.
This just seems... Okay. I watched it 2 times and did...
What you see is what you get.
Yeah, apparently. But I'm worried for Giant X because this is where you'd think with Pipson being coach, with Redgar as an IGL, they should be able to give you these solutions, and they're not finding it yet. Now we're starting to see Carmine Core flex a little, right? We've got a little bit more of an aggressive lean here from Shin. Paranoia have to be invested to force him away, so he's going to be taking away some of that critical utility they're going to be dwindling on here. Already Fatinho trying to find a fight early on, but not really falling for this.
Yeah, you see the same pack, the Fade, the Raze, the Omen, fighting together this time at C, leaving a little bit of exposure towards A. Viper getting a little bit interested in what's happening over at A. Hoodie's out saying, hey guys, there's nothing here. Maybe we can come back. Killjoy's got a couple of mollies to stall, but that's about it. They're leveraging the Raze Rocket, the Killjoy ulti for this retake. They know that there's no real counterplay from the attackers. If the attackers decide to go A, what are they going to do? Viper, already getting into the site, is going to reactively place this Viper
Wow.
if needed. But getting spammed through the smoke is just like,
that's a spot
man,
as well.
It's assault on the wounds right now.
Yeah, this is insult to injury sort of level. They're going to start struggling with this one because they've just lost out on Hoodie, which is rough. And again, Magnum got the follow-up. He even noted the second player there. That's not going to be a surprise. They already have bodies towards B. Well, they've already got information let towards B, so they don't have any real threat here yet. Carmine Core feeling not pushed out of position, not feeling worried about it. And you're looking at the time, we're down to 20 seconds on the board. So this is when you're running low. Again, there's a utility in play. They have a complete control of this map. Redgar slipping a little deeper is about the only thing that they got on their side. And it doesn't even matter. The spike's finally gone down, but you've got 3 players and a prayer, basically. And what do? Now you've got the lockdown coming in against you. What are you meant to do with this?
And you're 2 men down. You can't even trade, really. You do.
Oh,
no!
Holy shit! Knife could just not
like,
be hit.
Everything's over, and then it's just like, it's even more over at that point. It's like, what do you even do? Do you laugh it off? Do you just get sad? Like, what? Oh, man. It's just like, Carmine Core has plot armor at this point, type of thing.
Legit. I mean, it's the revenge arc, right? Look at that smile. Look at these guys. The last season, I think everyone realized being a Carmine Core fan was rough. It was a really rough season for them. I think we saw glimmers of hope throughout it, but I mean, they gutted it from the inside out, right? They completely rebuilt this roster. They got arguably one of the very well-respected coaches in the game behind this team. They went to market and they got themselves a squad. Already seeing this is fantastic for them. 7-0, this is a big confidence booster against one of the probably more established rosters still in this league that hasn't rebuilt massively. This is a huge boon for them. This would be, you know, as said, a prize to put on the mantelpiece, but we go back in, buy back in place. Couple of ults in play here for Giant X. They have an opportunity to do something with this, but Shin, once again, rinse and repeat, and this time, he draws blood from it.
Yeah, man. Right now, your Giant X, you have to be thinking, what are we going to do to get ourselves our first round on the board? And they have 3 ultis to work with. They have the cabbages from the sky. They could use the Omen ulti as part of a fake with the sky ulti once they get the information. They can hunt down the Viper with the sky cabbages, and the ulti doesn't matter because when he just walks in and just takes him out.
That's just reasonable things, isn't it, really? Reasonable things. Plant will be coming down. This is the best opportunity we've had in the moment here. They can get themselves a little bit more situated, right? The post-plant can be a little bit more comfortable, but we're going to start seeing those ults being lent upon. Nookie almost just trying to hinder, slow down, keep them back. You can see the temptation.
Yeah,
Cloud's really chomping at that bit. He's like, but what if I get the timing right? I can get 3. Guys, think about what I could do here. And the timing could be right. Depends on Shin.
And he found
That
Shin.
opens up the floodgates to the potential of the lurk. But now look towards the side. Fatino still waiting patiently and actually denies the ult, doing any sort of damage, leaving it all on Magnum in a 1v3. There we go. Response made for Giant X, but it was a long time coming.
It's just crazy to see that the first round that they get on the board, they have Omen ulti, they have Sky ulti, and they have Viper ulti at their disposal. And what do? They lose first blood instantly, and then they go and walk into a Viper ulti 1 versus 1 to open up the round there. That is just like, this is not normal, right?
That's not what you want to bank on, right? Like, that's not, you sit back and you watch us back as a team, you're like, maybe this isn't how we should have started that, you know? But you take them when you get them. But you know, when we look bigger picture, there's a reason Giant X have just used both of their timeouts here, right?
Yeah.
Like there is a reason that round is not a repeatable round that you're going to be looking back on going, awesome guys, do it again. You're looking at, okay, what did we learn? And
It's
what did we
another
implement
Giant
to
X
try and salvage
timeout.
this half?
Yeah, well, if I'm Hoodie, I'm definitely telling, hey, Redgar, I'm walking out A for free every round. This is so free. You guys can go towards C. There's a lot of, you know, you're going to have to fight into 3 people. Shin's doing this play where he's getting out behind Mound, teleporting away after he gets that value. But if we're able to get into C area, get that rocket on the raise, leave people there. I'm going to walk out A. You can send 2 more people back to me, and then you guys can do a fake onto C with the raise rocket, see what value you can get, and then we have just the Killjoy or just the Viper on A. We can easily go in 2, 3 versus 1, get that kill, and then Hoodie can post plant, pop the Viper ulti, stabilize on the site. Is that the play they're going to do? There was a timeout. Is that what they talk about? I hope they have an actual plan with these ults rather than just winging it again, like they have for the last 7 rounds, basically, except for last.
Well, here we go. Let's see if they are looking to maybe employ you as potentially a coach, IGL, you know, get you in there. As it stands, patient beginnings. It is similar scenes though. You're absolutely on the money. Hoodie, once again, no real challenge over by Rob. Yes, we've seen 1 challenge early on, which did go Casey's favor, but again, not going to get anything for it. Looks like they're going to be leaning through towards B, and there's players here. There's a disaster around this corner. This could be a horror show for Giant X if they continue along this path, and they're going to go for it. Coutinho going to lead the way. They are just behind these smokes, and the flash is just a disaster again. Look at this. Magnum gets a freebie onto Coutinho. They now know the plan. The ult's going to come in, though. That could give them a bit of stability here.
they might end up closing this round with this Viper ulti really well placed, disabling basically all of the waterfall entrance here. The Flood having to come through Heaven and not even a great amount of space there. Redgar in position to get a great back.
He found the Viper, that's huge.
Takes down Hoodie of all the people, and then Nari's next man in. This is so
But they have
punishing.
Rengar behind.
Nuki though still in this one, still having an opportunity to do some damage.
Redgar,
Look at this
sorry.
timing. It's exceptional. Tomasi isn't stopping though, and neither
Wow.
is Martin. This is just horrific for Giant X. That is heartbreak, but what a way to play it back through for Carmine Core.
The thing is, like, I don't even know if Giant X would have deserved that round
No,
in that situation.
your
right?
expression at the start of it was just horrific.
But like we see a Hoodie going out A, and then he's gonna come back to B, group with a team. I see the vision getting into B, get that flank, get the Viper ulti down. We're gonna win. But when you go into B, you can't just go into B and just expect that to be it. You need to get into the extremities. You have to take control over Blue or Heaven or Waterfall. You need control of space to deny the amount of places they can flood from. Yeah, sure, they have Redgar on the flank, but they had no info C. They didn't even have info B. They could have walked into a 3-man trap again. You know, Martin could be there behind the box again. Did they even clear it?
And now a little bit of a.
Oh.
I want to see the difference here. Again, we do have this similar look to an extent, at least coming out from Carmine Core. They've set this precedent that they will put players towards Mound. This time it is a different player though. Just the same. Shin before, going to be picking up that mantle, rotating off the back, because look at this.
And they are running first A.
For free, they know this. They can instantly put bodies towards B, towards A. They can just leave him to his own devices. Does Fatinho connect? That could be critical, and it is. Fantastic. That is sight ready for the taking, but now what is that? Threads the needle so perfectly to find Redgar and Fatinho and basically make this one back looking viable. Back down to a 3v3. The plant will come in uncontested as it stands, as Hoodie basically using himself as the bodyguard, right? I'll put my life on the line for this. You better get that plant down, because he's overwhelmed. Martin so quick to swing around that corner. Back down to the 2v2 now. Nari's still standing, though there's still a problem until then. Cloud holding onto the line. TP gets
What?
good Shin.
Oh, that Shin TP. That's a tense TP, like, holy fucking shit.
That A is their opening into this game. That's where the rounds are being won right now. Off the back of Hoodie walking out saying, hey, it's clear. Hey, I think he's playing in tree every round. The Killjoy lurk into B from Nuki, realizing, hey, the turret's in blue room right now. The Killjoy's probably...
It seems to have found,
it's
like,
those two to deal with. The rocket coming in with the Omen blind into tree room.
the way to
Rocket
get
taking
in
out the
A.
Viper, Killjoy falling. And it's like, everything's looking good for you. Can you rely on that again? Are you going to combo these ultis with the Sky Cabbages plus the Omen ulti? We haven't really seen... We saw the Cabbages, but we haven't really seen the Omen ulti yet.
Whoa. He got the rocket. Come on. That just seems...
They're so shook. They're so shook because they've won this Redgar there. Shin's been winning that duel a lot, so they're just like giving so much respect.
I mean, but look at the rotation, right? They've got so much faith in Shin. They're leaving him solo here. Yeah, he's playing a little bit further ahead, so he can kind of... I guess there's still time for them to get to the side, but he's felt that pressure. He's decided wisely to back away, give up a little bit of that space. It's the first time we've seen them really check on this, to pressure this point well. Shin sends down the paranoia, dips away further. Still going to make them work for their dinner. All this utility to just clear him. Nuki backhands him, but flying through the air. Oh my
Oh,
God!
the boom bot!
There's no way he's doing this. 3 kills. Giant X can't catch a break. This one, just put a fork in it. It's done. It's overdone, if anything. Nuki and Hoodie, you're gonna need to dig your heels in. Show me what you're made of here.
Stick a fork in me, Jerry. I'm cooked. Oh my goodness. It's just like... Just anybody that's played Raze for Carmine Core today has had such huge impact with the abilities.
Okay, first step.
First step.
Hoodie, no more steps. Okay, this...
Yeah. I'm almost speechless at this point because it's like, it doesn't matter what Giant X is doing right now. You could tell from the way that they're playing these rounds out that they don't have depth to their game plan. They don't have confidence in their game plan, and they don't have confidence in what's happening right now. Hopefully, like going to the second half, they have way more comfort on their defense side. But right now, it looks like they're just drawing blanks. They don't know what to do. They have all this space at A, but they don't use it. They have like a contestation at C, but they can't get an early kill or early stabilization there. And then they just say, well, nothing's working, let's just go B. But they're going to go into B, and we're going to see all of Carmine Core there again.
I genuinely worry about the bigger picture map pool-wise for Giant X then, because what we saw, yes, Sunset looked okay. I wouldn't say it was perfect. They got pushed, but yeah, okay. I'll bank that for another time. For now, you can already see this. Yeah, this is starting to look really worrying. No one actually punishing that as much as it could have been punished. They managed to keep themselves alive. But also then remember, they've had no real glimpses of the rest of this map. They have no information on C, on A, if anyone's pushing up, pressuring. This is going to cost them time on the replay. You can see it now. There is no pace to this.
Maybe they can use this half.
Maybe. Maybe a treat for us.
Use it for info. Use it as a part of a fake. Use it for something. Right now, it feels like they're
gonna go
going
A.
through the same motions, the same steps. But those steps haven't worked for them. Why do they think it's going to work now? Of all times, maybe fake TP in. The Killjoy has not played C a single time. He's had setup on A.
You can just walk on
every single
site.
round this game. But
and look at the lack
Open the
of
door.
writing on this fake, right?
It's
Look how
gonna
deep you're seeing
smoke.
Carmine Core sit, right? There is that deep play to them, but again, they are not leaving B. They are not leaving A. They've not fallen for what Redgar is trying to sell by any means. And the ult, if anything, I don't know how many that would have fought potentially.
Smoked waterfall.
I think so. And
Bachin saw it.
oh
They
my
know.
God, it gets all the way into C. They know, and the flood is coming here. But Redgar's space
The only
is
one.
the only thing that's going to be
helpful.
Oh, wait, no. Hoodie's flank timing could also be really good.
Oh, this is all going to be ridiculous, isn't it? Nookie could try to do some damage. Carmine Core, though, in for the scrap, in for the brawl. Redgar comes back around. Now the time. Cloud trying to get that plant down, trying to do something with this one. The last one stab. He can't do it anymore. Wait.
No time.
How?
The flank finally happened. That they were chasing
Oh.
each other from basically a lobby all the way through, and the last basically second of the round, that flank comes in.
Wow.
That's absolutely absurd. There was
What they have to do
no time.
to win a fucking round, like.
He's like, Tomasi's like, oh, there's no time. I'm not gonna peek. So he stops, and because he stops, Hoodie's able to actually flank him.
That's
That is
crazy.
absurd. Wow. Like, honestly, it's just like. Honestly, they can have that round at that point.
Yeah, you're gonna
you know
let them
what I
have
mean?
that one?
Yeah, just let them have it. It's just like, okay, we're 9-3. You know what? 10-2.
Yeah,
let him have it. You know what? If he's gonna do this around the world flank like this, honestly, he probably just deserves it at this point. Oh
That
man,
is
yeah, he ran away because there was no time.
Yeah, that's crazy. Okay, because you could argue this was looking 10-2 sort of deal going on here. But
Yep.
you know, live to fighting another day. 9-3, curse or not, it doesn't really matter. What we've seen so far is that Giant X were hitting a brick wall. They were not able to figure it out on their feet. And Carmine Core looked sharp. They looked very solid in it. I don't think we really got to see them tested particularly, so I'm kind of interested to see how
They
they
looked,
look when it's their turn
they
to make
looked
the first attack inside, right? When
strong
it's
at
their turn to test
stopping
things out, how do
and
they
at
fare?
retaking.
We already
Like,
have a little bit of a different look here, kind of taking their time over towards that C side of the map. It could be a challenge on Redgar potentially, but again, they're spreading, you know, they're not putting all their eggs in one basket. They've still got that pressure over towards A. They're seeing what space they can take.
The funny thing is, I see like the same kind of idea behind Giant X's defense. Viper towards A with the alarm bot.
yeah, I mean the
Killjoy with
two
turret as
team
well,
comps
and then
are
the
very
path
similar,
onto the
so.
C site. We see this, the defense from Giant X, but they couldn't break it. When they played against basically the same thing, swap out Sky for Fade. That's what Carmine Core was doing. But we're going to see this A play.
Okay, it's on Hoodie to try and hold him back.
Oh, what a nice kill
This
to
is
find.
unfair. Barely past the watershed, and look what's happening. 5v4 now. Cloud, Redgar, Nookie, and Fatino still trying to hold this together. But look at Narrate's position. Oh,
Another
what is going
one.
on with these players? Carmine Core hitting everything that's breathing. The only straight back coming from Cloud, but okay, that's lovely follow-up, taking another step forward. This is only a one-man advantage now to their side, and maybe Cloud, I mean, they're taking no more chances. Yeah, it's a three-man swing.
Cloud is
Redgar's positioning.
definitely like the player for Giant X.
Smoke them off, but there's three players. That's three bodies you can commit. The paint shell almost being the additional. Yeah, that's,
Yeah, man.
Yeah, nice.
That's gonna
NT.
work.
NT. No, hey, look, it might work once and it doesn't.
It doesn't
That's, that is double digits now found for Carmine Core, and they looked good in doing it again. I'm worrying about the map pool for Giant X here because this is not looking like it's part of it.
Yeah, it's definitely not looking good. When you look at these two teams playing this map and how they're playing this map, the only real difference in their composition right now is Fade for Sky. Everything else is pretty much the same. But the difference in just the understanding of why they're running the agents, why the agents in certain positions, it's just the understanding from Carmine Core and the confidence behind
And
the
we
plays
see
and comfort
an
in the
outlaw.
agents. It's just, it eclipses
Two
what
outlaws
Giant X
from
looks like
Carmine.
on the exact same thing, basically.
Well, we get to see Outlaws out to play. They do very well for themselves.
And
Cloud
they
are
heard the outlaw, like...
off the rip, so wait and see how this goes. Again, I think Carmichael just taking their time here. There's no real hurry to things, showing a little bit of presence, but kind of backfilled again, though. You're still going to see the kind of similar scenes, right? Redgar getting posted over towards that C mound, instantly going to alleviate the rotations, but if they double dip, there's a problem. Then you only have Redgar holding half of the map, essentially. And that's now worst fear scenario. He's got to make sure he's scarce and doesn't get picked up in the meantime. But again, as long as Carmichael don't leave this too late, you know, down to the 20-second marker when things can get, you know, a little bit precarious, I'm fine with this.
Ray is just indecisive right now. I think there was a good idea behind Giant X's plan with the A defense, having Omen just get baited out at C, but the hit's going to come into A. It's going to be a 5 versus 4.
Yeah, bodies are here. Bodies are on the line. Can they make this a brawl? Can they make this a fight? Can they make this dangerous? It feels like Martin might be feeling something here. I don't think he likes what's on the other side. He can smell something on the other side of that wall. And Tomasi has found Fatinho. That's not the telling part. This is now going to be on Redgar to try and hold back so many players trying to come through his way. And he just can't withstand the pressure. Too many players coming on through. This might be 5 alive here for them. Giant X maybe thought they had, you know, something in the hand there as they're coming towards that A side, but this quick rotation, this a big adjustment towards B. It's worked very well for Carmichael.
Yeah, I like the idea from Giant X at the start of the round. Omen shows himself at C. Here comes the reclear from the fade. Oh, there's someone at C right now. A's probably open. They go towards A. They get completely stalled out by the Viper wall. There's the 4-player flood. I feel like Giant X, maybe they shouldn't even put the wall up. They had the stack there, and they probably, Carmichael probably thought, hey, GX has 3 people towards C. We can go into A site for free. That Viper wall comes up, they're like, wait, we can't go here.
Weird, yeah.
The wall finally drops 15 seconds later. Oh, wow, there's a lot of people here. We're going B now. I feel like that wall might have actually, unironically, made them lose the round.
Yeah, really hindered them. So, I do think this might be spiraling out of control here. If maybe we saw the start for Giant X kind of hitting that they came into this year on the second half, even picking up everything they needed, right? Like everything's starting to look good for them. It's not been that, and that's the bigger problem for me, that they are struggling to string this together here.
And one of the things to note this round is we still have Magnum with the Outlaw, and we have 4 players with light shields. So it's going to be very interesting here. The Killjoy about to have really good potential impact.
The Viper,
with this Outlaw.
Viper found 2 kills last round.
And they might have this fight here at C right off the rip as well with this. Instantly peeking, getting under this one way with it because
they kind of off.
Don't even have to hit the head.
Yeah, this is huge. This is huge. Here we go. Does he actually get what he wants? Redgar denies it.
One way.
Okay, that's fine. Tomasi's still got one. You know, there's still a chance. He is nowhere near here, by the way. Tomasi's gone walkabouts. He's so deep on A. I was like, which Viper is that? Why is that? But I mean, massive progress. And that's going to cause them scrambling from Giant X. They're not sure what the hell's going on. They've just seen a huge brawl over towards C. The players snuck up here.
And this, putting the wall up after taking out the alarm bot is threatening the CT spawn push. This guy's coming to reclear, find out what's going on. Huge rotation out of C to come in and defend this A site. I wonder, is Carmichael going to end up going B, or are they going to run all the way through and go C with this? They have no one to connect from C lobby, so maybe they just let the round simmer a little bit.
They've got the opportunity to do it as well, right? It's like they've got every chance to do this because these rotations, these positions, these kind of contact points have come through from...
Good kill from Nuki.
Yeah, that's stunning. Okay, Nuki denies. No rotation, no B site. You stay right there. That's it. That's all you get given. Hoodie going to add insult to injury, but this one is looking kind of wrapped up here. Tomasi not getting what he wanted. Position, duly noted. Lovely. That's the Nuki you want to be seeing, that kind of...
Pretty bad bonus from
We haven't seen that sort of level yet.
from Kickoff.
But
no,
still, I'd love to see that starting to come through.
No
here
plants, no kill.
And when you're down a man like that for Carmichael, I feel like you have all that space towards A. You can do so much more with it. So I wonder if that's one of those rounds they go back and review. Could they have, in that 4 versus 5, walked into CT? Could they have taken that fight?
And that's why Gecko, I think, is a really strong, really strong pick. Because what you can do is you can just have the wingman plant and bait someone, even in a 4v5.
And then go back to A. Could they have done these things?
Or in an even retake, you can have someone like defuse the spike and still have like your guns out.
That was a little bit questionable, but then 4 versus 5, 40 seconds left. You still have rounds time to work with. let the round develop a little bit more. You don't have to like make this round end. So Giant X getting another victory around there, a little bit of more space to breathe, and maybe we could see something happen. We didn't get to see a whole lot of things. They didn't have depth on their attack side. Maybe they have depth on their defense though. We don't
Not
know.
a kick-off timeout.
Okay, diving back in. Always nice to hear Stevie. If you're an EMEA fan, you'll remember Stevie from obviously last season as well. Nice guy.
They just need 2 rounds, basically.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He was,
yeah, 11-4.
He was nice, yeah.
Yeah. Dresses really well.
And
as
Giants
well.
need
Like
9,
all of us
so
shame is atrocious.
you have a lot of
digress here, and we go back into this one. So let's see if there's
match
been a little bit of
points,
a correction brought
or
into
almost
effect. Maybe
match
they just wanna
point.
really keep this fine-tuned. Carmine Core. That was a Carmine Core timeout, keep in mind, after that one round that slipped away. So this is quite interesting to see them pumping the brakes so early on. And then look at this reaction. I mean, it's almost instantaneous. They are just straight in towards the site as best they can. Nookie, considering, does he stick around? Does he commit? Does he back? He's absolutely going to try and filter a little further away, but he loses life for it. And look at this.
And they
Carmine
can't
Core
play.
just shredding them. And these kind of in-between fights, uncertain if they wanted to commit or not, has cost them their lives. Yes, Cloud succeeds, but they're in a 2v4. There's so much more to do here. And Carmine Core didn't even get towards getting the spike down. This was just halfway through towards the site. And Hoodie, this is so precarious. These positions, they're so uncomfortable.
Yeah, I think Giant X is cooked. They know it too. There's not really much that they could do here. Waiting for a potential flank. They have no info. It's what's happening. They're waiting for Carmine Core to potentially make a mistake, overextend, offer up an isolated duel. Yep,
Okay,
here it is.
there it
Here's
is.
an opening.
But can Hoodie keep his life? Can anything happen for him? No. And Cloud couldn't trade it. So again, this is when the numbers come into play. But I like this timing from Cloud. I like what he's trying to do here. A chance given. He couldn't quite grab it in time. But I liked the attempt. Wasn't to be. Carmine Core really happy to let that round sit for a little while, simmer in that position.
And that's where the Sky nerf or change is really going to come into play. He was out of flashes. Had enough time elapsed there. Maybe he has another flash. Maybe he's able to get a kill and use the flash to assist his teammate to bail him out. Maybe he uses it on that initial fight to make it a 1 versus 2. Like there's things that you could have done with Old Sky that here, not really an option.
Speaking of not many options, Giant X really running low. No ults to depend on, no spiral round to bank in here, but 12 on the other side. Carmine Core in a whole new lease of life here with this roster, looking fantastic. Redgar looks dead. I don't know how he's still standing, and actually Cloud going to take down one. But look at this, Cloud is the backline, the backbone, and the only one trying to do anything here, leaving it all down to Narrate in a 1v3. Cloud's just, oh
man.
God.
No ace.
It's a waterfall, it's a 3-on-1.
I don't know what's happening. I don't think that was a good choice. And part of me feels this is very doable, because you look at the clock, they've still got a minute, right? Like, do they just stay together? Do they stay as the duo, right, on the other side, which I imagine they should do. But it's like, it leaves so much space, so much of the map.
They should stay close enough together that the Killjoy is able to keep her abilities online, and then they can hear the A door open. So if there's going to be any play here, then they have the heads up. They know what's happening. But the Killjoy is too far away.
Why didn't they readjust? It's an extra man almost, right? That's literally almost like a, well, 2.5, right?
Yeah, all you have to do is be close enough to A to keep the abilities online.
And they get a warning system. Like, whenever he gets somewhat close, this is a real blunder coming out. Narrate now, opportunity beckoning. This is looking done, and that is devastating. If that's how you go down, Hoodie just powering forward. It's done, and it's over. A clutch from Narrate, but what a damn good game from Carmine Core.
That was really well played by Carmine Core. And even there, that last round, I don't understand. It looked like Giant X really didn't understand the map. It really didn't look like they understood their composition. They have a lot to work for this next game, and just to make sure that they don't look like this. But Carmine Core looking really good.
Good shit.
Really
so
good debut for them.
yeah,
So
both Teamatic and Carmine win.
It looks good in so many different ways, individually, team-wise, team
As
composition, team
planned.
cohesion.
Yes.
I'm looking forward to them.
Yeah, big tick in the box, and I think a lot of fans are probably sitting on the fence. What do we expect from this team? What are they going to be like? How good can they perform? Is this going to be shades of the last roster? Are they going to be a whole new collection? And I think a lot of people, if you're being smart about it, would have put your money, put your credit towards Giant, right? Giant X. They're the team that's the safer bet. They had the core together. They've had a great player coming in the form of Redgar, proven IGL. all of this stuff, right? So if you're a betting man, that's where you'd go. But Carmine Core, this roster of talent, these young, hungry players coming back in on this resurgence with a couple of players who had a point to prove as well. You know, this is a roster that was really brought together to I guess, change the tale of last season. And already, what a fantastic start. I'm honestly blown away. These guys looking very dangerous, and certainly a team to now be keeping in mind going forward. They are deadly as anything. If they continue along this trajectory, who knows how far they get.
Who knows indeed. They looked great though.
Yeah, this is one to watch going forward, and all the underdogs have seemingly had their day.
And tomorrow we have 3 games. We have BBL Esport Navi, Koi Liquid, and Gentlemates Vitality. So 3 best of 3.
I know a place that will break you into 1,000 pieces. Stay away from them. Stay away from Lorca, Paco, and Picasso. Don't ask about Lola. Ay, Caballo Grande. Ay, Dolor de Nieve. But in spite of everything, it occurs to you to visit Andalusia. Don't say I didn't warn you. Be careful of the Andalusian crush.
Hey guys, it's Jimmy Lin, former professional Counter-Strike player and Valorant coach. Watch out for the stairs, clear this angle, you're going to be able to fight this.
So that's it for today. We'll see if we have an interview or probably like a post-game lobby type of stuff. I'm gonna take a quick break and then probably do some Valorant. Be right back.
Red Bull gives you wings.
But now everybody calling. Good at taking risks, yeah, I always go all in. Swear to God that I'm deaf to the talking. I can't hear it, see the finish line. I know that I'm near it, yeah. Cut the check and I'ma clear it. Ain't nobody out here that I'm fearing. Hey, easy to see things all run away up. Used to think it's hard, now I feel just like a layup. I've been in the gym, yeah, I'm tryna get my weight up. That's just the way it goes, that's just the way it goes, that's just the way it goes, the way it goes. That's just the way it goes, that's just the way it goes, that's just the way it goes, the way it goes. That's just the way it goes, that's just the way it goes, that's just the way it goes, the way it goes. That's just the way it goes, that's just the way it goes, that's just the way it goes. Hey, you ain't realist, like you got a few disguises.
Okay, I'm back.
I know I'ma be the flyest. She like me, yeah, it's hard for her to hide it. One-on-one, ain't nobody like this. Got this far by doing me, I'm everything I knew I'd be. I don't care what we used to be, no, yeah. They try to get close to me, you can't get what you want from me. I got this vision you can't see, no. Easy to see things all run away up. Used to think it's hard, now I feel just like a layup. I've been in the gym, yeah, I'm tryna get my weight up. That's just the way it goes, that's just the way it goes, that's just the way it goes, the way it goes. That's just the way it goes, that's just the way it goes.
Welcome back, everybody, and welcome to the first post-plant of the year of 2024. And I am honored to be joined by two amazing players from Carmine called Tomazi and Narray, and Ash is going to be with me here as well. But we got to address it before we get into it. Ash is very, very excited about this because she was vouching for you all week. She was like, Narray is going to own, he's going to be amazing. So yeah, this is a moment. I like it.
It is a moment. I mean, I know you from the NA scene, coming over there from there myself, and I think I've got to talk about Split in particular. That map, you guys were down, what, 1-4, and there was that moment where you had that 4K. There was the two-piece with the showstopper, into the picks with a great paranoia, and I've got to know, when it came down to that play, I mean, we know that your prowess as an individual player, you have exceptional mechanics, and that was no surprise coming into VCT EMEA, but the ability to play with that confidence now that you're into the big leagues, was that something that just comes naturally to you? Are you just cold-blooded?
Yeah, you always like this? Yeah.
I would say, like, when you first play an event, like, you definitely have like kind of jitters like at the start, and I kind of felt that like at the beginning, just because obviously I've never played on a stage like this before.
Yeah.
So like we lose a couple rounds, but I think we're all like super focused. And yeah, I just found a good time to make a play, and we all collapsed. Like, even we didn't have like the best of comms, but we all collapsed on the vents. Like, we knew instantly what they were doing, and I knew that I could flank them with the ult and it would be perfect. So I just did it, and you know, it worked out really well. And then after we had the bomb in like the 2v2, it was just, they couldn't play. That's it.
Yeah, I mean, let's talk about this, because both of you, first time here on a big stage like this, into VCT EMEA. And
okay, I'm gonna skip the interview.
When you was I was like, I will be very surprised if we don't see you in VCT next year. So how does it feel for the both of you to actually be here and to win a game?
I can start. First, thank you for inviting me. I mean, I can talk for both. Thank you so much. I think for me,
yeah. We're gonna swap to gameplay. Boom. Bind.
They have no idea
Let's go, I know.
heartless I am.
Haze was an option too. Cypher Sova, not a big fan. But we have enough flashes. Hello.
Hello guys.
Hey, hello bro.
Hello Macron.
How are you?
Good, what about you?
I'm good, brother. Let's win.
Cutting their vision.
Careful now. You're out. Multiple enemies A. Target down.
Careful now. There. There.
Two behind.
Shower.
Reloaded. Revealing area.
Careful.
No more meddling.
No one to interrogate.
Good shit.
Reload him.
Still in sight.
Two on B.
I have planted the spike. Neutralized. Sleep, brother. History has already forgotten you.
Careful here. Still in sight.
Reloading. Reloading.
Camera taken out. Careful.
Shot down. Reloading. Shot down. Scanning ahead.
Cutting their vision.
Omen, go, I break the trap.
Nice, good job, Omen, good job. You are so good, bro. Yes, good fake TP, bro. Nice, nice, good job, brother.
40 on Cypher.
Yeah, it's free, bro. But you have to plant. Okay, nice try, nice try.
Here.
Good job, woman. Good job. Very good.
Revealing area.
Cutting their vision.
Reloading.
Careful. Still inside. I
Bien you, ça va.
Oh man, smoke and go. Instead of staying on.
saving. Cutting their vision. Fires out.
Go away, go away, go away. TP, TP. Ça va. Go away. Hey, it's free.
Spike drop.
I have the stun.
Watch your eyes.
Someone's A.
Eagle.
Oh, man. Heads up! Enemy spotted. Enemy spotted B.
Phoenix killed. Stealing sight. Okay, time for a break. I need this.
Careful, their Phoenix plays window all the time.
They will cower! Blind fools.
One elbow.
Shadows traveling.
I know exactly where.
You will not kill my allies!
Oh my fucking god, man!
Who's next? My ultimate is ready.
Embarrassing.
You could have taken the arm, you had time.
Going up. Watch your eyes. Careful now. No, you don't. My ultimate's ready.
What the fuck are those plans, man?
Need a drop.
Echo man.
Saving.
Scanning ahead.
Someone is A.
Reloading.
There. Careful. Careful. My camera is destroyed.
Reloaded. Here.
Shot down. My ult is ready. Healer down.
I have
Joke's
this spike.
over. You're dead.
There.
B, 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 B. Come B, Phoenix, B.
He can't, there is some people.
Il y a les deux A, frérot, c'est complexe, hein.
Wow, heureusement que tu l'as dit, putain.
Prepare for hellfire.
Oh my fucking god. Fucking Phoenix.
Cutting their vision.
My eyes are down. Come on, let's go!
Our spike's down.
Yeah, of course, man.
Elle était à droite, la Sage. Ouais. Elle a drop.
We have an Omen with full smoke every round. Like, he doesn't smoke anything, basically. No smoke, no flashes, no drone, no nothing. Like, we play without any utility. Like, the fuck you wanna do, man? Cypher is dog shit. He takes the spike and runs fucking. He runs fucking lamp with the spike.
Reload.
Yeah, of course. He slows fucking half crouch, picks me while moving, and I have nobody to fucking do anything about it.
Someone's B.
No dart on site. Nothing, man. I don't even know where his dart goes. Like... What is he shooting at? Like... Just being on his POV makes my fucking FPS go down, like... I don't fucking know how he does that. What a dog shit team. Holy fucking shit, man. Cypher just puts random tripwire, like, they make no fucking sense.
Camera.
Reloaded.
Here. Careful.
Yeah, of course. I'm so tilted, man. Nobody is speaking, nobody is giving any info, like...
I know.
And their Cypher is dog shit too, it's insane, like... Those fucking dog shit tripwires, like... Those fucking dog shit setups. Man... Why can't I play Cypher on that map? Like... Why do I have two fucking retards playing Cypher? The whole team is fucking retarded. Cypher doesn't know how to trip. Fucking Sova doesn't use his fucking util. The fucking Omen, we never have a fucking smoke out when we wanna go for a site. Like, what the fuck you wanna do with those fucking retards? I'm literally fighting fucking 3 people at once every fucking single time, like, they're just touching their dick in the back, like, can't fucking put any fucking rhythm or anything, like.
They will cover.
Who's next?
Yeah, of course, man. Yeah, 3 bullets, 3 bullets.
Where is everyone hiding?
Joke's over! You're dead!
The Brimstone is still on fight, man. Like.
Planted. Watch your eyes!
They managed to get like.
No more meddling.
Wow.
You can see your face.
Holy shit. We lose so many rounds for fucking nothing. 3 and 8 over. Be careful, B.
Camera taken out. Careful now. Enemy spotted.
When is my fucking A extra guy is gonna rotate fucking B like? We are gonna rotate when we lose the sight of or what like? Already lost elbow.
Found you.
Push with me. Let's garden.
Reloading.
Light is diffused.
Holy fucking shit, man. Omen, can you smoke here?
There.
Earlier
Ouais.
on.
Cover going out. Cover going out.
They're rotating. Be careful, B. Be careful, B.
Careful.
There they are.
Oh, they literally can move. That's 2 main. he literally walked out of fucking shower. Nobody's fucking watching shower. Like, insane. 4 people on the site.
Down.
We have a Cypher and a Sova, man. And we have zero fucking info or zero fucking idea of where they are. Like, I can't, man. Like, how?
Trick shot. Cage trigger. Careful. Enemy spotted B. Spike defused.
Holy fucking shit, man.
Weapon here.
Reyna, pourquoi t'es là?
Oh mais putain, ferme ta gueule, fils de pute, tu sers à rien. Bro, that fucking Sova. I can't. I can't, man. I can't. You're done.
The ultimate is ready. Not ready yet.
Revealing area.
What the fuck is that there? Oh, it's the Sova. It's over. Holy fuck. You'll be more useless as a fucking Sova, man.
I know exactly where you are.
Six bullets, 39. 6 per bullet.
Look behind you.
Oh my god. My fucking god, man.
On my way.
Reloading.
B?
tagged.
They will cover!
Yeah, they're already on site. My fucking Phoenix looks nothing. I have a fucking... What is he watching, man? What is he looking at? Holy fucking shit, man. I can't.
Omen, reste là, push pas, mets-toi en haut avec le bug. Ton pompe sûr.
Joke's over! You're dead!
Prepare for hellfire!
They are going B. Yeah, of course. Of course that Brim is gonna play here. He plays like a bitch.
Where is everyone hiding?
I have no team. I have Sova Cypher. We have zero fucking info. Zero info. The two most like... Yeah. Look at them. Fucking useless game. FF that shit. Team is dog shit.
My eyes are better than...
Why do I have so many fucking packet lost too? I bet it's because of the fucking retarded server. Yeah, look at his fucking ping. Too long.
Careful now. Cage triggered. Ouch.
They are not playing the side.
Standing ahead.
My camera is destroyed. Blinding.
The fucking Cypher is alone on long since fucking forever. Holy shit, man. And now it's a 2v2 because she can res. And we have the fucking retarded server.
You will not kill my allies.
Yep.
Not ready yet. Shadows traveling.
Taken out. Reloading. My ult is ready.
Ah yeah. Just show yourself with 20 HP.
Revealing area.
Look at how fucking in fear they play. Like, they're just scared.
There. Revealing area.
Enemy spotted A. Cover going out. No more meddling.
Cutting their vision.
Enemy spotted A.
Who's next?
Scanning ahead.
Whoa.
You tried. I stopped that.
I need this.
Oh man, can you buy me?
They're gonna go B again.
Stealing sight.
My ultimate's ready.
Blind.
Cover going out. Here. There they are. I am the hunter.
They are going B.
Where is everyone hiding?
Stealing sight. Perfect. There.
Lamp.
There.
There can only be one hero.
Holy fuck.
Shadows traveling. Found them. Remove.
Joke's over! You're dead!
Enemy spotted A. Enemy spotted A. Reloading.
There. I I know
Under heaven.
1 HP.
Lamp.
Prepare for hellfire!
Be at rest.
Holy fucking shit. Holy. I don't know how we win those rounds. But we do, apparently.
They will cover! Someone's B. They found my wire.
Air spike.
There.
Spike shower.
There they are.
Spike's here.
GG.
Holy fucking shit, man. What? Oh, please. It's gonna bug. No, it's okay. Should probably stop being live for 5 hours. Tomorrow it's like... Okay. I won 19 on that. What's my battle pass at? 14 days, 2 weeks. Sure, man. Oh, that's 2 days. 2 days game. This is gonna be a big game. Friday is a big day, like 3 EMEA games, 2 American games, like tomorrow 2, 3 EMEA games, and then Thursday. I think Thursday I'm just gonna cast the game. I'll probably Probably play early on. I don't know. KC Heretic is a big. It's a big game. I mean, if I win 2 games at 20, I'm like 95. So I need to win 3 games. So I feel like I'll do my rank up another day. Honestly, Saturday, there is only 1 game. Right, and Sunday there is like 6 fucking games, man. Holy shit. I'll probably grind gold Saturday. I have to play on my other account too, to unlock some agents. Harbor should be unlocked. I mean, I need like 1,000 something points. 1100. I wish you could put the agents in chronological order. I've never played ISO. Okay, maybe I should give it a try. I don't even know, does he have flashes or some shit? Let's see. He has that weird wall that like rail people. He has this like fucking kinda like a jet dash that like allows him to double tap shit to get like a shield and stuff. Okay, so that shit blocks bullets.
Making cover. Destabilizing.
That shit which is like common flash, but it's for vulnerability.
Show me a target.
And that shit is a double tap. I don't know, man. It doesn't have any utility, basically. No why I feel like it's an useless agent. Like the vulnerability shit, like they don't fucking even flush or anything.
Destabilizing. Breaking them.
And
Destabilizing.
it's a pretty long cast.
Breaking them.
Like it's kinda like fucking random. She has to pull out the fucking arm.
Still in sight. Still in sight.
I don't know. Anyways. That's it for me. Yeah. Gonna go. See you tomorrow for the games at least. I'll try to be on time this time. I had stuff to do for the first heretic game. But yeah. See you tomorrow, stay safe. And yeah. Bye bye.
I thought I had it all together, but I was led astray. The day you walked away, you were the clock that was ticking in my heart. Changed my